I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, Kayao Tao Mountain. Fellow Daoist Luo, fellow Daoist, this is the sacred mountain that our Wu country has conquered in the past 20 or 30 years. We named it Kayao Tao Mountain, which means a bridgehead for opening up the wilderness. This mountain is a natural third grade upper grade sacred mountain. After we occupied it, we cultivated it, and easily cultivated it to the 4th grade lower grade. Now the fortress on Kayao Tao Mountain has been completed, and we are taking over this entire area of more than 800 miles. In the wilderness buffer zone, Lin Xiao, Luo Mingjin and Emu stood high in the sky, overlooking a high mountain below. This is a core mountain range named number 2 mountains by Nangxuan and others, and it has now been officially named Kayao Tao Mountain. Kayao Tao Mountain was taken over by the Tiansheng Sect for more than 20 years. At first, they only occupied a small peak, built a camp on it, and stored supplies. Then, under the command of Nangxuan, over the past 20 years, human cultivators have repeatedly appeared near Kayao Tao Mountain, clearing out all the monsters that were entrenched here, passing by, etc., and then spent several years to build a fortress and set up fortifications on Kayao Tao Mountain. After the fortress was formed, it became the most important stronghold for Tiansheng Sect to open up the wilderness. The cultivators who were active in the wilderness did not need to return to Wugo to rest, but could come to Kayao Tao Mountain. Moreover, trade was established. At the beginning, no merchants settled in. After all, this place was very close to the depths of the wilderness. As long as a large group of monsters moved, it might be destroyed. The real investment was still the several major sects headed by Tiansheng Sect. With trade, Kayao Tao Mountain has become vibrant. Now, 20 years have passed, and there are no traces of monsters within 100 miles of Kayao Tao Mountain. All of them have been cleared out. There are more and more cultivators active around. Many casual cultivators no longer return to Ganming City after hunting monsters in the wilderness. They trade directly in Kayao Tao Mountain and then continue to hunt monsters. The next step of the Wu Kingdom is to move the monks to settle here, with Kayao Tao Mountain as a center, and take over the area of more than 800 miles, that is, the range of the number 2 mountains. Now even the forces for migration are ready. After the constant pressure from Nangxuan, the mountains in the Tiansheng Sect have yielded and are ready to move their family forces here and settle down completely. Among them, the first to yield was the Bei family. Whether it was Beizixi or Beizichan, they understood Lin Xiao's thoughts. Their Bei family was already very powerful inside the sect. If there were help from outside, Lin Xiao would not allow it, so the Bei family would be the first family to respond to the sect's policy. Of course, Nangxuan did not want to kill them all. On the contrary, this would be an opportunity for the Bei family to become independent and powerful. As the first family to respond to the sect's policy, Nangxuan would give them very generous rewards. Not only were the surrounding sacred mountains left for them to choose, but the sect would also help them attack the sacred mountains and help them resist the counterattack of the monsters. Master Lin, your sect has talented people. You started the movement later than us, but the results are better than ours. You are well organized and well planned. We should learn from you. Fellow Daoist Luo, please stop flattering me. This achievement is nothing. After so many years, we haven't even taken down the buffer zone. Haha, Master Lin, you are wrong. This buffer zone has its own advantages. I think for the time being, it is more beneficial not to take it down than to take it down. Fellow Daoist, he is right. The buffer zone is also beneficial. It is a great place for training soldiers. Lin Xiao nodded. The buffer zone was not taken down. First, the Tiansheng Sect was short of financial resources. Second, they did not want to take it down. It would be more beneficial to set up a mail here, constantly attract monsters to come and die, and then let the disciples take turns to fight. Then let's go and see how Master Lin's training ground is. 2 fellow Daoists, please. Lin Xiao nodded. It didn't matter if he went down to inspect. The sect had no core secrets here, and he was not afraid of exposing anything. So Lin Xiao and others landed in Kiao Tao Mountain and started to investigate from the foot of the mountain. The foot of the mountain is now the trade market of Kiao Tao Mountain, located in a valley. The valley is surrounded by cliffs, forming a gourd shape. A war fortress was built on the gourd mouth. The fortress was built with black crystal cannons and god-killing crossbows. Moreover, the two mouths can form crossfire. If a military camp is set up under the mouth, it will be difficult, even if tens of thousands of troops come to attack. The valley is not very big. Now many buildings have been built, with more than a dozen businesses, but the most are inns, which are used for rest and recuperation for monks in the wilderness. Going forward along the valley, you will reach the peak of Kiao Tao Mountain. The peak of Kiao Tao Mountain is extremely steep, and the mountain is rugged. Only a small mountain road for two people to walk side by side was dug, winding up. Going more than 200 meters, you will reach the fortress of Kiao Tao Mountain. The mountain has been hollowed out, with various facilities inside, and a large amount of supplies are stored. Even if the army of monsters attacks and the valley is broken, the monks can retreat to the fortress. Many passages in the fortress are extremely narrow, and the huge monsters cannot get in. If one wants to clear out the monks inside, the best way is to destroy the entire Kiao Tao Mountain, but the price is even heavier. The rock of this bridgehead is hard, and so thick that even you and I may not be able to cut it open with one move. With this fortress, it is no problem to block an army of 100,000 monsters. That's why I said just now that sect leader Lin has capable people under him. The location of this bridgehead mountain is well chosen. With this as a base, half of the buffer zone can be incorporated into the territory of Wu Kingdom in less than 50 years. This location is indeed well chosen. It is right in the middle of the buffer zone between Wu Kingdom and the wilderness. This area is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. If a beast tide occurs, Wu Kingdom only needs to send 50,000 people to be stationed here, and the army of monsters will not dare to invade Wu Kingdom easily. Otherwise it will be easily cut off from retreat. You two, here you go again. Can you please stop talking? I'm about to blush. Sect leader Lin, we are not praising you. You have indeed done a good job. After I go back, I will send a few disciples here to learn from you. Is that okay? Of course, no problem. Welcome. Then Micai and Luo Kingdom will also send a few people. We can't fall behind. Okay, come on. By the way, you all praise me. How are things over there? Lin Xiao replied. The two men praised him desperately. Lin Xiao didn't know how the two countries were doing, and to what extent the wild strategy was implemented. Ahem. Don't be afraid of Master Lin laughing at us. We dare not use troops on a large scale for fear of angering the purple-eyed monster king. So we have always sent small troops to harass. Although we have killed hundreds of thousands of monsters in the past 20 to 30 years, we cannot gain a foothold in the wild, and are still mainly wandering around. That's not bad. It weakened the strength of the purple-eyed demon king. Lin Xiao replied, but it was hard to evaluate in his heart. Although they said that they hunted hundreds of thousands of demon beasts, most of them were low-level demon beasts of the first and second levels. In the eyes of the purple-eyed demon king, these demon beasts were cannon fodder, and they were extremely easy to recover. They were definitely the ones with the highest fertility rate. Maybe they killed more than the demon beasts gave birth. Master Lin, please don't laugh at us. In fact, we also know that we killed more than the demon beasts gave birth. The best way is to migrate, move mortals and cultivators to the wilderness, squeeze the living space of the demon beasts, so that we can completely occupy the wilderness. However, the cultivators in our two countries do not have this courage. It is really slow for our two sects to execute it alone. He said slowly. As cultivators who control a country, their level and vision will not be bad. They know that the Wu Kingdom's approach is the most correct, but it is difficult to copy this approach in their two countries. Because the situation in their country is the same as that in other countries, it is completely dominated by the hegemonic sect. The hegemonic sect accounts for at least 1/3 of the interests of a country, and the rest of the forces are all vassals. It is difficult to make those vassals sacrifice their lives without sufficient pressure or interests. They are very good at pretending to obey but secretly disobeying, and small forces will not easily obey such orders because they cannot afford to sacrifice. There are only so few people in total. If they die, the hegemonic sect will lose, no matter how much reward and support it provides. Then the two families will do it themselves, which is not possible. The reason why they became the hegemonic sect is that they have absolute strength to suppress the other forces. If they lose too much, the other forces will not be so obedient, so in the past 2 or 3 decades, they can be said to be fighting small battles. Lin Xiao also understands this truth, and once again admires the kingly approach of Tiansheng Sect back then, which bound the various sects with interests, and dealt with things fairly. Lin Xiao inherited its will and approach, and now he can mobilize most of the power of Wu State, so that Tiansheng Sect will not fight alone. My two fellow Taoists, having said that, we still have to do what we have to do. Only if the three of us work together can we defeat the Purple-Eyed Demon King. Otherwise, it won't work if we rely on the Wu Kingdom alone. So we have to speed up the matter of migrating mortals and cultivators, Lin Xiao replied. The Purple-Eyed Demon King was able to mobilize tens of millions of demons to join the war in the wilderness. With the strength of the Wu Kingdom, it would be a blessing if they could hold off half of them. Multiple countries must act together. By then, the 3 countries will have to mobilize millions of cultivators to compete with the Purple-Eyed Demon King. Master Lin, we understand. So this time it depends on how many Lingming pills Master Lin can bring us. If our sect produces a few more Lingguan cultivators, the existing financial resources will not be able to support it, so expansion is inevitable, and we can take the opportunity to propose the wilderness strategy. Our endless Lingming pills can be used to lure other forces to participate. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Luo, I will never break my promise. It won't be long before you get news. Lin Xiao nodded. This is probably why they value Lingming pills so much. Not long ago, Luo Mingjun had gathered all the materials for a set of Lingming pills and sent them over. Lin Xiao asked Zhu Xiao to send them to Zuanayu City through the channel. It won't be long before there will be news from Lim Yuxu. Chapter 427, Great Geographical Discoveries. Zishan Dao is one of the 18 Daos of Wu State. When Wu State was first established, only 7 Daos were set up. However, the territory continued to expand, and the administrative regions were divided into more and more. Now there are already 18 Daos. Among the 18 Daos of Wu State, Tiansheng Sect controls 5 Daos, among which Zili Dao is completely controlled and cannot be interfered with by others. The most special thing is that all the territory of Zili Dao is also the territory of Tiansheng Sect. As for the other 4 Daos, Tiansheng Sect does not completely occupy them, but only occupies a part of them, forming a dominant position. In addition, Tiansheng Sect also controls the territory of 3 Daos, and has a large number of vassals under its command. The rest of the Daos are controlled by various powerful sects, and the second-class counties are controlled by those small forces. Zishan Dao is the most remote Dao controlled by Tiansheng Sect. It is still in Qian Mountain and borders Xiang State. Qian Mountain has become the place of governance of Zishan Dao. The other forces are not worth mentioning, because this area is all the place where the surrendered forces of Qingshan County were settled. 300 years have passed, and no forces have risen. At this time, in a barren mountain on the West Mountain Road, several monks were climbing over mountains and ridges. They were not simply climbing over mountains, but walking for a while, and resting for a while. They also took out hosted exam stones, soil and other things. We finally reached the top. After a long time, several people climbed to the top of the mountain. Several young disciples sat down on the stones, breathing heavily, looking extremely tired. How shameful. You're a cultivator, but you're so tired after such a short journey. Master, you're a Daogang master, but I'm only at the 3rd level of condensing veins. I've been accompanying you in the open air these days, and my bones are about to fall apart. You're still complaining about being tired, right? Sect missions are so hard to grab now. If I hadn't brought you out, do you think merit points would be so easy to get? If I accidentally discover some minerals, you guys, as my disciples and assistants, can also share the profits. If you don't want the merit points, go back. One person is not too much for me. The Daogang cultivator said sternly with a stern face. Several disciples immediately laughed and served tea and water. They no longer dared to complain about being tired and served the master comfortably. Master, do you think there are minerals in the West Mountain Road? We have been looking for half a month, but there is no clue at all. Yes, our Wu country is so large, but only 16 minerals have been discovered so far. This is completely unreasonable. I firmly believe that there must be minerals in the West Mountain Road. Really? Of course it's true. Over the years, I have studied the inheritance of geomancies, and have reached a good level. I found that. The master talked about the inheritance of geomancies again. This person is called Lin Xiao. He is the first cultivator in the Tiansheng Sect to respond to Lin Xiao to study the inheritance of geomancies. Lin Xiao's inheritance of geomancies is already good, and he has reached the 4th level, but he lacks practice. This time, the treatment adjustment of the sect's Daogang cultivators made the life of poor disciples like Lin Xiao more difficult, so as soon as Lin Xiao gave the order, Lin Xiao set off with his disciples. In recent years, they have traveled through most of the Wu Kingdom territory. Lin Xiao has discovered many mineral deposits, but he did not report them to the sect, because those mineral deposits are not controlled by the Tiansheng Sect. Even if he reports them, the sect and he will not get any benefits, so he will not report them. This time he came to Zishan Road, because the Tiansheng Sect can fully control it, so he came here, and wanted to achieve some results here. Several disciples watched their master talking, and showed an expression of listening carefully. In fact, their thoughts had already flown away, because they were tired of listening to these theories. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk to you. You know nothing. Lin Xiao also knew what the disciples were thinking. After talking for a while, he felt that it was boring and stopped talking, because geomancers are a very unpopular profession in the Tiansheng Sect. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's constant support, no one would really learn this. Now the younger generation of disciples in the sect all yearn for the profession of alchemy, especially the alchemist, which is the profession that countless disciples dream of. Think about the alchemists like Li Muxu, Bai Zixi, and Yu Xiangxiang. They are not only highly skilled, but also the richest. They are well-known rich people in the sect. I don't know how many people regard them as role models. However, Lin Xiao has always sneered at the dreams of these disciples. If alchemists were so eager to learn, there would not be so few high-level alchemists in the sect. The investment in alchemy alone is not something that ordinary people can afford. Back then, Lin Xiao also ambitiously wanted to become a high-level alchemist, but after studying for a few years, he was not only heavily in debt, but also failed to refine even the first-level elixir, so he gave up. You guys go camp, we will stay here tonight. I think this mountain is definitely promising. Yes, master. Several disciples responded. They would not believe such words, because they had heard it hundreds of times. Lin Xiao ignored the disciples, and took out the stones he dug to study them one by one, analyzing their composition to see if they had any mineral properties. The disciples quickly set up a tent in the leeward place, took out food to heat up, and respectfully invited Lin Xiao to eat. After eating, they went to the tent to meditate and practice. Lin Xiao walked out of the tent, holding a compass in his hand, and kept walking along the ridge, constantly picking on the compass. The moon is setting in the west. It's good feng shui to climb the mountain and look at the moon. The vegetation in this area is so lush, the ground vein must be good. Well, make a mark first, and go dig tomorrow. The pattern of the rabbit looking at the moon is mysterious. This is a sign of spiritual veins. Strange, I didn't feel the existence of spiritual veins during the day. According to the book, it should be an invisible spiritual vein, hidden deep underground. If I have 3 years, I can pull the spiritual vein out. I just don't know what grade this spiritual vein is. If it is a first grade spiritual vein, it will be a loss. The rocks here are dark brown, which should be. Lin Xiao, without the burden of his apprentice, walked through more than a dozen hills within dozens of miles in one night, checked the small flags on the mountains, made marks, and prepared to look for it tomorrow. He didn't come to the mountains in this area to look for mineral veins randomly, but after in-depth research. He had studied the mountain terrain and terrain direction here many times on the map before. This kind of terrain should have some mineral veins. The next morning, after the disciples woke up, Li Jiusi took them to the place where the small flag was planted. He just said one word, dig. The disciples had already gotten used to it. They took out tools such as shovels and started digging around the small flag. They were all immortal cultivators, and the shovels in their hands were also first level magic tools. It was easy to dig a pit. In less than half a day, a large pit with a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of tens of meters appeared. Master, come and see, it's silt clearing soil. They continued to dig down, and soon a disciple shouted, and Li Jiusi jumped directly into the pit. Yes, it's silt clearing soil, the quality is very good. Li Jiusi picked up a ball of soil, smelled it, and there was a hint of joy on his face. This silt clearing soil is a material for refining tools, especially suitable for refining bricks for building cities. When Gangming City was expanded, this silt clearing soil was not found, and it needed to be purchased, which cost a full 600,000 black crystals. And now that Li Jiusi has discovered that there is silted soil here, he won't have to purchase it from outside when expanding Gangming City or other places in the future. He can dig it himself. Presumably, the General Affairs Palace will also give him a lot of merit. Master, what should we do now? Go up and fill the soil back. Then, as I told you before, drill holes in a radius of 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, and 10 kilometers to take soil and check how much of the silt is stored. How long will that take? 1 point per person. Whoever finishes first will be rewarded with a jade pill. I'll go right away. Brother, I'll trouble you here. I'm leaving now. Li Jiusi said, and several disciples immediately ran away. They were all a group of disciples from poor families, and the reward of a jade pill was already very generous. Li Jiusi shook his head and cast a spell to fill the excavated soil back. The sect didn't need the silt now, and it was estimated that no one would be sent to dig immediately, so he only needed to measure the range of reserves. The disciples were busy, and Li Jiusi was not idle either. He immediately went to the next hilltop to dig a pit for inspection, but before he reached the place where he planted the flag, Li Jiusi actually saw a beast that was about to advance into a cave. Strange, although the strength of this West Mountain road is not strong, there are many mortals. The civet cat just now is almost a monster. Is there no one to clean it up, or is it a fish that slipped through the net? Li Jiusi was a little confused, and he immediately followed with interest. After entering the cave, he saw a lot of wild animal skeletons, and those skeletons were basically almost first level monsters. There is wind, underground waterways, and weak mysterious energy. No wonder. Li Jiusi stretched out his hand, feeling the wind blowing from the narrow cave, and faintly heard the sound of water flowing. He concluded that there was an underground river here, and it was estimated that there was a spiritual vein. This can also explain why there are so many beasts that are about to advance here. Li Jiusi took out his flying sword and began to widen the cave neatly. After advancing dozens of meters, a wide cave appeared, and then a black shadow attacked him. Idiot. The one who attacked him was the civet cat just now. Unfortunately, as a Daogang cultivator, he only likely sent out a sword energy to this wild beast that was not even a first level monster, and the civet cat was beheaded. Yes, according to the concentration of Zuan Qi, it should be a second level spiritual vein. Hey, there are still many spiritual medicines. Unexpected wealth. Li Jiusi looked at the cave and saw a lot of growing spiritual medicines. He was overjoyed. This kind of wild spiritual medicine is a free Zuan crystal. Li Jiusi naturally would not despise the place of its grade. He quickly swept away all the spiritual medicines he saw. He estimated that he could sell a few thousand Zuan crystals. After collecting the spiritual medicine, Li Jiusi jumped into the underground river and groped in the river. Soon, Li Jiusi's face changed. He quickly climbed up, took out a fluorescent stone, illuminated the surroundings, and observed the things in his hand. He was holding a handful of mud and sand. Li Jiusi carefully dug the mud and sand away and immediately gasped. It's Zijin of the 5th grade. It's incredible. Li, will get rich this time. After confirming the 2 golden grains in the mud, Li Jiusi was overjoyed. There was Zijin of the 5th grade here. It would be hard not to get rich this time. Chapter 428, Wealth flows in. Greetings, Master. Nan Xiao, Lin Xiao and Liu Mingjun had just returned to Tiansheng Sect when they saw Nan Zuan waiting at the mountain gate. After greeting each other, Lin Xiao asked his disciples to take Liu Mingjun and the other two in first, and he and Nan Zuan walked aside. Master, Li Jiuxi sent a message that he discovered a Zijin vein on the West Mountain Road. Zijin vein, 5th level Zijin? Lin Xiao was shocked. 5th level minerals are extremely precious, and Zijin is a rare variety among 5th level minerals. It is an excellent material for refining equipment, and is of extraordinary value. Yes, Li Jiuxi has sent his disciples to deliver some samples. He said in the sound transmission note that the quality is very high. They were not dug out from the mountain, but fished out from an underground river. If they can be fished out from the underground river, it means that the Zijin reserves are extremely rich. Have you determined the approximate storage capacity? Not yet. Li Jiuxi is still there. He will send us a message as soon as he confirms it. Now there are two other questions. Speak. The first question is that there are 3 small family forces near the Zijin vein. Their strength is not worth mentioning. The strongest family has only 3 purple mansion monks. But it involves rules. What if the Zijin vein extends to their family territory? The second question is that the Zijin vein is very close to the Xiang state, less than 100 miles away. What if the Zijin vein extends to the Xiang state again? Land grabbing is related to the interests of the sect and the Wu kingdom, so we have to do this. Let Li Jiuxi determine the scope of the mineral vein as soon as possible. If it extends to the territories of the 3 families, we will circle it first, and we will compensate them later. For a family with only purple mansion cultivators, the Zijin mineral vein is a disaster, rather than a blessing for them. We must compensate them enough, and not give them a chance to talk about it. As for the Xiang kingdom, our border with Xiang kingdom is not strict. Most of the time, it is just a line that we refer to as a virtual line. If it can be moved, we will move it. If it is only a few dozen miles, then we will move it. Xiang kingdom has only one Lingguang ancestor in charge, and he dare not say anything. Master, will people say we are domineering for this? Haha, so what if we are domineering? We are the overlord of Wu kingdom. It's okay to be a little domineering. Nangsun, don't care about those false reputations. It was the same when Wang Dao occupied Dangsuan Mountain. This is the core interest of our Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao replied that, since Nan Zuan adjusted the personnel structure of Dao Gang level, the contradictions between the upper and lower levels in the sect have eased a little, but they are still bad, mainly because of the lack of financial resources. If the sect can have an annual income of more than 20 million Zuan crystals, then everyone will be satisfied. And now the opportunity has come. This 5th level Zijin is of extraordinary value. 1 catty costs hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals. As long as 1 or 2 catties can be refined in a year, all the confusion can be solved, so Lin Xiao will not miss such a good thing. I understand, Master. I will go and deal with it personally. Okay, be careful, don't publicize this matter. Remember to make a fortune quietly, and let Li Jiuxi come back after he finishes his work, so I can see him. Yes, then I'll go first. Well, you go and get busy. Lin Xiao waved his hand, then returned to the mountain gate, and went to meet Liu Mingjun and Emu. Master Lin, you look smiling. Is there some good news? No, it's just that one of my apprentices has made a breakthrough in cultivation. Then congratulations. Your apprentice has made progress, and I'm very happy as their master. Master Lin, I heard that you have 4 major disciples, and 2 of them are Lingguang cultivators now. Could it be that you have added another Lingguang apprentice? Liu Mingjun said with envy. It was no secret that Lin Xiao had 4 apprentices. Most people in the Wu kingdom knew about it. As the saying goes, a good teacher produces good apprentices. Lin Xiao himself was very famous, and his apprentices also attracted much attention. How could such a good thing happen? It's impossible. Master Lin, I heard that your 4 apprentices are still unmarried. Master Lin thinks that our 2 families. Liu Mingjun brought up the topic of marriage, which made Lin Xiao very speechless. Couldn't they just combine their interests? Why did they have to resort to marriage? Do people in every world like to use marriage to unite interests? Lin Xiao doesn't do that. 3 of his 4 disciples are female disciples, and there is only 1 male disciple. If he marries them, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? So Lin Xiao, with a smile on his face, quickly changed the subject and didn't answer. He talked about other things. After the dinner in the evening, Lin Xiao asked the other disciples to entertain them. As the head of the sect, Lin Xiao had a lot of things to do and couldn't accompany them every day. Luo Mingjun and the others didn't like staying at the mountain gate, so Lin Xiao arranged for them to live in Gangming City. The 2 were very interested in the system and national conditions of Wu State, so they didn't refuse. Instead, they lived very happily in Gangming City. On the other side, in Zishan Road, Nanzuan personally took them there and then talked to 3 nearby families, telling them that a mineral vein was discovered here in Zishan Road. According to the rules, the place where it was discovered is now where mortals live. Whoever discovers it owns it. If you have the ability, come and grab it. So this mineral vein belongs to the Tiansheng Sect, but the Tiansheng Sect is not unreasonable. If the mineral vein extends to their family territory, they will also have a share. However, these mineral veins are valuable. For them, it is a disaster, rather than a blessing. Now they are given 2 choices. First, take a generous compensation and leave. The Tiansheng Sect will arrange for them. Second, give them a certain share. However, mining requires huge investment, and people need to be sent to guard it. It is necessary to bear risks. According to the proportion of shares, they have to invest in it. The heads of the 3 families are not fools. Naturally, they know what Nanzuan means. They are very tactful and say that if the mineral vein really extends to their territory, they will choose the first option and leave with the benefits. After getting a positive answer, Nanzuan expressed his happiness, and then he continuously dispatched people and horses to come over, and part of the consumption of these people and horses was used to purchase materials from the 3 families, which was considered the first benefit for them. With sufficient manpower, Li Xiao was able to carry out the work quickly. Half a month later, he had identified the mineral veins within a radius of 300 miles. This was a large comprehensive mineral vein. Not only was it mixed with the previously cleared silt, but several other associated minerals were also discovered. Zijin was just one of them. Although the output was not high, the quality was excellent. Master Nan, this is the mineral vein trend chart I drew. Currently, within this 300-mile radius, there is not one mineral vein, but a comprehensive mineral vein that is a combination of multiple mineral veins. Comprehensive mineral vein, what do you mean? I've never heard of it before. I've only read about it in books before. The books said that ground veins will move, and when multiple ground veins move and collide with each other, comprehensive mineral veins will be produced, and the same principle applies to associated minerals. The ground veins will move. Are they alive? No, how should I put it? I can't explain it well. Maybe it can be explained by the vicissitudes of life. Anyway, the direction of the ground veins will change and move. Okay, never mind. Anyway, the mineral veins are in our hands now. How are the mineral veins now? Please look, Master Nan, this is the silt clearing soil mine. The quality is very good. No other associated minerals have been found yet. This silt clearing soil is the main material for refining city bricks. Although the price is not high, the output is extremely large. From here to here, there is silt clearing soil in a radius of more than 60 miles. People can be sent to dig a small amount and refine it, just as a training for low-level disciples. This is the Zijin mine. The current reserves of the Zijin mine are still uncertain, but the quality of the gold in the underground river is very high. 2 days ago, I asked people to dig the mud and sand in the underground river. 1 kilogram of Zijin can be extracted for every 10,000 kilograms of mud and sand. If these Zijin are refined again, there will be at least 7 eels. In addition to the river channel of the underground river, the cave has also begun testing, and the specific quantity has not yet been determined. In addition, more than 30 miles of the underground river have been explored, and the exploration is still ongoing. Here, we have discovered associated minerals, which are. Li Xiao told Nangxuan the results of this period one by one, interspersed with a lot of professional terms, which also made Nangxuan confused. Brotherly, I don't quite understand what you said. Please give me a clear answer. Which of these mines is the most valuable? How many people should be invested? And how much profit can be obtained in a year? I want to report to the master. Yes, Master Nan, the most valuable one is the Zijin mine. Not counting the monks guarding it, if young and strong mortals are recruited, the ore dug by 50,000 people in a year can be refined, and at least 20 kilograms of Zijin can be obtained. This is the refined Zijin. According to the current value of Zijin, it is not less than 6 million Zuanjing. 6 million, for sure. In fact, it will cost more than 6 million to develop this place. Take dredging soil for example. Bricks made from dredging soil are very cheap, and a piece of good quality Zuanjing can buy one. But it is no problem to refine tens of millions of bricks from the dredging soil in dozens of miles, and the difficulty of development is also the small list. Condensation vein disciples can refine it, and as long as the sales can be managed, hundreds of thousands of Zuanjing a year will be no problem. There's no need to worry about sales. The Tiansheng Sect intends to renovate Xianluo City, relocate the mortals, and build a complete city for cultivating immortals. In addition, a fortress is being built in the wilderness. Those families need this kind of bricks to build their clan lands. Li Xiao, how much investment is needed to develop these mineral veins? This, Master Nan, I'm not sure, but 1 or 2 million Zuan crystals must be needed in the early stage. For such a large area, the main thing is to prevent others from stealing and digging, and to protect the formations and patrolling monks. I see. I'll take care of these things. You should sort out the matters about the mineral veins and hand them over to me. Brotherly, congratulations. You have made great contributions to the sect this time. The sect leader said that he will meet you when you go back. You should be prepared. Ah, Master Nan, the sect leader wants to see me? Li Xiao was a little confused. As an ordinary cultivator with no background and no special skills, his status in the sect was extremely ordinary. It could be said that he had never met Lin Xiao many times, let alone a private meeting. The master won't eat you, so what are you afraid of? Be more confident when the time comes. The master will definitely reward you handsomely this time. Understood. Thank you, Master Nan. Don't worry, Master Nan, I will definitely perform well. Li Xiao immediately grinned. As expected, his life was about to turn around, and he was going to become rich. Chapter 429 Li Xiao. When Li Xiao learned that Lin Xiao was going to meet him, he was immediately filled with strength. Needless to say, he started working hard, taking several apprentices and the assistant assigned by Nanzuan, and kept running around within a radius of hundreds of miles. Nanzuan also began to mobilize young and strong mortals to mine. Mining is about digging for money. One home may yield several pieces of black crystals, so naturally they cannot be missed. The governor of Zishan Road was also supported by the Tiansheng Sect. Nanzuan came in person, so he naturally did not dare to delay. He personally sent orders to several county magistrates in Zishan Road, asking them to mobilize young and strong mortals to mine. There is no such thing as corvée for mortals in the world of cultivating immortals. They are paid for working for the government. Although the money is not much, and is also a kind of apportionment, it is still much better than mortals in many places. Nanzuan asked for 50,000 young and strong men in the first batch, and sent dozens of low-level disciples to help. Mortals are not like cultivators. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are much more troublesome. Moreover, if the young and strong men are withdrawn, farming will also be affected. Money and food must be mobilized from other places. This is not something that a governor can do. Nanzuan has to coordinate it personally. A few days later, 500 old and weak dragon horses from the beast taming hall were also dispatched. Dragon horses are much stronger than ordinary cattle and horses. They can be harnessed to a carriage and pull 1,000 or 2 kilograms of goods without any problem. The defensive formation was also quickly set up, divided into 2 layers. One is a large formation that covers hundreds of miles in radius. It has no protective power, and is mainly used as a warning. However, there are cultivators patrolling at ordinary times. The other is the formation on the mine, which is much more strict. For this reason, Li Xiao had to send people to open up the ground veins and draw out the hidden spiritual veins underground to provide mysterious energy for the formation and reduce losses. The magical instruments used in the mine were also made soon after. These magical instruments were not of high level, and were all for mortals to use. Otherwise, the efficiency of mining with mortal steel would be extremely low. This busy work lasted for more than half a year. Within half a year, the Zijin mine had begun production. The previous cave was continuously widened, and half of the mountain was flattened, exposing the underground river directly to everyone. The young and strong dug out the ore, crushed it, and then handed it over to the cultivators for refining. The Tiansheng Sect was very familiar with these processes. Nanzuan appointed several people in charge, and then went back. Now several people in charge are in charge here. Lin Xiao, Li Jiusi is here to report. At the gate of the Tiansheng Sect, Li Jiusi met Nanzuan again. In front of Nanzuan, there was a bag of Zijin, which was the finished product that had just been refined and could be used directly for refining instruments. The quantity was not much, just over 1 pound, but it was worth hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals. 1/3 of the initial investment in the mine had been earned back. To return to the chief, after the appraisal, the Zijin produced in Zishan Road is indeed of better quality than the ones we bought outside. If we don't raise the price, our Zijin will have a greater advantage. There was a person beside Nanzuan, who was an appraiser in Gangming City. After comparing the Zijin brought by Li Jiusi, "Thank you for your hard work, you can go and do your work." Nanzuan nodded, indicating that he understood, and the appraiser bowed and left. "Senior brother Li, sit down, don't be nervous, this appraisal is the rule. Now everything is fine, thank you, Chief Nan. Senior brother Li, this is your merit approval document this time, you can take a look." Nanzuan sent another jade slip to Li Jiusi. Li Jiusi scanned it with his spiritual sense and immediately showed a happy expression, because the jade slip showed that the merit points given to him by the sect this time were 1 million, which was all his income in the past 5 or 6 years. And unlike the monthly salary, this is a merit point for meritorious service, which is no less than the military merit. In the future, the merit points for exchanging Lingming Dan must account for at least 60%. "Thank you, Master Nan. Thank you, Master. Thank you, the sect." "Haha, Senior brother Li, you don't have to be like this. This is what you deserve, and this is the reward for the mineral veins that have been discovered so far. If more mineral veins are discovered in the future, there will be more subsidies." Yes, thank you very much. Well, I remember that Senior brother Li and several other disciples also participated. Write a report in a few days, and then we will reward them together according to their merits. Yes, Master Nan. Okay, I won't keep you any longer. The master is almost free now, you can go see him. Okay. Li Jiusi was a little excited and began to speak incoherently. It was the first time for him to get resources worth millions of black crystals at once. Li Jiusi went out and soon came to Lin Xiao's cave along the road. There were disciples on duty. After explaining his purpose, the disciples let him in. Li Jiusi greets the sect master. "Jiusi, no need to be polite. Please sit here. Someone, bring the tea." When Lin Xiao saw Li Jiusi, he immediately smiled and asked someone to bring tea. Soon, a disciple brought the tea. "Jiusi has made great contributions to the sect this time. The minerals this time have arrived very timely. Has Nangxuan given you a reward?" "Yes, Master, just now." "That's good. Rewards should be given for meritorious service, and rewards should be given in a timely manner." "Yes, Master." "Jiusi, you are the highest level geomancer in the sect now. How long do you think it will take you to be promoted to the 4th rank upper grade?" "Well, Master, I don't know how to explain this. The grade division of the geomancer inheritance is very vague. It cannot be divided according to elixirs, talismans, weapons and formations, but I'm not sure how to divide it specifically. It should be the understanding and application of the content of the geomancer inheritance. To be honest, my head is also a mess now." Li Jiusi replied. The grade of the geomancer inheritance is very unreliable. Taking alchemy as an example, the grade division is clear, and elixirs of different grades have clear levels of difficulty and efficacy. The level is clear at a glance, but it is different for geomancers. It does not mean that the grade is what the discovered spiritual vein is. This master doesn't understand the inheritance of geomancers either. You are the one with the highest level now. So how do you think you can quickly improve your level? Practice, master. I found that there are many mistakes and omissions in the inheritance of geomancers. Many of these books were written thousands or tens of thousands of years ago, which is very different from the current environment. Moreover, the people who wrote them down have not traveled all over the world of immortal cultivation, so the books are not all correct. Only by practicing by yourself can you quickly improve your level. Okay, since you have this understanding, this master supports you. GUC, you should know that the sect is now implementing the wilderness strategy. However, the wilderness is full of dangers and the benefits are not great, so the sect lacks reasons to persuade others to go there. So I decided to send you to the wilderness to find minerals and sacred mountains. Here I have a full set of equipment to reward you, including shields, inner armor, combat boots, flying swords, and talismans. They are all top grade 4th level products. In addition, I will send 2 monks of the 12th level of Dao Gang to protect you, which is enough to make you invincible in the wilderness buffer zone. As long as the 5th level Demon King does not appear, or you are besieged by tens of thousands of demon beasts, you can be guaranteed to be safe. Lin Xiao took the opportunity to send Li Jiusi to the wilderness. The development of the wilderness was not strong enough, and the benefits were not big enough. If there were some extremely valuable minerals, people would take the initiative to go there without the Tiansheng Sect's intervention. Li Jiusi said that practice could improve his level, which was even better. By the way, it also solved the problem of system upgrade. This was a win-win situation, so Lin Xiao would not miss it. Master, this is too precious. Li Jiusi was stunned. A 4th grade high quality magic weapon costs hundreds of thousands. A defensive magic weapon is even more expensive, maybe millions. How many black crystals does this full set of equipment cost? This made Li Jiusi, who was always poor, almost dumbfounded. This is my personal reward to you. Take it. It's not worth much. You should work hard in the future and make contributions to the sect. It will be a reward for me. I really feel bad about it. How about breaking through the Earthmaster inheritance to the 4th grade high quality within 5 years? Okay, I promised the master that I will do it. Haha, that's fine. You can go down and have a rest. When you go to the wilderness, just go find Nanzuan directly. Yes, master. Li Jiusi left with a storage bag in his pocket, looking a little dazed. Before today, his entire belongings did not exceed 500,000 black crystals, but after today, his net worth is at least 5 or 6 million. This gap really made him feel a little flattered. Master, you are taking sides. It's unfair. Yinanayu, what the hell are you talking about? Say it again. Ahem. Master, Zhang Qingshan will go crazy if he knows about this. He has been planning for that Lingming pill for decades. That has nothing to do with me. It's fair competition. By the way, Yinanayu, I'm warning you, if anything happens to Li Jiusi, you will all be buried with him. Master, are we that kind of people? Yinanayu shouted hurriedly. Lin Xiao suspected that they were going to attack Li Jiusi. How was this possible? Not to mention that Li Jiusi was already valued by Lin Xiao. Even if nothing happened, they would not dare to do it. I'm telling you, it's good that you don't dare. This kind of thing involves my taboos and bottom line, and it must not be violated. Understood? How could we possibly do such a thing? Zhang Qingshan doesn't have the courage either. Okay, what's the matter? News came from Zuanayu City. Senior Sister Li has refined the first furnace of Lingming pills and produced 3 pills, completing the task. Now the Lingming pills are on the way back, and it is estimated that they will arrive in 2 months. 3 Lingming pills, but I won't lose money on this order. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. He refined 3 Lingming pills in the first furnace. It is very likely that the next 2 furnaces will exceed this number. As long as there is 1 more, he will not lose money, and he will only make more and more in the future. Should we tell Liu Mingjian and the others the news now? You can tell them, and ask them to raise the 2nd and 3rd furnaces of Lingming pills as soon as possible, and send them to Zuanayu City as soon as possible. The strength of Kai and Luo and Ziluo will also increase dramatically, and the wilderness strategy can be accelerated. Master, don't always think about others. Where are our Lingming pills? Several of my Yixiao have reached the 12th level of Dao Gang, and we are short of them. Yi Nanayu, what are you thinking about? Do you need Lingming pills when you reach the 12th level? Where are the merit points? Let me tell you, I need to check the accounts. I know how many merits you Yixiao have made, so don't mess around with me. Oh, my master, how can you wrongly accuse me? How dare I forge things? It's really that their merit points are almost the same, and we are also short of manpower. Report if you have merit points. I'll know after checking. Don't try to cheat me. Also, someone in the sect is about to make a breakthrough. I'll treat everyone equally. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. He didn't know Yi Nanayu yet. This guy would do anything to pry resources from him. On the contrary, the sect was much more honest. The accounts were all in the open, and you would know once you checked. Chapter 430. Absolutely the right choice. In a shop in Gangming City, Luo Mingjin and Emu sat opposite each other. There was a jade bottle between them. There were 3 Lingming pills in the jade bottle. Until now, they were still very excited and felt that this was unreal. Qian Luo State had been exploited by the 2 great powers of Qi and Qin for hundreds of years. Every time they went to refine Lingming pills, they had to mobilize experts to protect them, travel thousands of miles to Beiyu City or other cities, and then go to the door to ask someone to refine the pills and pay a deposit, and then sign an extremely unfair contract so that they could get 2 Lingming pills. They had counted before and after that, in addition to the materials for Lingming pills, they had to pay at least 2 to 3 million Zuan crystals to get these 2 Lingming pills, and rushing back from Beiyu City was also dangerous. If the news leaked, they could easily be killed on the way. But now, they only need to collect materials to get 3 Lingming pills. The difference in price is not a little bit. Brother Luo, it seems that our choice back then was correct. Not only is it correct, it's absolutely correct. Just relying on this Lingming pill, we have made a fortune. Yes, this makes me look forward to Wu Kingdom's wilderness strategy more and more. It seems that it is no longer empty talk. We have to start to exert our efforts. He mused lightly. He had told Lin Xiao before that the slow progress of Qian Luo Kingdom's wilderness strategy was due to various reasons, but he did not actually say the most important reason, because that was that the 2 countries did not trust Wu Kingdom very much and did not put in any effort at all. Okay, if we get 9 Lingming pills this time, our 2 countries will have at least 4 or 5 more Lingguang monks within 20 years. The strength of our 2 countries has greatly increased, and we also need more territories to support the monks. I don't plan to stay in New Country. I will directly annex them after I go back this time. Do you really want to annex U Country? Yes, we can't keep it. It's too dangerous to rely on 1 or 2 teleportation arrays to transport troops. Besides, with U Country's territory, we can still use the teleportation arrays when necessary. U Country is surrounded by Wei Country. You'd better be careful not to cause any misunderstandings. Don't worry, I will supervise it personally and will never attack Wei Country. It's just that I didn't expect Wu Country to be so long lasting. Wei Country has fallen into their hands for so long. Ahem, let's not talk about this. Brother Luo, how are you going to distribute these 3 Lingming pills? What do you mean, brother He? Choose the best. Our 2 countries must work together. This time, with the 9 Lingming pills, it would be best if we can cultivate 7 or 8 Lingguang monks. 7 or 8, this requirement is extremely high. Luo Mingjin raised his eyebrows. The probability of Lingmingdon's breakthrough is only about 50%, and this is also a probability. It does not mean that 5 out of 10 people will succeed. It also has to test the cultivator's qualifications, comprehension, resources, mentality and many other requirements. If the strength is strong and the luck is good, it is possible for all 10 people to break through successfully, but the difficulty is very high. So we have to admit the best candidates. Brother Luo, have you seen the Lingguang monks of the Tiansheng Sect? They are all very young, have good qualifications, are full of drive, and are not afraid of death. As for our 2 countries, many monks have become old foxes. They have reached the 12th level of Dao Gang by relying on their age and qualifications. They no longer have great ambitions, so we must eliminate these people and let younger and better qualified disciples take the Lingming pill. You're right, but you also said that they are very old. If this goes on, I'm afraid some people will not accept it. It's simple. Brother Luo can use the excuse of communicating with the Wu Kingdom to call people to the Wu Kingdom. Just call one person at a time, and this time, Brother Luo will lend me the Lingming pill first, and then I will return it to you when the Zenling grass of my Qianluo Kingdom is mature. By then, our confidants will have a few more Lingguang monks, and you and I will support each other. Can those Daogang monks still rebel? Brother He, are you going to do the same in a few years? That's right. I've seen it clearly in Wu country. It's right to make use of young people. They are energetic. Unlike our country, the overall situation is controlled by those old guys. The whole country is in a state of decadence. Look at their chief elder. He dared to attack the Daogang group right after taking office. We don't have this kind of courage. When we are powerful enough, we will directly announce that cultivators over 400 years old will not have the right to exchange falling Ming pills. We must give young people opportunities. Brother He is very courageous. Brother Luo, now is not the time to praise us. You know, Wei country belongs to Wu country. Now Kang country is leaderless, and is also a piece of meat in the mouth of Wu country. In the future, we will be neighbors with Wu country. Aren't you worried about such a powerful and terrifying neighbor? Indeed, I'm worried too. Okay, I will lend you Lingming pill this time. Okay, we will all send a message back, and let our confidants come to Wu country, to break through with the help of Wu country's Lingxian. When they break through, the remaining 2 furnaces of Lingming pills will be almost refined. By then, we will not be afraid of civil strife. Let's do it. Luo Mingjun nodded. He Mu's words made him agree with this approach. Wu Kingdom is now about the same strength as them, but it may not be the case in a few years. It is not a good thing to have a neighbor who is too strong. Qianluo Kingdom and Ziluo Kingdom want to send people to Wu Kingdom for a breakthrough, but they didn't go back. What's going on? Are they afraid of being robbed? Lin Xiao was a little dumbfounded after hearing the news that the 2 countries were going to send people to Wu Kingdom for a breakthrough. Are He Mu and Luo Mingjun crazy? They dare to entrust him with such a big thing. It seems that no one dares to snatch it. Except us. No one in the southwestern part of Nansao has this strength. Maybe it has something to do with their country. What do you mean? Their country is unstable. That won't happen. Maybe there will be a problem with the ownership of the Lingming pill. According to the report from Lin Xiao, there are many cultivators in Qianluo and Ziluo who are eligible to exchange for the Lingming pill, but some of them are too old, and their potential is not good after the breakthrough. It happens that their qualifications are relatively old, so maybe they want to avoid these people. I see. But it is not easy for us to arrange it. Shanmen and Qianyang Mountain are both important places of the sect. How to arrange it is still a difficult task. We can let them postpone it for 2 years. The spiritual veins of Gangming City and Beiwu Mountain can be upgraded within these 2 years. We can arrange them then. Beiwu Mountain just needs to prevent them from going to the workshop area of Kindling Wine. There is no other secret. Okay, that's it. And besides, we should be clear with our brothers about the cost of this breakthrough. Don't worry, Master, we never do business at a loss. Well, also tell Li Muxu to refine the remaining 2 furnaces of Lingming pills as soon as possible. I'm ready to take action in Zhongsao. Lin Xiao nodded. Just arrange it. As long as there is money to be made, anything is fine. Soon, Nanzuan discussed the cost of the breakthrough with Luo Mingjun and the others. The time was calculated by year. 500,000 Zuan crystals a year, and only let the spirit vein provide enough Zuan Qi, and the rest was their own responsibility. Both of them agreed. A year later, with a loud noise that shook the earth, Beiwu Mountain took the lead in upgrading the spirit vein to the 5th grade lower grade. After more than 200 years, Beiwu Mountain finally upgraded the spirit vein. Half a month later, the spirit vein of Beiwu Mountain became stable. Luo Mingjun's eldest disciple entered Beiwu Mountain for a treat and breakthrough, and Luo Mingjun went to protect him personally. Another half year later, after the earthquake, Gangming City's Zuan Qi surged more than 10 times, and its spiritual veins were upgraded to the 5th grade lower grade. The time between the two was very close. The cost of upgrading Gangming City's spiritual veins was much higher than that of Beiwu Mountain, and there were many monks in Gangming City. Every year, they had to use Zuan crystals to absorb Zuan Qi and blow it into the air to make up for the lack of Zuan Qi. At this time, once it broke through to the 5th grade, it saved Gangming City a lot of Zuan crystals. At least it didn't need to blow Zuan Qi anymore. The one who entered Gangming City and broke through was a trusted junior of He Mu. Like Liu Mingjin's disciples, they were all young and talented, and their success rate was extremely high. In fact, it was the same. 2 years later, the two of them successfully came out of seclusion, and at this time, the Lingming pill refined by Li Muxu had also been refined. 6 were handed over to Liu Mingjin again, and Li Muxu kept one, but only Lin Xiao knew about this. Li Muxu left it for Jia Mengren or Yuan Royan. Lin Xiao was the head of the sect, and had to be selfless, but she was not. She still had to support her junior brothers and sisters, so she didn't make it public. If they couldn't get the Lingming pill or failed, Li Muxu would help. Liu Mingjin and He Mu called their confidants to come for a retreat again. This retreat took a longer time, and it took 5 years to break through, but they still succeeded. This success rate or luck was extremely scary. All 4 Lingming pills succeeded, which was a big deal. Tiansheng Sect had repeatedly experienced breakthrough phenomena in recent years, and there were too many speculations from the outside world. Lin Xiao had to shirk the blame, and directly held a banquet in Gangming City to push Liu Mingjin and others out. This resolved the doubts, and made many people feel relieved. If there were 4 more Lingguan cultivators in Wu State, would people still be able to survive? Liu Mingjin did not blame Lin Xiao for pushing them out, because after they each had 2 more spiritual helpers, they were no longer afraid of domestic civil strife, and had the strength to suppress it absolutely. So after the banquet, both of them took their disciples back. They had to go back to reorganize the sect, and then decide who would own the remaining Lingming pills. When Liu Mingjin and his group left, Lin Xiao also left Tiansheng Sect immediately. At this time, Li Jiuxi had been in the wilderness for nearly 10 years. In these years, Li Jiuxi not only discovered many mineral veins in the wilderness, but also had reached the level of a 4th grade upper grade Earth Master. This left Lin Xiao with only one secret realm left to upgrade his system, so Lin Xiao could no longer bear it. A month and a half later, most of the high-end combat power of Tiansheng Sect gathered in Gangming City. In the open, there were Li Muxu, Bai Zichen, Bai Zehe, and Yinan Yu. In the dark, there were En Hanfeng, Zhang Qingsun, and Arking. Together with Lin Xiao in the system's real person mode, there were 9 people. Bai Mianhu and Li Ho did not take action directly. They wanted to rescue Tishi. Chapter 431 Yang Erming. A month later, 500 miles outside the city of Dun in Zhangzhou, Lin Xiao met the 8-faced fox Zi Yunfei. He did not come alone, but brought 2 other people with him, a man and a woman. Yunfei greets the headmaster. Yunfei, you don't need to be polite. You've worked hard. Everything is for the sect. Yunfei doesn't feel tired. Headmaster, let me introduce you. This is my good brother Yang Erming, and this is my sister-in-law Yuziana. Yang Erming, meet Headmaster Lin. Yuziana, meet Headmaster Lin. You two don't need to be polite. Since you are people Yunfei trusts, you are also his family. Headmaster, let me tell you about the situation of the Thorn God base. The Dan City Secret Realm is one of the most important bases of the Thorn God. It should be said that 1/3 of the Thorn God's power is here. According to our statistics over the years, in the past 200 years, in the Dan City Secret Realm, Thorn God has cultivated 1 Shengsu, 10 Lingguang, more than 30 Daogang, and hundreds of Zifu. Now in the Secret Realm, there are 3 Shengsu cultivators, 17 Lingguang cultivators, more than 40 Daogang, more than 70 Zifu, and more than 1,300 people under the Zifu. In addition, every 20 years, an old ancestor of the 7th Golden Body Realm will come to take charge, but generally speaking, this person will only take charge of the Secret Realm for 5 years, and he must leave after 5 years. It is very regular. He left 3 years ago, and he will not come back early, unless something major happens. So what we have to deal with are actually the 17 Lingguan monks and the 3 Shengsu monks, right? Not entirely. Half a month ago, I went to Yuxinmen to accept the task of hunting down several high-level monks from Tiansheng Sect. At that time, I will take away 3 to 5 Lingguang monks and try to take away 2 Shengsu monks. I'm sure of the Lingguang monks, but the head of the Shengsu monks must be prepared to deal with the two. In this way, what the head of the sect really has to deal with are the 10 Lingguang monks and those Daogang Zifu. The head of the sect should not underestimate these Daogang Zifu. If they are used as the backbone and thousands of monks are assembled to form a large formation, the Lingguang monks may not be able to defeat them, so people must be sent to disrupt their deployment, and they must not be allowed to form a large formation. Head of the sect, how many troops did you bring this time? 9 Lingguangs and 50 Daogangs. 9 Lingguangs. Even if Brother Yang is included, there will only be 10 people. This. Zi Yunfei was stunned. 10 Lingguangs against 10 Lingguangs. Even if Yang Erming could launch a sneak attack on one of them, he would have no chance of winning. By then, there might be 2 Shengsu left. Don't worry, Yunfei. Do you think I will come to die? We are enough to kill everyone in the assassin. But I hope that Brother Yang can control the exit of the secret realm and not let anyone out. As far as I know, the secret realm will only have one entrance and exit for the sake of secrecy. We have indeed only seen one entrance and exit for many years. Brother Yang, Master Lin, don't worry. On the day of action, only my husband and I will be on duty at the entrance and exit. We will never let anyone leave at that time. That's good. Then we just have to wait for the day of action. The tactics have been made very clear before. When the time comes, Brother Yang will let us into the secret realm. We will eliminate all enemies and then retreat one by one. You have seen the plan, right? I have seen it, Master. That's good. Brother Yang, can I have a word with Yunfei alone? Master Lin, please do as you please. Yang Erming nodded, and then the two of them left the room, leaving only Lin Xiao and Bai Mianhu. Master, are you worried about Brother Yang? Yunfei, is he reliable? This time I have brought 70% of the sect's combat power. Once we die, the Tiansheng Sect will be finished. Reliable, I guarantee this with my life. Yang Erming and Yuziana are both orphans adopted by the God of Thorns, but their natures are not bad, and years of killing have made them extremely disgusted. They thought about leaving the God of Thorns a long time ago, and it was me who kept persuading them to stay. Moreover, I have saved Yang Erming many times, and he is also a grateful person. If you say that all this is a lie to me, then it can only be said that my identity has long been exposed, and his acting skills are really amazing. Okay, then I believe you. We will be responsible for Dan City, and you have to rescue Tishi too. Master, don't worry, we already have a complete plan. Tiansheng Sect and Yuxin Sect have been at odds with each other for a long time. It is not convenient for them to start a war, but they often offer rewards for hunting down each other's disciples. I already have an identity as a mercenary outside, and we will put all the blame on Yuxin Sect when the time comes. Zi Yunfei replied that this was a feature of Zhang Cao. They did not allow assassination organizations to exist, but they could issue missions to assassinate enemies openly. All the assassins had to do was accept the mission openly. It was well known that the Tiansheng Sect and the Yuxin Sect were at odds with each other. They could control it before, just disgusting each other and sabotaging each other in public. Now, both sides have started to offer rewards for assassination. The next step is a full-scale conflict. However, this step is difficult to take. The strength of the two sects is similar, and it is easy to end up in a situation where both sides perish. Therefore, neither side wants to take advantage of the other, and will not do so unless it is absolutely necessary. Okay, that's good. We will hide in a village 30 miles away from here. When you leave, find a way to notify us. We should act at the same time as much as possible. One is to cover you, and the other is to prevent the enemy from coming back to rescue. Master, after this, do I need to continue to lurk? Yes, continue to lurk. As long as the Thorn God is not destroyed, you must continue to lurk. Master, I have a question. Why do you target the Thorn God so much, and want to completely destroy them? Just because of the assassination that year? Yes and no, you will know the specific reason later. Now the sect can't support you too much, so I can only give you this. Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head. Destroying the Thorn God is a side quest of the system. Although the system never urges, Lin Xiao will not let it go. Zi Yunfei swept his consciousness and was shocked when he saw the things in the storage bag. Lin Xiao quickly made a hush gesture, asking him not to make a sound. Zi Yunfei nodded solemnly and left. Bang Xiangsuan Sect's Mountain Gate, Blackwater Peak. This is the base camp of Xiangsuan Sect's Blackwater platform. At this time, Tishi fell to the ground and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Next to him stood King Nian with a sullen face. You actually suspected my uncle Wuhe. You are simply looking for death. Ahem. Master King Nian, I'm just handling it impartially. Wuhe. Shut up. If you say it again, I will kill you immediately. Tishi shut his mouth obediently, with a painful expression on his face, but he was very happy in his heart, because not long ago, Tishi deliberately led the matter to a golden body cultivator under the pretext of searching for Yuxin and spies, and that golden body cultivator was from King Nian's faction, which naturally made King Nian furious, and beat him up. Tell me, was it the person behind you who instructed you? Master King Nian, it's unfair. I have been imprisoned by you at the gate of Xiangsuan Sect for so many years. No matter how powerful we are, we can't reach the gate of Xiangsuan Sect. Then why are all the accusations directed at my uncle Wuhe? I told you not to kill me. Speak. There is nothing wrong with my investigation. I just pointed out the direction, and those who did the work are all your men. Taoist Wuhe has some problems. He has been too close to his apprentice, and his apprentice is the younger brother of the #1 suspect in Xiangsuan Sect. Isn't there any connection between them? What do you know? This is the private matter of each peak, and has nothing to do with this matter. If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. But Lord King Nian, I have a plan that can prove his innocence. Speak. Xiangsuan Sect is now confronting Yuxin Sect. The cause is because of the giant black crystal mine. Send Taoist Wuhe as apprentice to take charge, and then I will personally supervise in secret. Naturally, I can see whether he is loyal. Now that the Zuanjing mine is in the hands of the Xiangsuan Sect, they receive a huge amount of income every year, and the more Zuanjing is mined, the less it will be. If the Yuxin Sect wants to take over the mine, they will definitely act as soon as possible and force them to contact each other. As long as they contact us, we will be able to find clues and even take them down directly. If they don't contact us, and Wuhe Daoji's apprentice is innocent, then it will be a normal rotation. Besides, guarding the Zuanjing mine is a lucrative job and no one should dislike it. You want to take the opportunity to escape. It's unfair, Lord Wuhe. I'm only a Daogang cultivator. Can't you keep an eye on me by sending 2 Lingguan cultivators? If not, send a Shengsu cultivator. That should be fine, right? But I always feel like you're up to something. Ahem, how dare I? My life is in your hands. Can I beat a Shengsu cultivator? Is there no other way? Yes, there is, but not as good as this. This is a good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If your senior brother is really innocent, he can get a lucrative job for nothing. Then why do you have to go in person? Can't I send someone else? I can send someone else, but Lord King Nian, your senior brother knows all the people in your faction, so it's inevitable that he will show mercy. If someone else comes, can you trust him? Only I have no sect or school, so I will be the most fair. Besides, if I really find something, you will be the first person I report to, so you will have time to maneuver by then. Okay, then I will accompany you in person. If you dare to play tricks, I will kill you first. I dare not. I dare not. I absolutely dare not play tricks, Taishi said cautiously. Since Luo Yun was rescued by him, his life has been much more difficult. He was often beaten, so Taishi also learned to keep his tail between his legs and behave himself without any arrogance as before. Set off in 7 days, King Nian said lightly, and then someone took Taishi away. He was a man who had no freedom in Xiangsuan Sect. So what's the matter? A spy from Jade Immortal Sect reported that Jade Immortal Sect has once again increased the bounty for some talented disciples of our Xiangsuan Sect. Many independent cultivators have already accepted the task, and many of them are well known in the world of immortal cultivation, so they are very difficult to deal with. The Commander-in-Chief asked you to quickly resolve this matter. Do not let the independent cultivators succeed and undermine our morale. Got it. I'll take care of this matter. Tell the Commander-in-Chief that we can also fight back. It's just some bounty. Just give it out. Yes, sir. The disciples left quickly, and King Nian's face turned cold. In fact, he didn't take the bounty from Jade Immortal Sect to heart. This kind of task of raising troops was basically prepared for independent cultivators, and disciples of large sects would not do it. But those independent cultivators had little combat power, and he was not afraid of them at all. But this time, Tishi was very different. Perhaps it was a chance for him to avenge the humiliation he suffered last time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432, Joint Action. 7 days later, Jiang Fengaiyu, the most beloved disciple of Wu Huadaojin of Tiansheng Sect, went to the giant black crystal mine that was in dispute with Yuxinman to take charge and serve as the guardian elder. Most of this giant black crystal mine was located in the territory of Tiansheng Sect, and a small part was in the territory of Yuxinman, so the two sects had a dispute. Now the two sects are digging at the same time, and even the digging has penetrated each other, and then the monks of the two sects fought in the mine, so the pressure of the guardian elder is not small. However, pressure is pressure, and the benefits are also very great. Even if the guardian elders share the profits in compliance with the law, it is a large number. If they can move up and down, even the Shengsu monks will be very tempted. After Jiang Fengaiyu left, King Nian also took a few people to station outside the black crystal mine to monitor Jiang Fengaiyu to see if he really colluded with Yuxinman and endangered the sect. Although King Nian was angry at Taishi's ignorance of the current situation, he really admired Taishi's ability. Taishi had really found many spies in the past few years at the Tiansheng Sect, and a lot of evidence also pointed to Jiang Fengaiyu, which made King Nian very worried. If someone took the opportunity to rectify their line, it would be no small matter. Sir, there is news from the border that the mission to kill the scattered cultivator mercenaries failed and they disappeared. What? Why did it fail? What are the disciples guarding the border for? They can let people go, even if they have intelligence. As soon as King Nian and his party arrived outside the Zuanjing mine, they received very bad news. The mercenaries who received the assassination mission from the Yuxin sect disappeared in the border, which made King Nian extremely angry. The Yuxin sect planted a traitor in them, and they also planted people in the Yuxin sect. They had obtained detailed intelligence and asked the cultivators guarding the border to kill this group of people, but they actually let them run away. I don't know. There was only this news from the other side of the border without any explanation. Notify them. Blackwater Station will be stationed in the border to investigate the case. Also dispatch personnel from the sect to protect the people on the task list. Yes, sir. There is one more thing. Someone has taken your task this time. King Nian was stunned when he heard it, and then he sneered. His task has been hanging in the Yuxin sect for many years, but no one dared to take it since 20 years ago, because the people who took it in the past not only failed in the assassination, but also none of them returned alive, so no one dared to target him anymore. Sir, the spy reported that the person who took the task was called Shi Tai, who was at the 3rd level of Lingguang, but his methods were extremely powerful, especially his poisoning skills. It is not ruled out that he has the support of someone behind the scenes. Please be careful. A mere Lingguang dared to take advantage of me. It's really a joke. Tell the outer disciples to let him come. I want to see how capable he is. When King Nian heard that the person who took the task was just a Lingguang cultivator, he was so angry that he laughed. He was a great ancestor of Shengsu. When did he not even take Lingguang cultivators seriously? Just when King Nian was angry, in a small town 300 miles away, Zi Yunfei, the 8-faced fox, had mobilized many of the assassins to gather here, including two Shengsu cultivators, 8 Lingguang cultivators, and Li Hozan Lin Xiao. Seniors, I would like to thank you for coming to help me. Zi Yunfei looked at the 9 people around him and thanked them one by one. His action this time was also planned for a long time in the Thorn God. Since Zi Yunfei obtained a high position in the Thorn God, he has won over many people with his loyalty and generous style. Moreover, he has always been a radical among the Thorn God. He thinks that it is shameful that the Thorn God has been suppressed by major sects and his strength has been weakening. The Thorn God must find a new way out. He also tried his best to stop the Thorn God's plan to march into Nanzhao. The reason is that Nanzhao is poor and weak. Even if it occupies a large area, it is not as good as a small area in Zhangzhou. Moreover, he believes that you can get up from where you fall. If the Thorn God wants to succeed, he must start from Zhangzhou to open up the situation. For this reason, Xi Yunfei is constantly planning for the Thorn God to whitewash all the operations of Li Hou and others and disperse them to hide in various places. These practices are actually common practices within the Night Owl, but under Xi Yunfei's planning, these practices have already appeared to be extremely successful. This action is the premise for Xi Yunfei's strategy to succeed completely. Xi Yunfei will launch Li Hou, who is aliased as Shitai, to become famous in the Zhangzhou Xiuxin world by assassinating the high-level cultivator of Tiansheng Sect, and then publicly recruit people. At that time, the people who had previously washed up can appear openly, and at the same time, absorb those real casual cultivator mercenaries. As long as the territory is far away from Tiansheng Sect, they can naturally gain a foothold, and then slowly absorb the personnel of the Thorn God, and completely separate the Thorn God from the pursuit of the major sects. After Xi Yunfei's continuous lobbying, this strategy has penetrated into the hearts of many people. The high-level cultivators and the Thorn God also hate this situation of being hunted down, which is extremely detrimental to their practice, so they have to change this situation. So many people support Xi Yunfei. Lin Xiao, there is no need to do this. You are doing this for the organization, and for all of us. But are you fully prepared this time? King Nan is the deputy commander of the Blackwater platform of the Tiansheng Sect. He is in a high position, and has great power. Moreover, the Blackwater platform is extremely mysterious, and has countless masters. It is not that easy to assassinate him. Replying to the senior, if King Nan is at the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate, we won't have a chance at all. But here, he is here to die. 500 miles away is the giant Xuanjing mine discovered by the Tiansheng Sect more than 200 years ago. For this reason, the Tiansheng Sect and the Yuxin Sect became enemies and even almost had a conflict. According to rumors in the martial arts world, the Tiansheng Sect alone can dig out more than 5 million Xuanjings every year from this Xuanjing mine, and they are delivered back to the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate once every 3 years. Unfortunately, this year is the 3rd year. Senior, what do you think? If something goes wrong in this Xuanjing mine, will the Yuxin Sect take the opportunity to do it? Of course, the Xuanjing mine occupies only a small part of the Yuxin Sect's territory. Both sides are afraid of a war, so they are just digging their own mines. If the Tiansheng Sect loses its composure, the Yuxin Sect will never miss this good opportunity. But Lin Xiao, how can you guarantee that nothing will happen to the Tiansheng Sect? Senior, please look. Crossbeast, you actually have a crossbow? This was collected for me by brother Ling Jiu Liu. This crossbow has reached the 4th grade upper level, and can easily break through any mountain. When the time comes, I will secretly enter the Xuanjing mine, and kill the Tiansheng Sect's miners, and then let the crossbow deliberately open up the mine connected to the Yuxin Sect. Do you think they can fight? Of course, they dug and broke through before, and the killing was extremely tragic. That's right. Once something happens in the Xuanjing mine, King Nan must have dispatched experts to investigate, or even go to investigate in person. If he dispatches the experts around him first, then we will kill him halfway, and the monks in the Xuanjing mine will definitely not be able to send anyone to rescue. If he checks it out in person, he will definitely have to go down the mine, and once he goes down the mine, I see. Once he goes down the mine, King Nan will definitely not be able to bring many people with him. We planned it out without intending to, but with so many people surrounding him, it would be hard for him not to die. That's it. I didn't expect King Nan to appear here at this time. It's simply a godsend. Then there is no time to lose. When shall we act? We can act at any time. We will start sneaking from 100 miles outside the Xuanjing mine. When the time comes, we will need Senior 027's help to break through the barrier of the formation. We must not let the people of Tiansheng Sect know, otherwise we will all be finished, and will be caught in a jar. Don't worry, the protective shield of this Xuanjing mine is so large that it has many loopholes. Besides, It is only a 6th level mid-grade shield. I'm already a 6th level upper grade formation master. It will be easy for me to protect a few of us to go in. That's good, brothers. Let's take a day off and prepare a few more storage bags. This time we have entered a treasure mountain. There is no reason to return empty-handed. We will also be an absentee at work. Haha, being an absentee, this is not bad. Everyone smiled. This is a giant Tiansheng mine. If they really sneak in, they can do whatever they want. This time they will make a fortune. Outside Dance City, Lin Xiao and his group have been lurking for many days. In addition to the Lingguang cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect, there are also 50 Daogang cultivators. Among these 50 people, only 10 belong to the Tiansheng Sect, and the rest are Daogang they have controlled over the years. This is also an opportunity for Yu Xiao to declare his strength. When those Daogang cultivators saw that the people who usually control them have brought out so many Lingguang ancestors at once, they were all shocked and speechless, and appeared extremely submissive. Master, there is news from the 8-faced fox. They have arrived at the Tiansheng Sect. They will sneak into the Tiansheng mine tomorrow night to sabotage it. Tishi is outside. He succeeded. Okay, it's good that he succeeded. Then we will take action tomorrow. Send a message to Yang Erming and ask him and his wife to guard the entrance and exit tomorrow. Yes, master, I will send a message now. Yunanayu replied. He was very excited at this moment. In recent years, Lin Xiao has been conservative in Yunanayu's heart, but he never expected that Lin Xiao would play so big and dare to attack the headquarters of the Thorn God. There are still Shengsu cultivators in charge, and there are still 11 Lingguang cultivators. If they succeed this time, they will dig up the roots of the Thorn God. The next night, Lin Xiao led everyone to slowly sneak to the 20 miles around Dance City. Everyone had a 5th level breath retaining talisman on their bodies, which was difficult to discover, even if someone used spiritual consciousness to scan. Remember, I will set up the formation in a while to completely isolate Dance City. After the isolation, all Lingguang cultivators will enter Dance City first. Dance City is a remote small city. On the surface, there is only one Daogang in charge, but we cannot rule out the existence of secret sentries of this assassin god, so we must act quickly. If there are Lingguang secret sentries, act together. If not, 10 Daogang will stay behind to control the entire city, and the rest of you will follow me to the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm is in Dance City. Lin Xiao once again reminded everyone that they must act according to the plan and must not make any omissions, otherwise it would be dangerous tonight. Chapter 433, Attacking the Secret Realm. Dance City is a small city in Zhongzhou. It has a population of 200,000, but only a few thousand immortal cultivators. The highest strength is only at the Daogang stage. There is nothing valuable around, so it is very quiet and peaceful. No force wants to swallow up this burden. Bang, bang, bang. After midnight, the mortals in Dance City were sleeping soundly. Suddenly, several muffled sounds were heard outside Dance City. 8 light pillars rose up, and then the light they emitted came together to form a light curtain that locked Dance City. Suddenly, Dance City could not see the stars outside, and from the outside Dance City seemed to have disappeared. This scene scared the secret sentry of the Dance City Lord's mansion. He was a secret sentry planted outside by the Thorn God. He would be rotated every few days, just to prevent the puppet of the Dance City Lord from neglecting his duties. That is. Then the sentry saw dozens of figures easily breaking through the 3rd level city defense formation of Dance City. None of the dozens of figures had a breath inferior to his. In fear, he even forgot to send the sound transmission note, but turned around and rushed into a rockery in the garden of the City Lord's mansion. After crossing a short passage through the rockery, he came to a light curtain door, and the 4 monks guarding here immediately stopped him. Enemy attack, hurry. What? Explain it clearly, what's going on? Suddenly a majestic voice came over, and Yang Erming and his wife appeared in front of them. My lord, enemy attack, someone invaded Dance City. What? Say it again. My lord, someone invaded Dance City and blocked the entire city wall with a formation. What is that? What? Puff. Ah. A burst of swords piercing flesh and screams sounded, and the sentry and the 4 guards were all killed by Yang Erming and his wife's sneak attack, and then a very terrifying breath swept over. 071. What are you doing? What? Of course I'm going to kill you. There was a Shengsu cultivator in the secret realm, who immediately discovered what Yang Erming and the others had done, and shouted angrily while the aura was approaching. However, Yang Erming was not afraid, because the figures of Lin Xiao and the others had already appeared in front of him. At this point, Yang Erming had no chance to regret, and he would not regret it. He had long wanted to leave the Thorn God organization. Thank you, Brother Yang. You two just need to stay here, and the rest of the people, follow me to kill. Lin Xiao glanced at Yang Erming, and then led the team out. Li Muxu and the others followed closely. As soon as they entered the gate of the secret realm, they saw a flat spiritual field. There were countless spiritual herbs and medicines planted in the spiritual field, which was more than 3,000 acres in size. At the end of the spiritual field, there was a building, and more than 10 figures were flying over. Kill without Lin Xiao's call. Everyone took out their magic weapons and rushed over. What made Yang Erming feel terrified was that among the people brought by Lin Xiao, there were 20 to 30 people who controlled 5th level puppet beasts. Although the 5th level puppet beasts were weaker than normal Lingguan monks in terms of combat power, they were much stronger than the monks of the 12th level of Daogang. Sir, we just need to guard the gate. 5 of the people brought by Lin Xiao and Yang Erming and his wife guarded the gate. 2 of them also took out a 5th level puppet beast to guard the surroundings. Yang Erming's face quickly became gloomy, but he did not speak. The remaining more than 30 Daogang monks were divided into 6 groups, and each group had at least one person controlling a 5th level puppet beast. They rushed into the building complex and the crowd of stabbing gods, and kept rushing and killing. Low-level disciples were killed in large numbers. What they had to do was to disperse the assembled troops and horses, and not let them form a formation to contain the battle at the Lingguang level. The assassins were trained in assassination skills, but were weak in arranging troops and formations. Now they were attacked by surprise, so they could not form an effective formation. They could only rely on a team of a few dozen people to charge. However, ordinary Daogang monks were no match for the 5th level puppet beast. Bang, bang, bang. The secret realm could not stop the laws of heaven. Once they fought, it was an extremely cruel battle. A large number of spiritual lights were sprinkled down. That was the manifestation of heaven after the death of the Daogang monks. Above the sky, the battle of spiritual lights was still tragic. There were 11 spiritual light monks in the secret realm. After the traitor Yang Erming, there were only 10 people left. Although Lin Xiao's side was missing 1 person. 5 of them controlled the 5th level puppet beast. Not only did they not fall behind in combat power, but they were much stronger. Lin Xiao, Li Muxu and the system real person mode worked together to attack the Shengsu monk. Lin Xiao also showed the level of a spiritual light monk of the 12th level. Li Muxu was also a spiritual light monk of the 9th level at this time. Split the sky, cut destruction force. Boom. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu were fighting in close combat, while the system real person mode was holding Lin Xiao's Chixio bow and sniping from a distance. The system real person mode did not have the concept of using up the mysterious energy. All his power came from the balance of Lin Xiao's system points. This time, Lin Xiao prepared 1.2 million points to fight. The 5th level puppet beasts were 50,000 points each, and Lin Xiao exchanged 15 of them. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu were not ordinary spiritual monks. The 2 of them practiced divine skills, at least heaven level martial arts, and had extremely strong combat power. With the help of the system real person mode, the 3 of them fought against the Shengsu monk of the Thorn God without losing the upper hand. I will kill you. The Shengsu monk of the Thorn God was extremely angry. The monks who were able to choose to practice in this secret realm were all carefully selected by the Thorn God. Whether it was aptitude, understanding, or loyalty, they were all top choices. But now they were killed on a large scale, and the Thorn God's hundreds of years of hard work would go to waste. Let's fight. Nirvana Strange Li Muxu saw that the Shengsu cultivator began to go crazy, and was the first to use her trump card. Grey air currents burst out from Li Muxu's body, and those grey air currents gathered together, sweeping towards the Shengsu cultivator. Once they touched the illusory key of the Shengsu cultivator, they immediately stuck to it and kept drilling into it. The breath of death brought by the grey air currents made the Shengsu cultivator tremble with fear. Withering and flourishing art. The withering and flourishing art of the Qingdi family. The Shengsu cultivator recognized the famous withering and flourishing art in the history of the cultivation world. This was the famous technique of the Qingdi a million years ago. Why? We have never made a move against your Qingdi family. Why are you attacking us? The Shengsu cultivator panicked. Although millions of years had passed, the Qingdi family had not been annihilated. Instead, they had become an extremely mysterious hermit family. From time to time, there were still some legends about them in the world of immortal cultivation. If it was really the Qingdi family that attacked them, then tonight it would definitely not be just this group of spiritual light cultivators who attacked them. Perhaps there would even be golden body cultivators who were secretly protecting them. Stop talking nonsense and prepare to die. Li Muxu's eyes were indifferent. The destruction sea was a Shengsu level martial art. She could not fully control it. Once it was activated, she could not stop. She could only rush forward desperately. The Shengsu cultivator kept dodging. He did not even dare to fight Li Muxu desperately, but he had nowhere to escape. Once he was separated from Li Muxu, Lin Xiao and the real person mode would force him back. Boom! Li Muxu finally got close and covered the Shengsu cultivator with all the grey airflow. Although she was also hit by a palm and vomited blood and flew backwards, she smiled. Ah! The Shengsu monk screamed wildly, and the grey airflow with the breath of destruction rushed through his body, taking away countless of his life opportunities. He used his frantic control of his vitality to slightly curb it. If it were normal, this would naturally not kill him, but now, how could Lin Xiao give him the opportunity to suppress the strange sea of destruction? 5-element divine light. Lin Xiao also immediately used his trump card, and a colorless light column shot out from his hand, instantly breaking the shield and protective shield in the hands of the Shengsu monk. The only 5th level inner armor on his body melted instantly, along with half of his body. Want to kill me? Haha, go with me. The Shengsu monk was completely crazy. He didn't expect that he would be seriously injured by 2 Lingguang monks. So at this time he became fierce, regardless of anything, and pounced on Lin Xiao, wanting to find Lin Xiao to die together. Boom! However, he was a beat slower than the system real person mode, and the system real person mode arrived, and then exploded without hesitation. The earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the tattered body of the Thorn God Shengsu fell to the ground, which made the Thorn God monks fighting in the distance tear their eyes. Among them, the Shengsu ancestor, who had the highest cultivation, and was usually like a god, died just like that. Of course he didn't die. The vitality of the Shengsu monks was much stronger than that of the Lingguang monks. Even if the physical body was destroyed, the soul could still live for a long time. Lin Xiao stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth, then raised the Chixio bow and shot an arrow, blowing up the body of the Shengsu monk. However, as the spiritual light was shattered, a shadow appeared, and the violent consciousness squeezed towards Lin Xiao, crushing Lin Xiao's consciousness with the momentum of Mount Te. Bang! Purple light divine eye. Lin Xiao's reaction was extremely fast. At the moment, when the soul of the Shengsu monk took action, he urged the Taixu Baichen Gong, burning the remaining Zuan Qi in his body, and avoided his consciousness strangling. Then he activated the purple light divine eye, which was a secret technique to restrain the enemy's soul. If the enemy used a magic weapon, the purple light divine eye could even instantly deprive the opponent of the control of the magic weapon, that is, to cut off his connection with the magic weapon. At this time, the 2 purple lights became the fatal blow to the Shengsu monk. Boom! The soul collapsed, and a rain of spiritual light fell in the secret realm. The secret realm with a radius of 20 miles was full of scenes of spiritual light dripping. Many of the monks who stabbed the gods had begun to despair, and even lost their magic weapons, and sat on the ground with blank faces. The battle at the Daogang level was also slow for a moment, but the next moment, it became more brutal, because tonight, it was destined that only one side could leave this secret realm. Go out, and tell the adults to avenge us. There were many brave people among the stabbed gods. After the death of the Shengsu monk, many people already knew that they were in danger tonight, so half of the spiritual light monks tried their best to stop the people of the Tiansheng Sect, and the remaining half rushed to the exit of the secret realm. Chapter 434, Runaway King Nan. In the Zuanjing mine of Shianyuan Mountain in Tiansheng Sect, tens of thousands of low-level disciples who only had the cultivation level of opening and congealing meridians fled frantically from dozens of mine caves with fear on their faces, and many of them were still covered in blood and injuries. There were many Zifu Daogang monks standing by the entrance of the mine cave. Every miner who came out of the mine cave had to hand in the ore they dug out. They had no storage bags, only a backpack, and all the tools had to be handed in. The search was thorough. A few hundred meters in front of the mine cave, there was a high platform, and there were people on it watching from all sides to see if there would be any fish that slipped through the net. Jiang Fenggai, who was also on it at this time, his face was livid. He had only been in office for a few days, and the mine had already gone wrong. He couldn't help but think about it. Commander Li, what's going on? Jiang Fenggai asked another Shengsu monk who was guarding the Zuanjing mine. He felt that this guy was trying to intimidate him. Jiang Fenggai, you don't think I'm playing tricks on you, do you? You know that if there's an accident with the mine, we all have to take responsibility, right? Then tell me, what's going on? How do I know what's going on? Logically, these miners should have to work for 4 hours before they can come up. Now they're suddenly rushing up. How do I know why? Commander Li sneered. He wasn't panicking at this time, because this kind of thing has happened several times before. It all started with the management model of the Zuanjing mine in the Tiansheng Sect. The Tiansheng Sect also has Zuanjing mines in other places, but those Zuanjing mines are exclusive to the Tiansheng Sect, and there is no dispute, so they can be mined slowly. In the Tiansheng Sect, there are inner and outer sects. The outer disciples have to go to mine for a period of time, under the pretext of training and doing sect tasks. Because they are their own disciples, management is also very convenient. But this Shianyuan mountain is different. The battle with Yuxinmen is getting more and more intense, so Tiansheng Sect wants to finish mining here quickly. However, Tiansheng Sect has only so many people, and they can't let the outer disciples come to mine every year. If that happens, the outer disciples will run away. They come to practice, not to do hard labor. Therefore, Tiansheng Sect adopted the management mode of sect disciples and individual cultivators mining. Now there are tens of thousands of miners in Shianyuan Mountain, all of whom are recruited individual cultivators, and the management of Tiansheng Sect is also extremely strict. Once the contract is signed, they will not be released until the time is up, and the monks are also strictly supervised here. Storage bags, magic tools and so on are all controlled. Only after completing the excavation task will they issue some pills for them to practice. The miners also adopt the mode of going down to the mine in batches, working one day, and resting one day, and then letting another team go down to the mine when they rest. The disciples of Tiansheng Sect do not go down to the mine to supervise, but are only responsible for the supervision and control on the ground. As a result, gangs are rampant among miners. Tens of thousands of miners are divided into dozens of gangs. In order to compete for mines that are easier to dig, or mines with high levels of black crystals, these gangs often fight and kill each other. This kind of fighting is not allowed by Tiansheng Sect, so they will be carried out in the mines. Sometimes the strength of the gang that takes action is too large, which will cause panic and force the miners to leave the mines in advance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. My lord, the situation has been investigated clearly. Just as Commander Li and Jiang Fenggai were staring at each other, a manager of the Tiansheng Sect came to report. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Sir, it's okay. There's nothing you can't say to Commander Jiang. Yes, sir. According to the report from the miners who went down the cave, unidentified creatures appeared in the mine below and were hunting the miners. At least hundreds of people were killed or injured. Hundreds of people, but I heard that at least 2,000 people who went down the cave this time didn't come up. Jiang Fenggai raised his eyebrows. The hearing of the Shengsu cultivator was extremely sensitive. He could hear the sounds within hundreds of meters clearly. This place was only a short distance from the mine. How could he not hear anything? Let me tell you. First, some miners didn't get the news. Maybe they walked too far. Second, some people took advantage of the chaos to rob. We only care about the ore that the miners carried up and settle the payment with it, no matter how they got it. So this kind of thing is very common. Where did this rule come from? Such a vicious rule will put our Tiansheng Sect in such a bad position. Jiang Fenggai was furious when he heard it. This method of raising goo was too vicious. So many miners died tragically. How would the outside world view Tiansheng Sect? Doesn't Tiansheng Sect want to have a reputation? We will discuss this later. Manager, have you sent people to the mine? Commander Lee curled his lips. Isn't this management model forced out? Otherwise, how can Cheyenne Mountain complete the sect's almost bullying requirements? Do you really think that the task of 5 million Zuan crystals per year is easy to complete? Don't you look at the additional conditions? This 5 million is the net profit figure after various expenses. If you add the expenses of their guards and miners' wages, at least 10 or 20 million must be dug out every year to meet this requirement. My lord, 3 teams have been sent in. One team has 30 people, the lowest level is Purple Mansion, and the Lingguan monk leads the team. Okay, let them hurry up and arrange for the miners to go down the mine immediately after the hidden dangers are eliminated. The progress cannot be changed. Commander Lee nodded. It should be enough for 3 Lingguan monks to lead more than 20 people to go down. Even a 5th level monster or something can be dealt with. As for the 6th level, he has never thought about it. The 6th level is equivalent to the Shengsu monk, and it is a dominant existence wherever it is. Yes, ancestor, I have arranged food and appease the miners. Well, tell those gang members not to make trouble, otherwise they will not be spared. Yes, ancestor. Commander Lee waved his hand and asked the steward to go down. Jiang Fenggai said nothing. He had only been here for a few days, didn't understand anything, and was not qualified to speak. However, 2 hours later, no disciples who went down the cave came out. Instead, the steward walked to Commander Lee with sweat on his face and transmitted a few words in secret language. Commander Lee's face suddenly changed. Call all the cultivators above Dao Gang, quickly. Commander Lee shouted angrily, and the manager flew away immediately. Then a loud bell rang, and the disciples who were not on duty walked out of the house and gathered in the square. The disciples on duty had a solemn look on their faces. They moved the miners who were originally going to continue mining to their residences, and then completely sealed the residences. Teams of cultivators patrolled closely, and the mountain protection formation was fully supported. Commander Lee, what happened? Jiang Fenggai asked. Commander Lee casually placed a bang and said, the 30 cultivators who just went down the mine are dead. All dead. What? All dead? Why is there no fluctuation of Zuan Qi? They are in the mine, surrounded by Zuan crystals. Unless it is a fight between Shengsu cultivators like you and me, how could there be any movement? I don't know what is down there, but this matter is definitely not simple. What should we do? Gather the men. We will each take a part of the people down. The disciples above will report to the sect immediately and dispatch more masters to see if we can transfer seniors in the Golden Body Realm. Seniors in the Golden Body Realm no longer care about worldly matters, so they are difficult to mobilize, Jiang Fenggai replied. The situations of the major sects in Zhongzhou are similar. Those who are in power are basically Shengsu cultivators. Cultivators above the Golden Body Realm rarely care about things. They will only take action when the safety of the sect is at stake. They mostly don't care about how the sect develops. Then transfer more Shengsu monks over. It's very dangerous for just the 2 of us. Dangerous? Is it so dangerous underground? You don't understand. The Cheyenne Mountain Zuanjing mine has been dug for more than 100 years. The underground mines are winding, and there are many forks. Some mines are dug halfway, and they stop digging when they are out of the range of the Zuanjing ore veins. But if they are not blocked, they are dead ends. Some mine tunnels may lead to the range of the Yuxinmen. The situation is extremely complicated. Even the oldest man here doesn't know all the situations. We will only take such a small number of people. It will take at least half a year to search all the mines. We don't have so much time. Then transfer some people over. You and I will sign our seals together and tell Hishite. I don't think this matter is that simple. I'm afraid that the Yuxinman is playing tricks. I'm afraid of this situation too, so let Hishite investigate as soon as possible. Commander Lee nodded. He had guessed that the Yuxinman was playing tricks a long time ago, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. If this was confirmed, a war between the two sects might break out. This would be a very big deal. I'll send a message to the people at the Blackwater platform. They'll be here soon. We'll go together then. How long will it take? This matter cannot be delayed. It won't take long. Let's see how they answer. Okay. Jiang Fenggai quickly sent a message to King Nian. They belonged to the same lineage within the Tiansheng Sect and had a very close relationship, so King Nian could be contacted directly. Outside Shianyuan Mountain, King Nian received Jiang Fenggai's sound transmission note. After reading it, he was shocked. With his professional sensitivity, King Nian felt that something was wrong. Jiang Fenggai had only been here for a few days, and something had happened at the Zhuanjing mine. This was too much of a coincidence. King Nian's eyes swept over Tishi, and his cold eyes made Tishi shudder. Sir, is there anything wrong? Something happened in the Zhuanjing mine. Was it you who did it? Ah, don't play dumb. Answer me, sir. You've wronged me. How could I do anything wrong under your nose? Besides, there must be at least a Shengsu cultivator in charge of the Zhuanjing mine. No matter how powerful I am, I dare not do anything wrong in front of a Shengsu cultivator. I don't think you have the ability to do that, sir. Why don't you take me into the mine to take a look? I think the accident in the Zhuanjing mine is probably caused by the Tiansheng Sect. What about Jiang Fenggai? Shut up. This matter has nothing to do with Jiang Fenggai. You stay here. I will send someone to watch you, and you better not play any tricks. The people below don't have much patience for you. If you get killed, don't blame me, King Nian shouted angrily. This was definitely not done by Jiang Fenggai. The incident happened just a few days after he arrived. It was obvious that someone was targeting Jiang Fenggai, or even his lineage. This made King Nian's anger grow to an unprecedented level. He wanted to rush into the Zhuanjing mine immediately and get to the bottom of the matter. Chapter 435, Conquering the Secret Realm. In the secret realm of Dan City, a desperate fight is going on. The death of the Shengsu monk who was in charge of the Thorn God made the fight even more cruel. The secret realm is a safe fortress, but also a cage. Except for the entrance and exit, there is no way to send a message to the outside world. Therefore, the Thorn God's personnel must break through the entrance and exit, enter Dan City, and then send a message to the Thorn God's high-level officials. Thorn God has a Shengsu monk, so it is only 2 or 3,000 miles away, and a Jinshan realm monk, so it is less than 10,000 miles away. As long as the message is sent out, someone will come to rescue. Thorn God's spiritual light monks desperately go to the entrance and exit of the secret realm, while the people of Tiansheng Sect are desperately blocking them. At this time, the young spiritual light monks of Tiansheng Sect began to expose their weaknesses. Except for Lin Xiao and Li Muxu, the rest of the spiritual light monks of Tiansheng Sect have broken through in the past few decades. Most of them are at the 2nd or 3rd level of spiritual light, and among the Thorn God, there are many people at the 7th or 8th level of spiritual light. Therefore, the people of Tiansheng Sect can contain them, but it is very difficult to kill them. Stop them, don't let them rush out. Everyone in the Tiansheng Sect shouted angrily, and began to stop the Thorn God monk at all costs. The battle became more and more intense, and casualties began to appear among the Lingguang monks. Master, Hangfeng left first. Ren Hangfeng was trying to stop a Lingguang level 6 monk, and was beaten so hard that he kept vomiting blood. Seeing that he couldn't stop him, he roared, looked back at his opponent, and smiled. No. The monk felt a chill rushing from the bottom of his heart to his forehead. Without thinking, he turned around and left, but he was still a step too slow. Ren Hangfeng had already rushed to his side, and then a loud noise shook the earth. Boom! Ren Hangfeng exploded, and half of the body of the Lingguang level 6 monk flew out. His tattered body fell to the ground, and only half of his breath was left there. No, don't, senior brother Ren. I will fight you. Don't self-destruct, or you will drag them to death. All the people from the Tiansheng Sect showed a sad atmosphere. They were already bloodthirsty, and began to lose their minds. The rest of the people were also ready to follow suit, and self-destruct to kill the enemy. Lin Xiao was so scared, that he shouted angrily, don't self-destruct. It is not easy for the Tiansheng Sect to cultivate a spiritual cultivator. These people have been accumulated from hundreds of thousands of Tiansheng Sect cultivators in the past 300 years. These people are the most precious wealth of the Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao will never allow them to die here. Husband. I'll go. You wait here. Yang Erming and his wife were a little moved. Yuzana asked. Yang Erming nodded, then soared into the sky and joined the battle. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu ignored their own consumption and injuries and once again joined the fight. Spiritual light monk, come closer to me, quickly. Lin Xiao shouted loudly. He and Li Muxu were holding back an enemy. The two of them were exhausted, and Li Muxu was also injured. Now they were holding back a spiritual light monk of the 12th level. This was also the only spiritual light monk of the 12th level on the side of the Thorn God. Block the entrance and exit. Switch to defense. Quickly soon, everyone came to the entrance and exit. The entrance and exit were only a few feet in size, just like a city gate. Such a small place is easy to control. Everyone switched from offense to defense, and the pressure was relieved immediately. Lin Xiao urgently exchanged a few defensive talismans from the system. After activating them, they protected everyone and isolated the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Master, don't talk, heal your wounds, and don't rush out. To self-destruct, Jinanai was lying beside Lin Xiao, with a large gash on his stomach and a large pool of blood on the ground. Jinanai smiled miserably. Boom, boom. There were still 9 people left on the side of the Thorn God. In groups of 3, they began to attack the defense of the Tiansheng Sect. The other 2 kept holding them back and soon broke Lin Xiao's talisman. Don't worry, stay calm, Beizichan, give me a hand. Li Muxu offered a precious pearl, which was the big hen pearl that Lin Xiao gave her. A ray of spiritual light protected everyone. Beizichan also gave up his opponent and injected his profound energy into Li Muxu's body to maintain the big hen pearl. The rest of the people kept offering talismans, resisting the Thorn God's attacks step by step and holding them back. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu kept stuffing healing and restoring profound energy pills into their mouths. The two of them were the main fighting force. If they recovered, this battle could be easily won. Boom, boom. The opponent bombarded wildly, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of Li Muxu's mouth again, and the big hen pearl also began to have a crack. Go and kill those Daogang monks, gather our troops, and blast through the opponent's defense. Soon, the 12th level Lingguan monk of the God of Thorns issued an order. There were only more than 30 Daogang monks who came in, fewer than the God of Thorns. Although they disrupted the formation of the God of Thorns, they were still in a hard battle. Each of them not only had opponents at the Daogang level, but also had the fearless Zifu condensed veins monks to restrain them. It seemed extremely difficult. Master, we can't hold on any longer. We can't let them gather their troops. Fight. Lin Xiao shouted. Originally, he wanted to wait for the system's real person mode to recover and then kill the opponent in one fell swoop, but he didn't expect that they were going to attack the Daogang monks. Lin Xiao couldn't wait any longer and quickly activated the Zhuxan arrow. Swoosh. Bang, bang, bang. After the Zhuxan arrow was activated by Lin Xiao, it disappeared in front of him. 3 Lingguan monks were pierced by the Zhuxan arrow in succession. The magic weapons, talismans, and inner armor in their hands were like paper. Hooah, hooah, hooah. The spiritual light in the sky kept falling, like rain. ZHU Zion arrow. They have ZHU Zion arrow. Kill them. Let's fight. If we don't fight, we will all die. Kill them. The remaining spiritual light monks suddenly went crazy. Some recognized the ZHU Zion arrow and knew its power, so they began to attack more desperately. Some seriously injured spiritual light monks even started to self-destruct. Join forces to defend. Li Muxu, give me a hand. Quickly. Lin Xiao was very anxious and shouted for everyone to defend. Beizichan and Beizihua stretched out their hands and placed them on Lin Xiao's back, madly inputting Zuan Qi into Lin Xiao's body. Boom. The ZHU Zion arrow was activated again and disappeared in front of Lin Xiao. The next moment, it pierced through 3 spiritual light monks again. Let's fight. Let's die together. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Without saying anything, the remaining 3 spiritual monks rushed to Lin Xiao and the others and blew themselves up. After 3 earth-shattering explosions, a pit dozens of meters deep appeared at the entrance of the secret realm, and Lin Xiao and the others were scattered near the pit. Master, Several Daogang monks who stayed near the entrance were also affected, but the main impact was blocked by Lin Xiao and his team, so there was not much damage. Several people dragged the Lingguang monks back to the entrance. Lin Xiao looked at the disciples around him. Now there was no Lingguang monk standing. All of them were injured and might not have the strength to stand up. Bring the 5th level puppet beasts. Rush up. Kill all the enemies. Don't leave any alive, master. Here. Go quickly. Yes, several Daogang monks immediately controlled the 5th level puppet beasts and rushed into the Daogang battle group. In that battle group, the spiritual light continued to fall, which was even more tragic than the Lingguang monks. Lin Xiao struggled to get up, took out a bottle of pills, and stuffed them into the mouths of the people around him, one after another. No, swallow it, swallow it. Bang, when it came to Beziha, no matter what Lin Xiao did, he couldn't get it in. Then, aura appeared on his body, slowly falling from the air, and the second aura monk of Tiansheng Sect fell. Master, let me do it. Beizichan crawled to Lin Xiao's side. One of his hands and one foot were in a strange shape, and they had been blown off, and his bones were shattered, but he still took the pill from Lin Xiao's hand and stuffed the pill into the mouth of the remaining people. Master, Muzu, can you still move? Yes, heal your wounds. Okay. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. Now his mentality was a little broken. In fact, he should have used the Yuxin arrow earlier. In order to keep this trump card, Lin Xiao paid a huge price. 2 Daogang monks guarding outside the secret realm came in. Seeing Lin Xiao and his men lying on the ground, they were also extremely shocked. Master, how are you? Let 2 people stay outside, and the rest come in. Yes, master. After a while, the 8 people guarding Dan City gathered around Lin Xiao, and only 2 people were still stationed outside. Leave 1 person here to protect the law, and the rest of you rush in, leaving no one behind. Yes, master. Yes, sir. A Tiansheng Sect disciple stayed behind, and the others rushed in again. Lin Xiao lay on the ground, watching the spiritual light rain falling in the distance. After an hour, the fighting in the secret realm slowly quieted down. The organized resistance of the Thorn God monks had ended, and only occasionally screams were heard. This was Lin Xiao's people searching for survivors. Master, most of the enemies have been killed, and we are now clearing out the remaining enemies. Gather half of the troops, and go outside to control Dan City. Remove the forbidden formation outside. Outsiders, no matter who they are only allowed to enter but not leave. Yes, master. Leave a few people here, mainly our disciples, to protect us. Lin Xiao calmed down and began to issue orders. Then a dozen bloody Daogang monks walked out of the secret realm and began to control Dan City. Lin Xiao and his companions were urgently healing their wounds. Before coming here, Lin Xiao had purchased a lot of healing pills outside, which came in handy at the right time. A day later, Lin Xiao and Li Muxu were the first to recover their ability to move. Although the 2 of them only suppressed their injuries, they could not see anything on the outside. Yinanayu, Beizichan, Zhang Qingsun, Arking, and this Yang Erming, including the 2 of us, are all seriously injured. Ren Hangfeng and Beizihua are also gone. Master, I know. Muxu, come with me and find the control center of the secret realm. We must take the secret realm away. Lin Xiao nodded. His expressionless face seemed a little cold and ruthless. At this point, Lin Xiao must not be sad. He must take the secret realm away as soon as possible to make the sacrifice of Ren Hangfeng and others worthwhile. Li Muxu nodded and walked step by step with Lin Xiao into the depths of the secret realm. On the way, several people showed horrified eyes to Lin Xiao and others and hurriedly lowered their heads, while the disciples of Tiansheng Sect controlled the 5th level puppet beasts and followed Lin Xiao. Chapter 436, Iron Lion Escapes. In the underground mine of Shianyuan Mountain Mine, Zi Yunfei and his men, the 8-faced fox, casually launched a few attacks from behind while running desperately, and the mine collapsed for dozens of meters. It was with these means that they escaped death several times and escaped from Jiang Fenggai's hands. Boom, boom. Jiang Fenggai's face was already extremely ugly as he continued to open up the collapsed mine. However, suddenly, a murderous intention came, which made Jiang Fenggai terrified. His feet sank, and the whole person sank into the ground. Puff, a sword light flew by, and a person behind Jiang Fenggai looked at his chest in horror, where there was a hole. Bang, the spiritual light appeared from his body, and continued to spread in the narrow mine. A spiritual light monk fell just like that. Shangsu monk Jiang Fenggai, who appeared again from the underground, said, stopping his men who were about to collapse. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at this time. In several minds, eight-faced fox Zi Yunfei finally breathed a sigh of relief, and said to the cultivator Shengsu of the assassin god, "Thank you for saving my life, senior. Lin Xiao will never forget it. No need to do that. Saving you is my job, Lin Xiao. Your expectation was right. The 3 Shengsu of the Tiansheng Sect have all come down, including that King Nian. Yes, senior, but it's better for us not to kill them now." Why? The underground mines are complicated, which is just right for assassins like us to take action. I'm sure I can keep all of them alive. The assassin god's Shengsu immediately showed a suspicious expression. Why didn't he kill them? This was the place for them to show their skills. The underground mines were extremely complicated and narrow. It was the time for them to show their skills. With his ability, assassinating 3 cultivators of the same level was not very difficult, not to mention that they had 2 Shengsu cultivators. Senior, now they suspect that we are from the Jade Immortal Sect. If we kill them and report to the Jade Immortal Sect, won't we be exposed? We can accept the mission, but we can't bring trouble to ourselves. But don't worry, senior, there will still be a time for us to kill them. After this incident, a war may break out between the Jade Immortal Sect and the Tiansheng Sect. Then will be the time for us to really show our skills. Even if we kill them on the battlefield, no one will say anything. But this, senior, are you worried about the benefits? Don't worry, senior, our trip will not be in vain. Now that the 3 great gods have gone down the mine, and the masters of the Tiansheng Sect have not arrived yet, the Zuanjing mine is at its weakest. Senior, you should hold them back here, and I will take a few people to touch the minerals above, and then we will divide it equally. I think it will be no problem for each of us to get 1 or 2 million Zuanjing. We will not lose money in this operation. Senior, what Lin Xiao said is right. We can't be exposed casually. Let's grab a handful first. There must be a lot of Zuanjing on such a large Zuanjing mine. Let's grab a handful and leave. Yes, we accept assassination missions to earn Zuan crystals to buy resources. It's the same if we rob some now. Why not do it? Li Ho and a few others immediately agreed. There were many people who did not want to fight to the death with the Tiansheng Sect. On the contrary, things that could make a fortune were very popular. Their assassin gods were not the same as before. They were equivalent to casual cultivators, so even 1 or 2 million Zuan crystals would be very tempting to them. Okay, that's it. I'll hold them back, and Lin Xiao will take the others to rob. Yes, senior, I hope you can hold them back for a day. I'll give this molehill to you. You can use it to retreat then. Remember, it's only 1 day. After 1 day, I'm afraid the large force of Tiansheng Sect will arrive. We must retreat immediately. We will go up to rob, and then break out head on. At that time, we will break into small groups and gather outside the territory of Tiansheng Sect, and wait for half a month. If you or everyone else can't wait by then, you can go back to Dan City directly. Okay, let's do it. Okay, this is the clothes of the Tiansheng Sect disciples that I just seized. Everyone change into them, and then go to the ground and rob the minerals. Bamian, who nodded and took out a pile of clothes still stained with blood. Everyone changed into them. The 8 Lingguang monks quietly left the mine and rushed into the mine, while the remaining 2 Shengsu monks began to harass King Nian and the others and hold them back. Soon, the 8 people came to the entrance of the mine cave. 4 of them rushed out together first, and the guards of the mine immediately moved with the wind. However, as soon as they started, 4 more people rushed out to attack. At this time, although there were 500 or 600 Tiansheng Sect monks in the mine, there were only 2 Lingguang monks, and there were also a dozen Daogang monks. This force was enough to guard the mine. If the enemy attacked from the outside, they only needed to hold on for a moment to allow King Nian and others to come back for rescue. However, the enemy entered the mine, which caught them off guard. 1 Lingguang monk died on the spot, and the other saw that he was no match for the enemy and ran away directly. The 8 people quickly rushed to the refining area and warehouse area of the mine, blasted the warehouse, and looted the black crystal. Bai Mianhu and Li Hao chased the fleeing Lingguan monk and continuously bombarded the defense formation, and soon made a gap in the unmanned mountain protection formation. King Nian didn't bring Taishi in. He's still outside. Go save people. I know. Be careful. Li Hao nodded, and then rushed out of Shianyuan Mountain. Li Hao sent out several sound transmission notes, and 20 Dao Gang monks appeared immediately. These 20 people were all the core members of Tiansheng Sect. For this operation with Dan City, Yi Xiao had already gathered more than half of the troops. Do you know where Taishi is? Yes, Taishi left marks along the way. It's in a small town 100 miles away. Let's go and kill him. Li Hao nodded. Although Taishi was trapped and could not easily contact Yi Xiao, he still made a lot of marks to let Yi Xiao know his whereabouts. A distance of 100 miles was just a blink of an eye for them. Soon, Li Hao rushed to the small town under Tiansheng Sect. This town was a vassal of Tiansheng Sect. King Nian only left 5 or 6 people, 2 Lingguan monks, and 2 or 3 Dao Gang Zifu. In King Nian's opinion, this force was enough to keep an eye on Taishi, who was only at the 12th level of Dao Gang. But under the fierce attack of Li Hao, several Dao Gang Zifu died soon, leaving only 2 Lingguan monks struggling to support. Uncle Master, are you okay? A former subordinate of Taishi rescued Taishi. After searching for a while, Taishi's cultivation was sealed. I'm fine. How is the situation? It's okay. Uncle Master Li Hao is besieging the Lingguan monk of Tiansheng Sect. We still have more than a dozen Dao Gang besieging another person, and we will be able to capture him soon. It's too late. Let's retreat. Let Li Hao retreat as soon as possible. There is no need to kill the enemy. Tiansheng Sect still has troops nearby, and now there is such a big commotion, they will definitely come to reinforce. Okay, I'll go inform. Uncle Master, come this way. The monk hurriedly took Taishi away, and Li Hao and others also received the news from Taishi. After sending a message to Bai Mianhu, they immediately began to retreat. There were already many auras rising in the distance, and they were coming. Brothers, don't be greedy for the black crystals. Retreat quickly. The 8-faced fox roared, and then took the lead to retreat. As for the remaining 6 people, if they still didn't retreat, they deserved it, and he couldn't care less. The remaining 6 people saw that the 8-faced fox had run away, and they didn't dare to keep it, no matter how greedy they were. They had almost snatched the black crystals, so they immediately left through the gap in the mountain protection formation, and fled in all directions. The 8-faced fox and Li Hao joined forces, and ran all the way. This is the border between the Tiansheng Sect and the Yuxin Sect. It didn't take long for them to escape into the Yuxin Sect's territory. Who are you? Sir, I'm Shitai. I have accepted the task on your sect's task list. This is my token. Shita, I know you. You have accepted the task of assassinating the Tiansheng Sect's Shengsu monk. Yes, sir. You escaped from Tiansheng Sect. Sir, I have important information to report. There was an accident at Shianyuan Mountain Mine of Tiansheng Sect. They are gathering troops and say it was done by your sect. Please be prepared, sir. They may attack your sect. What? Tiansheng Sect is so brave. Sir, this is a big battle of your sect. We are weak. Can we leave first? Let's go. If we didn't succeed this time, we will try harder next time. We will definitely fulfill our promise after the mission is completed. Thank you, sir. Li Hao talked for a few words and quickly withdrew with his men. The cultivator from Yuxin Sect sent out several sound transmission notes. Soon, the momentum of Yuxin Sect also rose, and the troops began to gather. Li Hao fled continuously, and did not go to Yuxin Sect's Yuxin City, but went directly to other places. Lin Xiao had a plan to retreat long ago, and was considered safe, after changing identities many times. It's safe, yes, it's safe, that's fine. Revenge is needed. Li Hao and Bai Mianhu looked at each other, then started beating Taishi together, cursing Taishi. If it wasn't for this bastard, would they have to save them at such a risk? Taishi was beaten, but he didn't say a word, letting them beat him. After a while, Taishi, with a bruised face, lay on the ground gasping for breath. 2 brothers, are you venting your anger? Do you want to beat me again? Get lost. Who is your brother? Ahem, okay, Bamie and who? Our mission is completed. We have to go back and clean up the mess. Yes, we must ensure that the assassins are not captured alive. Otherwise our identities will be exposed. Let's go. Okay, you guys. Send Tishi back to the sect immediately, and don't stay for a moment. Don't worry, uncles, nothing will happen. The route has been arranged. Okay, let's go. Bamie and who and Li Ho nodded, and then left quickly. What do you want to do? Do you want to hit me too? Ahem, Uncle Master, we dare not. HMPH, I don't think you dare either. They can hit me, but you are not qualified. Let's go, Uncle Master. No hurry. Have the people inside and outside Zhuanayang City evacuated? They have evacuated. They started evacuating a few days ago. The rest are all in silence, and may not be used within decades. Where are the people before me? We don't know about this. This is a matter for Uncle Master Yanking to deal with. Arking, that kid didn't like me before. He followed Boss Zhao. Forget it. Send me back to the sect first. Tishi shook his head. Even if Arking didn't like him, he probably wouldn't attack his people. At most, he would marginalize them. He should still think about how to get past the head of the sect. Chapter 437, Refining the Secret Realm. The buildings in the Secret Realm were not small. After all, there were nearly 5,000 people living here at its peak. The great men of the God of Thorns often came here, so the buildings were very luxurious. In a hall, piles of spoils were piled on the ground. On one side were storage bags, and on the other side were some broken magic tools. The warehouse in the Secret Realm had been sealed and not opened. More than a dozen people looked at Lin Xiao with burning eyes. These people were all Dao Gang monks controlled by Yi Xiao. They were not very loyal to Yi Xiao. Most of them had handles in Yi Xiao's hands. They were very curious about Lin Xiao. These are the storage bags from the Dao Gang monks, right? Master, yes. Okay, each of you pick one. It depends on luck, whether you get something good. Master, it doesn't matter. Everyone has worked hard for us. We can't treat them unfairly. This is just the first batch of rewards. There will be more awards after everything is over. Thank you, Master. Thank you, sir. Soon, everyone picked a storage bag. These storage bags were all 4th and 5th level. The storage bags alone were worth a lot of money, not to mention that they contained the wealth of a Dao Gang monk. Even if they were poor, it was a fortune. For the rest of the people, each of you pick one and take it to them. Then leave the Secret Realm and wait for us in Dance City. Yes, Master. Under the leadership of Night Owl, everyone left the hall and left the Secret Realm. Only a few people were left. Dao Gang suffered heavy casualties. Only 31 people survived. Excluding Yuzana, 20 people died in the battle, and 3 people from Yi Xiao died. This is the heaviest casualties in the history of our Tiansheng Sect. Would it be too ruthless if I said that those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters? I don't know, Master. Why do you want to seize this secret realm? Can you take it away? Yes. Master, do you really want to take the secret realm away? Yes, I have been planning for so many years just to take this secret realm away. Why? No reason. The word benefit is enough. Master, accompany me to the control center. Lin Xiao shook his head, then took a storage bag and walked deep into the hall. This storage bag belonged to the Shengsu cultivator. As the person with the highest cultivation here, he must have controlled the entire secret realm. The Shengsu cultivator was already dead. Lin Xiao easily broke open his storage bag and found a set of control formations in it, and then found the control center. Lin Xiao was a 5th level formation master. After observing for a while, he understood the structure of the secret realm and knew how to collect it. Here, there are a total of 18 formation pillars. Pull up these 18 formation pillars, and you can refine the secret realm and collect it. Lin Xiao took out the formation map and the map of the secret realm, pointed out the location to Li Muxu, and asked her to pull up all the formation pillars. Li Muxu took the map and left. Lin Xiao looked at the control center and shook his head without saying a word. The secret realm is such an important thing that it is definitely an extremely important part of the Thorn God. If it is refined by Lin Xiao, the high-level people of the Thorn God will definitely be warned. At that time, I'm afraid that there will be little time for Lin Xiao to escape. Now that the Zuxan arrow has been used up, how to escape at that time is a problem. In addition, Lin Xiao does not know whether the Thorn God Soul Lamp is in other places besides the secret realm. If there is, it will be a big problem. Maybe someone has come now. Lin Xiao really doesn't have much time. Li Muxu was very fast. In less than an hour, she had taken out the 18 formation pillars. This was the foundation of the secret realm. Without the formation pillars, Lin Xiao could refine the secret realm at any time. Master, it's done. Let's go. Let's go out of the secret realm. This secret realm. It can also be refined outside. The control center is already in the hands of the outsiders. Okay. The two of them then left the secret realm. At this time, Yina Naiu and others had also woken up, but they were all pale. It would take a while for them to recover. Master, what's wrong? It's almost done. You can evacuate. No, Master, the danger has not been eliminated yet. We can't leave. So what if we can't leave? Do you still have 30% of your combat power? Stay and take risks together and hold me back. Lin Xiao said lightly. Yina Naiu and others clenched their fists, hating their own incompetence and feeling that they were not helpful at all. Don't worry, let's go. Yina Naiu, you arrange the retreat. Take them away quickly. I understand, Master. We will not go back to the sect through Shanghai City, but let people control the flying boat and take the road of Yu country. It will take about 8 months to go back. We will recover from our injuries during these 8 months. Okay, I got it. Take good care of your injuries. There may be a big battle soon. Yina Naiu evacuated the people. They did not leave together. In order to prevent being wiped out in one go, they were divided into several groups, all escorted by the core members of Lin Xiao. Those who controlled the Dao gang also had to stay away from this area and enter a silent period to avoid the limelight this time. Why didn't you leave? I'm your disciple. How can the master take risks without the disciple accompanying him? There's no need for that. Once a teacher, a father for life. I don't regard you as a father, but you can't always regard me as the little girl 300 years ago. I'm now able to solve your problems. You make it very difficult for me to do this. It's not difficult. In terms of means, I'm not as good as the master, but in terms of recovery ability, the master may not be better than me. In the withering and flourishing art, I have always only shown the withering art. The master hasn't seen the power of my flourishing art yet, right? Silly girl, you are the future of the Tiansheng Sect. TSK, master, stop joking. Would the Tiansheng Sect still be the same without the master? This Tiansheng Sect was conquered by you with your fists and feet, not by me. What else can I do over the years besides refining pills and making all kinds of elixirs? I can't bear this burden, and you don't give it to me. I just want to follow in the footsteps of the master. Wherever you go, I will go. I also want to see the scenery that the master has seen, and I also want to try the things that the master has encountered. Okay, if you keep saying that, I'm going to cry. Let's go to the secret realm and open the warehouse and take out some black crystals. I'm afraid we are going to be hunted for a long time. Okay, after a while, Li Muxu took out the Zuanjing, and Lin Xiao officially refined the secret realm. This secret realm was of a very high level. With Lin Xiao's spiritual power, it would take at least half a year to completely refine it. However, Lin Xiao did not need to completely refine it, he just needed to be able to take it away. Seal 3 days later, Lin Xiao shouted, and endless Zuan Qi gushed out. The entire Dan city shook, and the city lord's mansion had already collapsed. A Zhuanggang emerged from the city lord's mansion and rushed straight to the sky. However, under Lin Xiao's suppression, this Zhuanggang became smaller and smaller, and finally included in Lin Xiao's hand. Formation Master, it's done. Get up. Li Muxu spread out dozens of jade talismans, and Lin Xiao pressed the Zhuanggang in his hand on those jade talismans. Then the jade talismans gathered together to form a jade talisman box the size of a suitcase. Lin Xiao took out 2 spiritual talismans and pasted them. Let's go, Li Muxu shouted, threw out a flying boat, grabbed Lin Xiao and flew up, then turned into a spiritual light and flew to the sky. Half a day later, a shadow appeared in the sky above Dan City. Looking at the collapsed city lord's mansion in Dan City, the shadow slowly solidified, and his face was dark and unclear. Greetings to the Lord God. A person crawled from among the mortals and appeared in front of the man, kneeling on the ground, not daring to look him in the eye. Tell me, what's going on? The man said lightly. As soon as Lin Xiao started to refine the secret realm, he sensed it, but he was very far away from Dan City at that time, and it was inconvenient for his real body to appear, so he separated his spirit and soul and hurried over, but it seemed that he was still a step late. Lord God, this is what happened. The mortal hurriedly told the cause and effect he knew. Among the mortals in Dan City, many are descendants of the assassins of the gods. The eight-faced fox only knew part of it, so it was not cleaned up thoroughly, and Lin Xiao was not ruthless enough to massacre the city, so some fish slipped through the net. After listening to the man's story, the Lord God snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and a series of silk threads appeared out of thin air, and then melted into his palm. These were the auras left by those people before, which had not completely dissipated, and were extracted by the Lord God. Lord God, there is nothing for you to do. Go back, the Lord God said lightly, and then sent out a few sound transmission notes. In less than half a day, several people appeared in Dan City. Seeing the collapsed city lord's mansion and the secret realm that disappeared without a trace, they immediately showed a horrified expression. Lord God, this? Who actually robbed our secret realm? Who? Where are the people in the secret realm? None of them escaped. Several people were extremely terrified. In their minds, they could kill all the people in the secret realm without even a little news, which must be the action of the major forces in Zhongzhou. Two things. Please give your orders, Lord God. First, there are 30 auras here. You go find and capture people according to these auras. I want to know who dares to attack us. Second, there is a traitor in our headquarters. Without the traitor's support, they can't even break through the entrance, let alone know that we have our base here. So I need to know who it is. Do these two things to calm my anger. Otherwise, none of you will survive. Yes, Lord God. Several people agreed in fear and did not dare to bargain at all. Soon, 30 jade plates appeared in front of them. When they looked up again, the Lord God had left. Everyone, hurry up and do it. The Lord God is really angry this time. If we don't do it well, we will really not survive. But where do we start looking now? These 30 auras are left by the murderer, but they have run far away long ago. Control the news first, and then look for survivors, and see if there are any living people outside. Find out the monks who were guarding the place when the accident happened. We must find out the traitor. Once the traitor is found, these people will not be able to escape. Okay, let's each pass the message. If you don't want to die, give an explanation to the Lord God as soon as possible. After discussing it, the few of them began to investigate without stopping. If they couldn't give an explanation, they would really die. They had seen the ruthlessness of the Lord God. Chapter 438, Settlement of Secret Realm. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu did not take the Shengan City route, although that was the best way. With the help of the teleportation array, they could quickly reach Zuanayu City. With the speed of Lin Xiao and others, it would take less than 2 months to go back. However, since most of the Lingguan monks of Tiansheng Sect were seriously injured, it was extremely dangerous to go to Shengan City. Once exposed, they would not even have the power to fight back, and could only sit and wait for death. Therefore, they had to choose an ordinary route. There was still a very long distance between Zhongzhou and Nanshaokin State, and there was also a very vast territory. It was still very difficult to find a few people in such a large place. Li Muxu piled up millions of Zuan crystals in the control cabin of the flying boat, and then let the flying boat fly at a constant direction and speed. She and Lin Xiao went into seclusion to heal their wounds. The withering and flourishing tactics that Li Muxu practiced were extremely domineering. The withering word absolutely represented death and defeat, and various techniques were mainly offensive, while the flourishing word represented vitality and prosperity. In addition to having a huge blessing effect in alchemy and spiritual plants, it was also very powerful for healing oneself. A month later, Li Muxu had recovered 80% of her injuries, and her combat power had almost recovered. The rest needed to be slowly nursed, and it would take at most 1 or 2 years to fully recover. Lin Xiao was naturally no match for Lin Xiao, so in a month, Lin Xiao had only recovered less than 50%. He looked like nothing had happened, but his real combat power was probably only 50% or 60%. While resting on the way, Lin Xiao calculated the gains and losses of this operation, not knowing whether it was a loss or a gain. According to Lin Xiao's previous estimate, a secret realm with a radius of about 10 miles would cost about 1 billion yuan. The area of the Thorn God was more than 20 kilometers, and it would cost 30 to 40 billion yuan, and it could also upgrade the system. As for the loss, 2 spiritual light monks died in the battle, which made Lin Xiao very distressed. Now all the spiritual light monks of the Tiansheng Sect were old acquaintances of Lin Xiao, and they were all disciples who had been together for more than 200 years. The time and resources to train them were also extremely huge. In addition, 20 Dao gangs died in the battle. Although there were only 3 people from the Tiansheng Sect, the other Dao gangs also had to be compensated and rewarded, and the expenses were not small. The resources were even more devastating. 11 5th level puppet beasts were damaged, and there were countless magic tools, spirit talismans, and elixirs. Before coming, Lin Xiao had accumulated 1.2 million points, but now he only had less than 200,000 points. The consumption was extremely huge. Fortunately, Lin Xiao exchanged enough puppet beasts, otherwise the loss of personnel would at least double, and few people would survive. Among the spiritual monks who survived, Lin Xiao was also afraid that some would damage their foundation and break their path. Master, are you worried about Yinan and the others? I'm wondering if this action is right. The God of Thorns should have an 8th level cultivator. In fact, we don't even understand the magical powers and spells of the 6th level cultivators. If they are caught up by them, the safety of Yinan and the others will be in jeopardy. Master, don't worry too much. The God of Thorns is not an open force. They dare not hunt them down openly. If they really do that, Yinan and the others only need to reveal their identities to kill them. Besides, there are so many people, it's not easy to find a few people. I hope so, right? I hope it's not too late. Let's speed up and get back. We must get back in 3 months at most. 3 months is about enough. Our speed is much faster than Yinan and the others, Lin Xiao replied. The flying boat in Lin Xiao's hand is not an ordinary product. The 5th grade upper grade flying boat has lost its safety protection function, and is specifically designed to speed up. As long as there are enough black crystals, it is equivalent to a 12th level spiritual light cultivator traveling day and night. The speed is very fast, much faster than Yinan and the others. Lin Xiao nodded, and went into seclusion, to heal his wounds again. Lin Xiao was controlling the flying boat to hurry on. After entering the area of Nunzhao, the two were much safer. Lin Xiao revealed the aura of a spiritual cultivator, and ordinary people did not dare to intercept easily. 3 months later, Lin Xiao's injuries had recovered by 80%, and most of his combat power had been restored. The rest only needed to spend a year or so to recuperate. The two also returned to Tiansheng Sect. At this time, Yinan and the others also returned to the area of Nanzhao. They had Yu Xiao to pick them up, so their safety was relatively guaranteed. However, their injuries were very serious, and they walked a section to heal their wounds, so they seemed much slower. Master, according to Yu Xiao's report, Yunan's speed was the fastest, and he was almost in 3 days ago. The slowest was Basichan's. According to yesterday's news, he had just left Yu. As soon as Lin Xiao came back, Nanzuan reported the news to Lin Xiao. Before Lin Xiao left, he had told Nanzuan that they were going to do something big, so he made some preparations and gave Yu Xiao a special sum of money. I understand, Nanzuan. Notify them that a disciple is about to break through. Immediately impose martial law at the mountain gate and tighten up the defense in Gangming City. Strengthen the alert, inform General Jie of Wuguo, and be on guard against cultivators with Zhongzhou accents. Lin Xiao nodded, and then issued a task, asking Tiansheng Sect to impose martial law and dispatch experts back. Although the entire cultivation world originated in Zhongzhou, the written language is unified, but the accents vary from place to place, and some people can still be identified by their accents. Nanzuan accepted the task and sent out dozens of sound transmission notes. Tiansheng Sect's masters in various places began to secretly return to defense. Gongming City was loosened up in public and tightened up in secret, and Lin Xiao was preparing to settle in the secret realm. Master, our sect was originally a trial field, and it is extremely well equipped, with a venue of hundreds of acres, including the heart refining tower, the combat puppet alley, the soul pool, and so on. Since this secret realm is to be part of the trial field, let's put it together. The secret realm is extremely important, and is the sect's retreat. The trial field is still some distance away from the sect's main peak. Isn't it a bit risky, Master? Nanzuan meant to set up the secret realm in the trial field, but Li Muxu disagreed. The core area of the sect is very large, hundreds of miles away, but the real core is still the 20 or 30 miles of the sect's main peak. Both the Sutra Library and the sect's treasury are here, so this is also the sect's real important place, with extremely strong guards, while the trial field is still 70 or 80 miles away from the main peak, so the guards are not that strong. It doesn't matter. Just follow the Master Nan's idea. If we can't even defend the area within 100 miles of the main peak, there's nothing we can do. I'm also going to turn the secret realm into a trial field. All the buildings inside will be demolished in the future. I'll plant some spiritual herbs and put some monsters in it. The monsters will be controlled below level 3. Let the disciples go in to collect herbs and hunt monsters, so as to train the practical ability of low-level disciples. Lin Xiao shook his head. It didn't matter where it was. Anyway, he wouldn't regard the secret realm as the last retreat. Even if it was better to let the disciples flee in all directions, it would be better than hiding in the secret realm and waiting to die. Then let's do as the master wants. Okay, Nanzuan will select a group of disciples. They must be loyal and reliable. After I set up the secret realm, they will go in to deal with it. The corpses, property, etc. inside have basically not been cleaned up. Yes, Master. Li Muxu, come with me to help me set up the secret realm. By the way, Li Jiusi asked him to come back. When the secret realm needs to draw the spiritual veins, he will need his help. Lin Xiao quickly came to the trial field with Li Muxu. At this time, the trial field had been temporarily closed. Except for a few managers, no one else was there. Let's settle here. This hill is relatively open. Okay. Lin Xiao took out the sealed secret realm, opened the seal, and then released the secret realm. A black hole immediately appeared above the trial field, and Lin Xiao and Li Muxu flew in. The two worked together to knock down the formation pillars again, firmly nailing the secret realm in the trial field. The two walked out without caring about the things inside. Master, the disciples have made arrangements. Li Jiusi can reach the mountain gate tomorrow. Okay, you send people in to clean up. Remember to count the data. In addition, we need to build a hall here to cover the entrance and exit. We need to be quick. The secret realm will not be opened every day in the future. It will take a while, 3 to 5 years or even once every 10 years. The specific arrangements will be planned slowly. Yes, Master. Nanzuan gave an order, and 50 disciples flew into the secret realm. A group of disciples were extremely shocked when they saw the hell-like scene inside. Master Nan, these are the bodies of Lingguang monks, and these are also, my god, how many Lingguang monks has the master killed? Master Nan, come and see, these are the bodies of Daogang monks, there are so many of them, how many are here? Be quiet, everyone, you are so panic-stricken, how can you be afraid? They are all dead, what are you afraid of? Hurry up. Collect the bodies, and the rest of you follow me. Nanzuan had a stern face, although he was also extremely shocked in his heart, but he still acted calm. Soon, they saw a large pile of storage bags and various broken magic tools. Even the 5th level magic tools were broken. You can imagine how cruel the scene was at that time. Put away the storage bags, and take them to the reserve warehouse for counting. Tell the disciples that there are a lot of treasures in these storage bags. Don't try to touch them. Don't blame me if you are caught by the Kinglian Hall. I dare not. I dare not. Who dares to tamper with them here? There is also a Sutra Pavilion here. Let the people from the Sutra Pavilion come in and take inventory. The warehouse is open. They have already classified them. Take them away according to the categories. And there are spiritual medicines outside. Let the disciples from the spiritual medicine garden come here as soon as possible to see if there are any that can be rescued. Nanzuan walked through the secret realm and issued orders one after another. The battle in Dance City almost destroyed the secret realm. Except for the warehouse and the Sutra Pavilion, which were protected by formations, everything else was in tatters. The thousands of acres of spiritual fields outside were in a similar state. Who knew how many spiritual medicines could be rescued? After Nanzuan came out of the secret realm, the errant disciples of the mountain gate had appeared and began to build gates around the entrances and exits to cover them. However, Nanzuan did not see Lin Xiao, so he guessed that he had left the stall to him again. This made Nanzuan a little melancholy. He didn't know what to do when he met such a hands-off boss. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439 New System Functions. Ding dong, the system upgrade is complete. Please check it out. Open the system page. Ding dong, the system page has been opened. Host level, Ling Wang, 6th grade. Sect name, Tiansheng Sect, 6th grade. Number of disciples, 67,544. Host rights, point small, summoning system real person. Mode to assist sect rights, bonus from various institutions, set up branches. 5. Disciple loyalty, 60.2, low loyalty, side quests, disintegrate the thorn god, unlimited time, collect system blanks, unlimited time, branch plan, unlimited time, points balance. 213,455 inches. Lin Xiao looked at the system page in front of him. He didn't expect anything new, but Lin Xiao was more looking forward to the benefits that the system would bring him. After some research, Lin Xiao immediately learned a lot of information. The first was that the system's point small unlocked all the items that Shengsu monks could use, that is, all the 6th level treasures. Moreover, the point small has a function of unlocking in advance. For example, if Lin Xiao saw an 8th level or 9th level treasure in a certain place, as long as the system can fully scan it, it can appear in the point small in advance, instead of waiting until the next system upgrade as before. Seeing this function, Lin Xiao was very sad about the loss of the Zeuxan arrow. If he still had Zeuxan arrows in his hand, he could let the system scan and exchange this 7th level treasure in advance. If the points were enough, Lin Xiao would exchange for 10 or 8 of them. At that time, even if the entire army of the Thorn God came to attack, he would not be afraid. It's a pity that the Zeuxan arrows are gone now, and they can't be exchanged in advance. In the point small, the heaven level martial arts have been completely unlocked and there are no restrictions. And new things have come out, that is, magical powers. The magical powers are extremely special, but Lin Xiao doesn't understand why the system didn't classify the magical powers into the special product area. Lin Xiao took a look and temporarily unlocked only 3 magical powers. The price of these 3 magical powers is extremely expensive, and each one costs at least 500,000 points. Lin Xiao doesn't have to think about it for the time being. In addition, the purple divine eye that Lin Xiao is resting on is actually a kind of magical power. It can be said that Lin Xiao does not have this demand for the time being. The level of the system's real person mode has also been improved again. This time, it can show the level of the 12th level cultivator of the Shengsu to assist in the battle. The price has increased several times compared to before, and it requires 30,000 points per minute. However, this price still makes Lin Xiao very excited. You must know that in the world of cultivating immortals, Shengsu cultivators are already very powerful. There are no more than 100 Shengsu cultivators in the entire Nansao. If it is a cultivator of the 2nd or 3rd level of Shengsu, he can't withstand the 3-minute onslaught of the system's real person mode. Lin Xiao can kill a Shengsu with 100,000 points. How long does it take for them to train a Shengsu cultivator? Even as strong as the Tiansheng Sect, there are only 2 Shengsu cultivators. It is hard to say when the 3rd one will come out, so this price-performance ratio is extremely high, which is more cost-effective than the Zeuxan arrow. Lin Xiao looked at the conditions for the next system upgrade again. This time, he was extremely surprised, because in addition to requiring Tiansheng Sect to have 10 Shengsu cultivators, there were only 2 conditions. The first condition was to include system blanks, requiring the evaluation points to be no less than 1 million, and no grade requirements. The second was to create a unique practice. There were only these 2 conditions. Lin Xiao pondered over these 2 conditions, and didn't know how to evaluate them. Including system blanks was what he had been doing, and he had accumulated more than 1 million points. It was not difficult, as long as he spent some time. This practice, however, might be a little difficult, because the system required the practice to be at the ground level, and the realm to reach the Shengsu period. According to what Lin Xiao knew, it was not so easy to create a practice. It was impossible to count the number of practices in the entire cultivation world. The number of the 4 common grades of Xiandi Zuanhuan was also distributed in the shape of a pyramid. The ground level practice was already extremely powerful, and even for a sect like Lingjianmen, there were not many. Without exception, the people who create the techniques are all talents. They need to have unique insights into cultivation, profound knowledge, and rich experience. Moreover, even the techniques they create need to be repaired for a long time before they can be upgraded. In the history of the cultivation world for millions of years, there are many people who have created their own techniques, but very few can reach the earth level as soon as they are created. It took hundreds of years for the King Emperor to create the Ran character formula, and it took thousands of years for him to merge the Ran character formula with the Ku character formula. This shows the difficulty of creating techniques. Lin Xiao shook his head and excluded these distracting thoughts from his mind. According to habit, each system upgrade will only be slower and slower. It is meaningless to think about this now. Lin Xiao needs to resolve the current crisis. Using system points to upgrade the cultivation level, it only takes 50,000 points to reach the first level of Shengsu from the 12th level of Lingguang, and each level after Shengsu only needs 10,000 points. Lin Xiao's current points are enough for him to immediately upgrade his cultivation level to the 12th level of Shengsu. But Lin Xiao was still very hesitant. During the entire Lingguang period, he only had a few decades of actual cultivation time, and the rest was all upgraded with points. Starting from the 5th level, Lin Xiao became extremely busy, constantly upgrading with points. This caused Lin Xiao's foundation to become superficial. Even though the system passed on the cultivation experience of each level to him, Lin Xiao still felt that it was not his thing, not something he had cultivated himself. If he had not gone to Dance City to seize the secret realm, Lin Xiao would definitely have practiced honestly, because Lin Xiao still had the biggest hidden danger in his heart. This hidden danger was unthinkable, but Lin Xiao had never forgotten it. He even raised the level of this hidden danger to the highest level, and no other danger could compare with it. 7 soul pill, 150,000 points per pill. Lin Xiao took a look at the points mall. Among the treasures that Lingguang could break through the Shengsu, the 7 soul pill was the best for the time being. Of course, this was still a simplified version of the 3 souls and 7 souls pill. If he could get the 3 souls and 7 souls pill, the success rate would be higher. Unfortunately, the 3 souls and 7 souls pill was a 7th level treasure, and the system did not support it yet. Therefore, the 7 souls pill can only be used as a backup. Lin Xiao felt that with his qualifications, if he used the 7 souls pill, he would have a success rate of about 50%, which was not low. At the Lingguang level, even if the success rate was only 10%, there would be people trying. Once successful, the Shengsu cultivator would have a lifespan of 2000 years. I still envy Li Muxu. There will be no bottleneck before the 7th level. Lin Xiao did not change the 7 souls pill immediately, but just shook his head. He envied Li Muxu very much. Before the 12th level of Shengsu, she was unimpeded. As long as she practiced, she could make progress, which was enough to make everyone envious. Master, you are out of retreat. Li Muxu saw Lin Xiao as soon as he came out of the Tiansheng Sect trial field. Have you been here these days? Yes, I'm here to supervise. This secret realm is hard to come by, so we have to be careful. It seems that Nanzuan has done a good job. Lin Xiao nodded. In just 7 or 8 days, Nanzuan had built a gate to the secret realm. It was no longer a dark entrance and exit like before, and he used the formation left by Lin Xiao to protect the hall. The 5th level formation was enough to ensure its safety. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu walked into the secret realm. At this time, there were hundreds of people cleaning up the secret realm. The potholes left over from the war had been almost filled up, the corpses and bloodstains had also been cleaned up, and more than half of the original buildings had been demolished. Greetings, sect leader. Jiusi, how's the spiritual vein going? Replying to sect leader, the spiritual vein has been led into the secret realm, but it has not yet been generated. It will take a long time for it to take root completely in the secret realm, and even to reach the point where it can be upgraded. It will probably take decades. What level has it reached now? According to my prediction, the mysterious energy emitted should be around the 3rd grade. If we follow the custom of the sect, I'm afraid we can only open up 1,000 acres of 3rd grade spiritual fields at most. Don't worry, and I don't plan to open up spiritual fields in the secret realm. After I'm done with this, I'll have people scatter spiritual medicine seeds here and let them grow freely. Lin Xiao shook his head. Since it was a trial field, there was no need to open up spiritual fields. Lin Xiao just wanted to turn this place into an adventure house, allowing disciples to come in and hunt for treasures. When the time comes, he could release some monsters in, and it would be an adventure park. This kind of trial secret realm is extremely important for a sect. Many talented disciples are highly regarded by the sect and are trained with emphasis, so they practice very quickly. However, the actual combat ability of most of these people is worrying. If they are placed outside to practice, many sects are reluctant to let them go, fearing that they will die. Therefore, practicing in a secret realm controlled by the sect to increase actual combat ability is very beneficial for talented disciples. Similarly, it is also very beneficial for the sect. On the contrary, there is no need to use it for farming. Tiansheng Sect is not like those sects in Zhongzhou. Because the land is restricted, there is land for farming. Tiansheng Sect has no shortage of this. The spiritual mountains outside can be cultivated and improved, and the spiritual fields can be opened up. If it doesn't work, you can go to the wilderness to seize land. Naturally, there is no need to be so frugal. I see. Then what about these spiritual fields? After filling them up, put some rocks in. No need to do it deliberately, just do it casually. Yes, master. I'll go first. Muzu, you just watch here. Lin Xiao nodded, and then went to see Nanzuan. After so many days, Nanzuan has counted the gains of the entire secret realm. More than 13.6 million Zuan crystals, including those in the warehouse and those storage bags. Magic tools, 12 5th level magic tools, including 3 defensive magic tools. Lin Xiao looked at the data and had some number theory in his mind. Not counting those martial arts, the Zuan crystals, magic tools, talismans, spiritual materials, and spiritual medicines alone are worth about 300 to 400 million. If those spiritual fields were not destroyed, they could add another 10%. You know, Thorn God doesn't have many low-level disciples, so what he planted are extremely precious spiritual objects. Master, you have to take a look at this information. It's an unexpected surprise. The list of Thorn God's lurking suspects. Very good. Where did you find it from? It's very messy. I don't know. Some are from the storage bags of those monks, and some are picked up from the ground. The people in the Sutra repository are still counting. Maybe there will be some income, which is just right for us to fight back. Fight back. The news has been sent back. Lin Xiao's heart sank suddenly. Thorn God moved really quickly. Chapter 440. The enemy's counterattack. In Zhongzhou, in an inconspicuous castle, in the underground prison cell, screams rose and fell, and even the guards felt a little scalp tingling. These big men who usually looked extremely stern were so cruel when they were really ruthless. The person in cell number 7 is dying. Throw him out to feed the dogs. A Shengsu monk walked out indifferently. His hands were still covered in blood, wiped them with a handkerchief, and said to the guard, then turned and went to another room. Lin Xiao, have you thought about it, whether to confess or not? My lord, I have said everything I want to confess. There is nothing more to say. Bai Mianhu said calmly. He saw the torture being carried out in the opposite room clearly. Those terrible methods made him nervous. He didn't know how many rounds he could endure, but he still couldn't show any cowardice on the surface. You still have a lot to say, such as 146. Why did 146 betray the organization and the Lord God, while you, who had a close relationship with him, happened to be away when the secret realm of Dan City was breached, and you also took away Tiansheng monks? Sir, I have already said that I don't know why 146 betrayed the Lord God. I'm just closer to him. I'm not the only one who is close to 146. Did everyone betray him? If I really betrayed him, I would have left long ago. Why did I come back? As for the mission of Tiansheng Sect, I have been planning for this for more than 20 years, almost 30 years. All my fellow Taoists and seniors know about it. This time we looted the Zuanjing mine of Tiansheng Sect and are about to assassinate their Shengsu monks. If you hadn't recruited us, maybe we would have succeeded now. Once we succeed, we will have another place to recruit people openly, and more brothers can use this to obtain resources and improve their cultivation. This mission has also been agreed by you. Bamian, who replied that the God of Thorns had already known about Yang Erming's betrayal. They acted too quickly. Several Shengsu monks were dispatched, and Lin Xiao's group could not evacuate completely. Several Daogang monks who participated in the battle in the secret realm of Dan City were captured. They recognized Yang Erming as the God of Thorns spy, and it was he who led Lin Xiao and others into the secret realm. These Daogang monks could not bear the torture, so they quickly confessed everything they knew. In the past few months, the God of Thorns had captured many of Yixiao's men, but Bamian, who did not know whether they were peripheral or core personnel, because he was also controlled early. What you said makes sense, but it still cannot clear you of suspicion. It was the power of Lin Xiao that broke into the secret realm of Dan City. 146 has never been to Nanzhao. On the contrary, you are from Nanzhao. If we check your background, we will find that starting from Uyghur, every place you have been, our assassins have been defeated miserably, but you are unscathed. It's too coincidental, Linkiba, too coincidental, it can't be explained. I can't explain it either. My resume has been read over and over again by you gentlemen, and I have explained it many times. Humph. The Shengsu monk snorted coldly. He really wanted to torture Linkiba. He didn't believe that Linkiba could hold on under torture, but it was not suitable now. The secret realm of Dan City was broken, not only causing the God of Thorns to lose 1/3 of his middle and lower level cultivators, but also making the remaining cultivators extremely uneasy. If it is confirmed that Linkiba is a traitor, then it doesn't matter, but it is feared that, if this is not the case, the remaining middle and lower level cultivators will probably be in danger, which will make the God of Thorns even weaker. Sir, I know you don't trust me, but I still hope to help you. This time, Dan City was breached, and my close fellow Taoists suffered heavy casualties. I hate the murderer very much, and I hope you can give me a chance. Do you want to take the opportunity to tip off? Sir, even if I'm a traitor, I'm not a dead warrior. How dare I tip off in front of you? I just hope you can give me a chance to clear my suspicion. What do you want? Sir, how about letting me preside over the punishment? If I'm a traitor and show mercy to them, you will definitely find out. That's right. You should meet those people. Maybe some of them know you. Thank you for your help, sir. Soon, the 8-faced fox became a jailer and even carried out torture himself. His methods were more cruel than those of the Shengsu cultivators. For a while, the low-level disciples were fed like tigers. These methods were seen by the top leaders of the Tiansheng. Although his suspicion has not been cleared yet, it has faded a lot. However, this move of 8-faced fox is extremely dangerous. If the core personnel of Night Owl are here, even if they don't know the identity of 8-faced fox, they can still insist that it is him, because 8-faced fox has used means in the punishment. Because the essence of punishment is to make the prisoner feel endless pain from the body and mind, fear and hope for the future. For example, a very common torture is to hit the prisoner's fingers with a small hammer and smash the bones little by little, so that the pain will extend endlessly, so that they will despair. If a hammer is smashed down, and the whole palm is smashed at once, it will be inferior. 8-faced fox did this. His torture looks extremely terrible, but he deliberately omitted the mental torture and increased the physical torture. However, the physical torture is low level. These trainings are not secrets within Night Owl, but the people of the God of Assassination do not know much. Of course, the crisis of 8-faced fox has not passed. There are still many people who can't bear the torture. One piece of intelligence after another has been revealed. Every action of the God of Assassination is led by Sheng Tzu, and there are still prisoners sent continuously. In Zhangzhou Shengan City, Yunnan Zhang Qingxuan and Arking were all there. They were about to return to Tiansheng Sect, but as the peripheral organizations of Night Owl were constantly destroyed, they had to stay in Shengan City in person and fight secretly with the people of Thorn God. 176 people. It has been confirmed that 176 people have been captured by Thorn God, and there are more than 60 missing people who have not been confirmed. Boss Yi, it's time to think of a way. We can't let them go on like this. Yes, Boss Yi, we have been planning in Zhangzhou for more than 100 years. Now more than half of our years of hard work have been wasted. The remaining little bit must be preserved. Otherwise, what should we do in the future? Don't quarrel. Let me think about it. Yunanayu's eyes were red, and his head was as big as a bucket. Thorn God's quick reaction caught them off guard. Several of the dozens of Dao gangs who retreated were captured, and then these people involved a large number of peripheral people. Although they have evacuated, more than 100 people were still captured. It is hard to say who among these people can hold on. The only thing they can be thankful for is that they let the core members of Night Owl evacuate at the first time, so they have not been caught yet. However, because of this, most of the results of their layout in Zhangzhou for more than 100 years have been destroyed. According to the people who escaped, every action of the Thorn God is led by the Divine Void Monk. With just a few of us, we are no match at all. So this time, we can't force our way in. We have to find a way to divert their attention. Does Boss Yi have an idea? Yesterday, the head of the sect sent me a letter and told me a list of people who were spies of the Thorn God lurking in the major sects in Zhangzhou. It was precisely because of these spies that the Thorn God was able to survive the joint attack of the major sects in Zhangzhou. Now we have to find a way to expose some of the people on this list. Once the major sects in Zhangzhou take action, they will not have the courage to arrest our people blatantly. Boss Yi, but now I have withdrawn all the troops from Zhangzhou. It is impossible for us to spread the news as quickly as possible. I have a way. Boss Yi, don't be like this. Just say whatever you want to say. My method is a double-edged sword. If it is not handled properly, it will bring disaster to our Tiansheng Sect. What method is so terrifying? Boss, tell me. The three of us will decide. If it doesn't work, let the head of the sect decide. Okay, I'll tell you. The 8-sided fox once said that the controller of the Thorn God is very likely to be a cultivator of the 8th realm, and this cultivator is very likely to have an obvious identity, that is, the controller of a second-rate force or a powerful elder of a first-rate force. The 8-sided fox didn't find out the details, but we can make a big fuss about this. We will first use a batch of names to prove our right to speak, and then directly point the spearhead at a sect, such as the Tiansheng Sect, and say that one of its 8th level ancestors is the god of the Thorn God. When it involves an 8th level ancestor of a first-rate force, the attention of the entire Zhangzhou will be attracted. We don't care how Tiansheng Sect proves its innocence by then, but Shen will definitely have to bear the first wave of anger from Tiansheng Sect, and our people will be safe temporarily. It's a good trick to divert trouble to others. Bullshit. By then Shen will definitely hand our people over to Tiansheng Sect. Once Tiansheng Sect is sure that it was the sect from Nanzhou who did it, they will most likely trace it back to us. If we are exposed, the Tiansheng Sect's army will be on the march. It only takes a cultivator of the 7th realm to take action, and our entire sect will die. No, the entire Wu Kingdom will die. So this is a double-edged sword. If things go wrong, we will be courting disaster. I dare not make a decision. Boss Yi, why don't we abandon Zhangzhou? The core personnel of our sect have all been withdrawn anyway. Not appropriate. Now Shen has confirmed that we are from Nanzhou. If nothing unexpected happens, Xi Shen will definitely come to Nanzhao for revenge, and the next revenge will definitely be extremely fierce, and we may not be able to stop it. I think Boss Yi's plan is good. It will take a while for Tiansheng Sect to investigate us. If they really find out, they will have to withstand the pressure from the entire South Continent to kill us. Although the 5 continents in the immortal cultivation world are headed by Central Continent, they are not headed by Tiansheng Sect. When the time comes, if they dare to take action, we will spread the news that Tiansheng Sect wants to enter South Continent, and then Qin and Qi will certainly be the first to refuse. South Continent is their sphere of interest. If there is another Tiansheng Sect, their interests will inevitably suffer. But Qi and Qin can't stop Tiansheng Sect. According to the information we have gathered over the years, Qi and Qin only have cultivators of the 7th realm. Even if there are cultivators of the 8th realm, there are only 1 or 2. Tiansheng Sect has cultivators of the 9th realm. This action is related to the life and death of the sect. We cannot make the decision. Let's leave it to the sect leader to decide. Yunanyu nodded. He once again hated his own incompetence. If he had the cultivation of Shengsu now, he could ambush and kill the assassin's men, and there would be no need to take such an unconventional approach to save himself. Chapter 441, Ambitious. In the prison of Hishite of Tiansheng Sect, King Nian was reporting to an elegant middle-aged man, who was the commander-in-chief of Hishite, Zhu Wei. Hishite had a total of 3 commanders, 1 chief and 2 deputy commanders, who were responsible for the overall planning of Hishite affairs. The commander-in-chief Zhu Wei was not only a master of the 7th Golden Body Realm, but also the disciple of the 9th Realm Supreme of Tiansheng Sect. He was in a high position of power in Tiansheng Sect. King Nian, you said that the people who attacked the Zuanjing mine in Xianyuan Mountain were not from Yuxinmen, but from Sishan. Even the Iron Lion you caught before was from Sishan? That's right. Commander-in-chief, are you kidding? Commander-in-chief, how dare King Nian joke about this? I already have solid evidence. King Nian was a little anxious. The discovery of this matter was also a matter that subverted his cognition for King Nian. On that day, in the Zuanjing mine in Xianyuan Mountain, he and Jiang Fengyu and others were restrained by 2 assassins of Sishan, but the mine was looted. At that time, King Nian reacted the fastest. He rushed out as soon as he received the alarm in the mine. So King Nian also caught an assassin who stabbed the god with his own hands. When he learned that Tishi had slipped away from his hands, King Nian was furious, so he directly asked the Tiansheng Sect's troops who came to support the Zuanjing mine to separate a part of their people to capture them, and successfully captured several Daogang monks. After catching the people, King Nian immediately asked people to send the captives back to the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate to prevent any accidents, while he went to the Xianyuan Mountain Zuanjing mine to deal with things. At that time, the Tiansheng Sect and the Yuxin Sect almost broke out in a direct conflict. Fortunately, both sides were extremely restrained, knowing that once the 2 sects fought, it would not be a small matter. The first-class sects were very important in Zhangzhou. Both sides, together with their vassals, could mobilize millions of monks to participate in the war. It can be said that it is a catastrophe in the world of cultivation and cannot be easily moved. However, the 2 sides did not stop arguing. It took a full month for both sides to calm down. Then the Tiansheng Sect gave King Nian an order to thoroughly investigate the matter. The Tiansheng Sect was unwilling to suffer this loss. You have to know that in this incident, more than 200 people were killed in Xianyuan Mountain, and there were 3 Lingguang monks. Lingguang monks are not cabbages. Even in the Tiansheng Sect, they have a certain status. The looted Zuanjing is as high as more than 10 million. How can they bear this loss? So after King Nian came back, he focused on several captives. Thanks to Tishi's teaching, Hishite didn't learn anything else, but this interrogation method is quite good. Relying on the 3 axes, several captives didn't last more than a month and confessed everything. The assassin told King Nian their identity and purpose. Knowing that he might be assassinated by the assassin of the Shengsu level in the mine, King Nian also broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that in that scene, he might not be able to resist the assassination of the Shengsu level assassin. As for the rest of the information about the God of Thorns, He already knew it, but the rescue of the prisoners of Tishi made King Nian a little confused. Those people were not the core members of Night Owl, but Dao Gang who controlled the periphery. They had the handle in their hands, so they followed his orders. They didn't know who the real power behind Night Owl was, they only knew that they came from a big power in Nansao. But coincidentally, they had seen Bai Mianhu and Li Huo, and this information overlapped with the information of the God of Thorns personnel, so King Nian had already determined that Tishi was the God of Thorns, and that the God of Thorns also had a group of highly professional spies. He could even speculate that the God of Thorns had been completely cleaned up, and had an extremely powerful force in the open. After learning this, King Nian was extremely worried, and even sent people to Dan City to investigate, but Dan City was nothing unusual, which was different from what the God of Thorns prisoner said, which made him suspicious again. After that, he tortured the God of Thorns prisoner many times, but did not get more information. King Nian spent a lot of time to verify the news, but unfortunately, Yi Zhao had evacuated most of his people to avoid the assassination of the god, so he did not capture more prisoners. However, the Tiansheng Sect was dissatisfied with King Nian's lack of response for several months, and put pressure on King Nian. King Nian had no choice but to report the news to Zhu Wei. King Nian, I've read your report, but if it only contains a few captives, and these people may not be the core members, I'm afraid they can't be taken seriously. Grand Commander, listen to me, the matter of Assassin God is unusual. Ever since Assassin God assassinated several talented disciples of major sects, he has been jointly strangled by major sects in Zhongzhou. Everyone wants to kill him, but why can't Assassin God be killed? We are not fools, but there are some things that cannot be revealed. Take your confession for example. You said that Assassin God already has obvious strength. Tell me which sect it is. Although Nansao is weak, the sects over there have inextricable ties with Zhongzhou, and they are not so easy to deal with. If we act against a certain force, based on a confession alone, then others can arbitrarily capture a few people, and say they are Assassin God's captives, and then act against our vassal forces. If everyone does this, it will be too terrible, and we in Tiansheng Sect must never open this loophole. Zhu Wei patiently explained that King Nian could ignore the overall situation, but he couldn't. Today, King Nian could make this matter an ironclad case. That's right, no one dared to blame him. After all, he was standing on a moral high ground, but others would follow suit in the future, and then the order of the entire central continent would be in chaos. Grand Commander, but what about the matter of Shinyuan Mountain? Are we just going to admit our loss? I'm afraid this is the only way to deal with the matter of Shinyuan Mountain. If that Tishi was still there, he could take the blame. Now that he has run away, there is nothing we can do. This matter will not involve you, so I will take it. Grand Commander, but this matter. Okay, let's just leave it at that. Seeing Zhu Wei's insistence, King Nian didn't know what to say. It was very kind of him to take this matter. If he was a more ruthless person, he would have to let the people below take the blame. However, King Nian didn't give up casually in his heart, especially the matter of Tishi, which made him feel ashamed of being slapped in the face. He felt that, if he didn't catch Tishi, he would have an obsession in his life. King Nian had his own confidants, and he secretly sent them to search the places where the captives had stayed according to their confessions, to see if they could follow the clues and uproot the organization. They had played tricks on King Nian several times, and King Nian was eager to take revenge. More than 2 months later, King Nian's confidants had not yet caught anyone, but a rumor had arisen in Zhongzhou, saying that the several Shengsu level assassins who had assassinated the gods were actually disciples of some forces in the Zhongzhou Xiuxin world, including guest elders and some core members of sects. These forces were not considered strong, and were basically second and third rate forces. But this news was also shocking enough. As the rumors spread, these words quickly changed. Some people even said that the Thorn God was the most powerful force in the world of immortal cultivation, because they controlled countless forces. What was exposed before was just the tip of the iceberg. The indifference of those forces was the performance after being controlled by the Thorn God. Various rumors were updated every day. Later, some people even said that the Lord of the Thorn God was the supreme of a first-class big force. This thorn god was created by that big force to eliminate the enemy's genius disciples. It was extremely unbearable. The rumors intensified, and the forces that were named did not dare to remain indifferent, so they launched an investigation. At this time, the evidence that the Shengsu cultivators were the thorn god's assassins suddenly broke out again. Several forces were afraid and let those people run away. Once the person ran away, it was confirmed that the matter was true, which caused an uproar in the entire world of immortal cultivation. The previous attempts to strangle the god of thorns were also brought up for discussion. In fact, the multiple attempts to strangle the god of thorns failed to eliminate the god of thorns, because the god of thorns had infiltrated many forces in the world of immortal cultivation. With their tip-offs, it would be strange if the god of thorns could be completely eliminated. As a result, all the sects in Zhongzhou started the self-examination procedure and began to investigate some of the cultivators in their own sects, especially those whose whereabouts were unclear and who had disappeared while traveling. Not to mention some of the guest officials who joined as casual cultivators. Some of them even lost their jobs because of this. The Blackwater Terrace, where King Nian was located, naturally had to conduct a self-examination as well. However, before King Nian could find out, a piece of news made everyone in the Tiansheng Sect extremely angry, because the news directly said that the Tiansheng Sect was the organizer of the God of Thorns, and the God of Thorns was an 8th level ancestor of the Tiansheng Sect named Liang Wendao. This news hit the calm water like a huge rock, causing waves. The 8th realm cultivators are the top cultivators in the entire cultivation world, and can be ranked in the top 100 among the billions of cultivators in the cultivation world. Tiansheng Sect is a major force in the cultivation world. If this news is true, it will affect the entire cultivation world. What's worse is that Liang Wendao is not a cultivator cultivated by Tiansheng Sect itself. He joined Tiansheng Sect when he was in the Shengsu cultivation level and naturalized after being a guest elder for a full 1000 years. Therefore, Tiansheng Sect does not know his previous origins. Later, although Liang Wendao became a senior member of Tiansheng Sect, he did not like power and did not control the authority of Tiansheng Sect. Instead, he liked to travel and often came back once every few hundred years. Therefore, Liang Wendao, whose whereabouts were mysterious, was really suspected. This information made Tiansheng Sect itself not know how to explain it. It was only angry and wanted to find and kill the person who spread this news, but there were so many people. How could they find him? Soon after, all the major sects in Zhongzhou jointly sent a message to Tiansheng Sect, asking them to come up with an explanation, either to produce evidence to prove that Liang Wendao was not the God Lord, or to directly eliminate the assassin of the god and prove their innocence. Liang Wendao was not in Tiansheng Sect at this time, but was traveling outside. Tiansheng Sect could not find him for a while, and did not dare to ignore the matter directly, so they had to order He Shite to investigate the matter of the assassin of the god as soon as possible and capture more people to report. King Nian had the captives of the assassin of the god in his hands, which was just right for him to use. Therefore, according to the confession of the assassin of the god, King Nian dispatched the masters of He Shite and Tiansheng Sect to attack from all sides and continuously eliminate the people of the assassin of the god. Chapter 442, The God of Thorns in Danger. In Zhongzhou, inside the castle, most of the captives were ordered to be executed by Beimian himself, and a small number of captives were developed into spies by the Thorn God and released. The castle, which used to be filled with screams, became much quieter today, with only some hurried footsteps. Lin Xiao, how are you preparing? My lord, the formation has been arranged, and there are many explosives in it. As long as it is detonated, the entire castle can be completely destroyed without leaving any traces or breath. Beimian replied. Since Lin Xiao released the news, Thorn God has fallen into a great crisis. First, the identities of the 6 Shengsu monks were exposed. This is half of Thorn God's Shengsu monks. Although these 6 people escaped in time, they have already revealed their faces, and it will be difficult for them to achieve great things in the future. It is even a problem whether they can survive the joint pursuit of the major sects. After all, they already know that many sects have sent assassins to hunt them down, and Beimian does not know the details. Even worse was the pursuit of the Tiansheng Sect. The Tiansheng Sect had the Lingguan monk of the Thorn God, who already knew a lot of secrets. The masters of the Blackwater platform were all out, and a large number of masters of the Tiansheng Sect also went out to cooperate, so that the Thorn God's hidden stakes were constantly pulled out. The Thorn God already knew that the castle base would also be abandoned. For many years, the Thorn God had only 3 major bases in Zhangzhou. The Dan City Secret Realm was one, and this castle was also one. The last one was a secret base directly under the jurisdiction of the God Lord. Only people above the Shengsu level knew where that base was. Until now, there was no news from the 8-faced fox. The loss of 2 of the 3 major bases was a fatal blow to the Thorn God, especially since a large number of low-level disciples could not be arranged in place. For example, in this castle, the 8-faced fox saw at least more than 3,000 people, but the low-level disciples that could really be arranged would not exceed 300. The rest would all be abandoned. What would the future be like was already doomed. Without these low-level disciples as fresh blood, the God of Thorns can be said to be on the decline. What's the use of relying on these dozens of people? It can't grow stronger at all. In the expectation of Bamianhu, if the God of Thorns has no other backup, then it will really be destroyed. Very good, the matter is done. Then tell me where you are going. The adults above have ordered you to go to Nanzhou to open up a base. From now on, you will be the new Nanzi 001 in charge. Let me go to Nanzhou, sir. Why? 0078. Don't forget that your suspicion has not been cleared. If you want to clear the suspicion, what you have to do is to go to Nanzhou to open up a foundation, and then find out the murderer who broke through the secret realm of Dan City. Otherwise you will never get the support of the organization. The Shengsu monk said coldly. Now that the God of Thorns only has 1 base left, it is natural to be cautious, and be more cautious. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. As long as there is a little suspicion, it is impossible for anyone to know where the last base is. So they sent 078 to Nanzhou to open up a base. This is also an old tradition. The reason why the God of Thorns is so difficult to kill is that they had spies planted around various sects before, and they also have many bases. Once they are cleared, they can be diverted to these bases. When the storm is over, they can not only come back, but also bring back human resources to provide support for the Central Continent headquarters. I know, sir. I will never let the Lord God down. The previous 001 couldn't do it, but it doesn't mean I can't do it. It's good that you have this confidence. Don't say that we deliberately gave up on you. The castle is about to be abandoned. There are still some things in the warehouse that we can't take away. You can choose at will. In addition, I tell you that the Lord God has limited patience. If you want to stand out, you must find out the real culprit as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Thank you, sir. The 8-faced fox saluted respectfully and then went to the warehouse to rob supplies. Yes, he had to rob. With the nature of the God of Thorns, he was definitely not the only one who was abandoned. As expected, as soon as he arrived at the warehouse, he saw 7 or 8 people arguing fiercely. A team of monks watched coldly and did not stop them. Most of the remaining ones were worthless low-level spiritual materials. There were large quantities, but they were not valuable, so they were abandoned by the headquarters of the God of Assassination. Who is coming? A loud shout made Lin Xiao come back to his senses. When he looked up, he saw Li Xiao staring at him angrily. Brother, I'm Lin Xiao. I'm here to collect the materials and open up a base in Nanzhou under the order of the adults. I see. Okay, come and sign the code name. The headquarters will take it back in the future. Yes, thank you, brother. Bamianhu followed Li Xiao to a clerk, and Li Xiao personally handled the procedures for Bamianhu. I have been selected by the higher-ups, and will soon serve the Lord God. Congratulations. I will go to Nanzhou to open up a new base, and also look for the murderer who broke through the secret realm of Dan City. Let's encourage each other. We are all here to serve the Lord God. However, you will have nothing when you go to Nanzhou. I will give you some more skills and martial arts, so that you can better recruit people at that time. Secretary, this does not violate the rules, does it? It's okay, sir. If you don't take the things here, they will be destroyed tomorrow. It's okay to copy more skills and martial arts, but they cannot be spread at will. Thank you, secretary, I must not forget this. The 8-faced fox bowed to the monk and then went into the warehouse to select supplies. He filled several storage bags before leaving. That night, most of the people who assassinated the gods in the castle dispersed. In the early morning of the next day, with a loud bang, the entire castle was annihilated, forming an extremely huge deep pit. 2 days later, King Nian brought a group of masters to the castle. Looking at the ruined castle, King Nian's face was extremely ugly. Needless to say, they were a step late, and the cunning thorn god escaped without a trace again. Commander King Nian, all the clues are cut off here. What should we do next? People leave their names behind, and wild beasts leave their voices behind. I don't believe that thorn god's people can disappear without a trace. There must be traces. You go back to the sector report, and I will go to Nanzhao to check. Nanzhao, Commander King Nian, what are you doing in Nanzhao? I have my own place to go. Don't worry. Nanzhao is not strong, and can't do anything to me. I will give an explanation to the sect when the time comes. King Nian said coldly. He didn't forget that Tishi and his group came from Nanzhao. They had been investigating Thorn God before, but neglected Tishi. Now that the clues on Thorn God were cut off, he could only pick up the clue of Tishi again. Compared with Central Continent, South Continent is not that strong. With King Nian's strength, there are not many people who can really stop him, only a few sects in Tianjin. King Nian has the background of Tiansheng Sect, so Tianjin dare not take action against him. In Shanghai City, Lin Xiao came again. The decision to spread rumors was made by Lin Xiao himself, but Lin Xiao was still worried that Jinan Naidu and his party could not handle the matter, so he took charge personally. Master, there is news from 8-faced fox that he has entered South Continent. This time he lost the trust of Thorn God, so he was asked to come to South Continent to open a base. However, Li Xiao was favored by Thorn God and is about to go to Thorn God's last base. This is the last of Thorn God's 3 bases. If we break this base, Thorn God will be destroyed. Yinanayu, what are you thinking about? It has been basically confirmed that the Lord of the Thorn God is an 8th level cultivator. Do you think I'm a deity? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. He also wanted to destroy the Thorn God so as to get the system's reward, but it was not that easy to kill the Thorn God. An 8th level cultivator was not so easy to kill. Even if Lin Xiao had the immortal slaying arrow, it would be useless, not to mention that Lin Xiao did not have the immortal slaying arrow. Master, why don't you tell those big sects about the last base of the Thorn God, such as the Tiansheng Sect? I think they really want to destroy the Thorn God now, not appropriate. Why? This is a great opportunity. The Thorn God is now extremely wary of the outside world, and it is basically impossible to replicate the actions of the Dance City secret realm. If the Tiansheng Sect makes a move, it will only force the Thorn God away and scatter him, and it will be difficult to completely destroy him. You say, with the Thorn God's character, will there be other bases in the 3 places of South Continent, West Continent and North Continent? They may not be as good as the Dance City secret realm, but they are definitely enough for them to avoid the limelight. That's possible. The Thorn God has been scared by someone, and it's not surprising that he has several small bases. That's right. We can't do it now, but we can't do nothing either. Aren't the 6 Shengsa monks of the Thorn God on the run? Kill them, master. I don't know where these 6 people have fled to now. How can we kill them? Where is Li Xiao? Is there any news over there? Lin Xiao asked. His hatred towards the Thorn God was unprecedentedly high. If he knew the whereabouts of the 6 Shengsu, he would definitely kill them. They probably don't know yet. Besides, the fiery flame needs to be silent now. It can't be activated easily. It's better not to do so. So we can't do anything? Not really. Let's mobilize our night owls to see if we can find them. If we can, we will find a way to keep them. If not, there is nothing we can do. We will deal with them together later. By then, we will have dealt with the 8th level cultivators. These few won't be a big deal. You think it through. Our crisis is over now? Lin Xiao was speechless. This was true. When it came time to take action, he would not be afraid of the 8th level cultivators, so how could he be afraid of the 6 Shengsu? Not really. The god of assassination was almost tortured to death by us this time, but the Tiansheng Sect wasn't. We underestimated the strength of the Xiangsuan sect and overestimated the unity of the sects in Zhongzhou. We framed Liang Wendao and let the Xiangsuan sect keep on pestering us. I received news that King Nian came to Nanzhao. That's not right. Why would the Xiangsuan sect keep on pestering us? Speaking of which, this was also a misunderstanding. At that time, we rescued Tishi, Bai Mianhu and Li Huo ourselves. We didn't have any spiritual power at that time, so our peripheral personnel saw the disguised face of Bai Mianhu, and some of these people were caught by King Nian. So King Nian misunderstood us as the god of assassinations. Menyi Nanai replied. When the people of Yixiao deduced this result, he was speechless. How could such a misunderstanding occur? Chapter 443, Mysterious Heaven. In the gate of Zuanshan Gate in Qi State, Tiansheng monks accompanied King Nian to stroll in the gate, pointing at the surrounding scenic spots along the way, and explaining to King Nian. From the expressions of the two people, it can be seen that they are extremely enthusiastic and respectful to King Nian, and it can even be said that there is a little flattery, which makes King Nian, who has been unlucky in recent years, feel like a spring breeze. The reason why King Nian has this treatment is not because he is a cultivator of a first-class sect in Zhongzhou, but because of his identity as Xiangsuan sect. If other sects come, they will not have this treatment. As for why the cultivators of Xiangsuan sect have this treatment, we have to start from the origin of the two sects, Zuanshan and Xiangsuan. Some clues can be seen from the names of these two sects. In fact, this is also the case. About 100,000 years ago, Xiangsuan sect was just an inferior sect in Zhongzhou. At that time, Xiangsuan sect was in an extremely difficult situation. The interests of Zhongzhou had long been divided up by major sects. It was extremely difficult for small forces to break through, and it was easy to fall into a development bottleneck. The big sects in Zhongzhou will also suppress these small forces. The purpose is to implement the strategy of human development. This strategy started 400,000 years ago. It is not only the Xiangsuan sect that has this treatment. It is to make it difficult for the small forces in Zhongzhou to develop in Zhongzhou, forcing them to go to Nanzhou, Zizhou, Bizhou, Luoxinghe, and other places to open up the wilderness and expand the living environment for the human race. This strategy was implemented very well in Zhongzhou, so there is the situation of the 5 continents Zeuxan world today. At that time, the territory of Xiangsuan sect could not support so many disciples, so it kept sending disciples to Nanzhou for development. The disciples of Xiangsuan sect came to Nanzhou to overcome difficulties and struggled endlessly. Batches of disciples fell in the competition of monsters and paid a heavy price. Many batches of disciples were directly destroyed in Nanzhou, but Xiangsuan sect became more and more powerful in Zhongzhou, especially every time there was unrest in Zhongzhou. The upper layer of Xiangsuan sect continued to weaken, giving Xiangsuan sect great opportunities, from a force that was not in the mainstream to a third-rate, second-rate, and until today's first-rate force. Every time the Xiangsuan sect encountered a bottleneck in development, it would send disciples to Nanzhou. The entire sect lay dormant, waiting for opportunities. During these years of waiting, the Xiangsuan sect sent a large number of disciples to Nanzhou. As the disciples sent by the Xiangsuan sect became stronger and stronger, these disciples gradually gained a foothold in Nanzhou, especially about 30,000 years ago. Many of the descendants of these disciples were talented people, and the Zuanshan sect was established. They continued to develop in Qi State, and eventually became the largest sect in Qi State. After the Zuanshan sect grew stronger, the relationship with the Xiangsuan sect gradually faded, because the Zuanshan sect's shelf was also big, and the Xiangsuan sect's little support could no longer satisfy their appetite. They wanted to invest heavily, but the Xiangsuan sect's senior officials did not agree, and the relationship between the two sides faded, and there was no contact between them. However, when it came to more than 1,000 years ago, the contact between the two sides increased again. The reason was that at this time, the Xiangsuan sect had become a first-class force, and its strength in Zhongzhou had greatly increased. On the contrary, the development of the Zuanshan sect fell into a bottleneck. Although Qi is the second largest country in Nanzhou, Nanzhou is much worse than Zhongzhou, especially in terms of martial arts, sect inheritance, and higher-level spiritual objects. However, the gap is too big. Zuanshanmen has the ability to train its disciples to the Shengsu period, but it is unable to go further. At this time, Zuanshanmen thought of its ancestor Xiang Xuanzang, so more than 1,000 years ago, Zuanshanmen began to send higher-level monks to Xiang Xuanzang to exchange and deliver benefits in exchange for the support of Xiang Xuanzang. And Xiang Xuanzang accepted them without any grudges. After all, it has reached the level of a first-class sect. Xiang Xuanzang has reached a bottleneck in development again, and Zuanshanmen is quite powerful and can bring them huge benefits every year, so it is naturally willing to support it. This led to the monks of Zuanshanmen wanting to break through the 7th Golden Body realm. Xiang Xuanzang is their best place to go. The existing Zuanshanmen Golden Body monks also have a very good relationship with the high-level monks of Xiang Xuanzang. So it is natural that King Nian, the deputy commander of Hishite, who is considered to be a high-ranking official in Tiansheng Sect, is the honored guest of Tiansheng Sect. No one in Tiansheng Sect dares to offend King Nian easily, but instead wants to curry favor with him. When the time comes, when they go to Tiansheng Sect, they may even have to beg others for help. Two Taoist brothers, the only purpose of King Nian's coming here this time is to investigate the case of the Thorn God. I'm sure you all know about the ups and downs that the Thorn God caused in Zhongzhou some time ago. Brother King Nian, of course we know this. No one expected that the Thorn God hid so deeply and could hide so many masters after being hit by us repeatedly. But Brother King Nian, is the Thorn God really in Nanzhou? Our Nanzhou is not like Zhongzhou. The land is remote and the resources are poor. Nanzhou simply cannot provide resources for high-level cultivators. Generally speaking, only we run to Zhongzhou and there is no reason to run to Nanzhou. Brother, you are right. The Thorn God also caused trouble in Nanzhou before, but his cultivation was not high. It seems that he was at the spiritual light level. Two Taoist brothers, the level of the cultivators of your Nanzhou this time is not high. The key is that the number is large, and they are extremely hidden. I have enough evidence to prove that the Thorn God has been cleansed in Nanzhou. He has an open force and a decent secret force. So I hope that the two Taoist brothers can help me find out which force has such a person. Brother King Nian, this is difficult for us. When the various sects reach a certain level, they will form secret forces similar to the Blackwater platform to deal with some dirty words for the sect, but no one cares about this secret force. Even my Tiansheng sect has less than 1,000 people, and most of the operations are within the scope of Qi. It is very difficult to investigate the entire Nanzhou. The cultivator of Tiansheng Sect said that it is true that the major forces in Nanzhou have secret departments, but as far as he knows, the sects do not attach much importance to this force, but only use them to deal with some things that are not convenient to do openly, such as dirty words. Therefore, the power of Tiansheng Sect basically only operates within the scope of Qi. Outside Qi, most of it is in Qin. The rest of the places are not worth the attention of Tiansheng Sect. How can they invest their strength? Brothers, please help. It doesn't matter if you can't find it now. Just check it slowly. This matter is extremely important to our Tiansheng Sect. Now our Tiansheng Sect's ancestor Liang Wendao has been framed as the god of assassination. We must clear the suspicion for ancestor Liang Wendao. If the two brothers really make great contributions in this matter, I will report to ancestor Liang Wendao and record the merits for the two brothers. King Nian raised the big flag without hesitation. The two Shengsu cultivators looked at each other and made up their minds. King Nian said so. It would be difficult for Tiansheng Sect to refuse again. Moreover, since it was related to Liang Wendao, an 8th level cultivator, they definitely wanted to help. At that time, maybe a little bit of Liang Wendao's benefits would be enough for them to enjoy. King Nian was very happy to get the help of the two. Half a month later, he left Tiansheng Sect, but he did not leave Nanzhou. He firmly believed that the Iron Lion was hiding in Nanzhou, and he had to find it. He had a hunch that the Iron Lion would be a key clue. Following the line of the Iron Lion, he might be able to involve a big fish. Not long after, the secret forces of Hishite began to enter Nanzhou. Some of them took the initiative to appear in Zuanshanmen to help Zuanshanmen expand the power of the secret forces, while the other part was directly managed by King Nian, and began to take root in Nanzhao, wanting to thoroughly investigate the matter in an open and secret way. After King Nian's Xishite entered Nanzhao, especially Qi State, Lin Xiao's forces targeted them. Yunan Ayu personally came to Qi State and took Beiyu City as a base to closely monitor the forces of Xishite. Although the cultivators of Xishite are high, Lin Xiao is still more skilled in terms of professional level. Moreover, Qi State is the focus of Lin Xiao's business, and it has been laid out for more than 200 years. It is not something that he should take and shake. Master, it seems that King Nian is going to fight us to the death. The forces we withdrew from Zhangzhou are now all blocked in Qin State. They dare not come back, which consumes us greatly. When can we go back to Zhangzhou? It will take time. We spent countless manpower, material resources and time on the previous layout, and now it has been almost destroyed. We don't know how many people have been captured by the Blackwater platform, so we have to enter Zhangzhou, which is equivalent to starting a new business. It requires too many resources to lay the groundwork. Has Nangxiao not agreed to your application yet? Nanxiao will never agree. He used to support us with 2 million Zuan crystals a year, and now he wants to increase it to 10 million a year. We have to persist for at least 10 years. Nanxiao simply doesn't agree. The Zijin mine has been doing well in recent years, but it has all been buried in the wilderness. Li Jiuxi has also discovered a lot of minerals in the wilderness buffer zone in recent years. Nangxiao has continuously invested in the wilderness for these properties. Now all of them have to be invested, and it's not time to make a profit yet. How much does Nangxiao agree to give? 3 million, not a penny more. It's useless to talk. Then 3 million. You Yixio have a lot of private property in recent years, so take out your family assets. Don't always think about digging into the sect's corners. Master, we don't have any private property. It wasn't enough before, and it's even less now. You didn't have Lingguang monks before, but now you do. Lingguang monks should not just think about getting something for nothing, but should find ways to create benefits. I won't talk to you about this now. What should we do with King Nian? We must not let him find out about Tiansheng Sect. Now our Tiansheng Sect can't even stop Zuanshan Sect, let alone Xiangsuan Sect. We must solve this matter. Lin Xiao's eyes were full of murderous intent. If King Nian really found out about Tiansheng Sect, he didn't mind killing King Nian and cutting off the clues, but this was the last choice. The best choice was to let Yixio fight them, completely defeat Xishite, and drive them out of Nanzhao. Lin Xiao also believed that Yixio had the strength. Nanzhao was Yixio's lair. If he couldn't win, it would be a great disappointment for Lin Xiao. Chapter 445 Strategic Deception Plan. In Beiyu City, Yunan Ayu mobilized the Night Owl Masters and spent several days to develop a plan to stop King Nian from investigating the Tiansheng Sect and buy opportunities for the development of the Tiansheng Sect. We call this plan a strategic deception plan. Whether it is the Xiangsuan Sect or the Zuanshan Sect, neither of them can be hostile to our Tiansheng Sect now. We need time to develop, and we need a peaceful development environment. So after our Night Owl's research, we decided to strategically deceive King Nian and mislead his investigation direction. It would be best to transfer him back to the Xiangsuan Sect. According to some information confessed by Tishi, King Nian is extremely conceited. Our Night Owl has fought with his Blackwater platform many times, and all of them have won great victories, which frustrated his self-esteem. Therefore, he has become obsessed in his heart and must catch Tishi and the forces behind him, that is, us. We can use this to deal with King Nian. Now King Nian only knows that we are from Nanzhao, and the rest are unknown. We believe that his first range should be in Qianqin, and at most it will affect medium-sized countries such as Song. According to their consistent thinking, those who can fight with his Blackwater platform must be the top sects in Nanzhao, and our Tiansheng Sect is only famous in the southwest for the time being. The first step of the strategy is to divert attention. After Luo Yun was rescued by us, he was secretly arranged to use some disciples of the Luo family. Luo Yun is already under our control. The relationship between Luo Yun and Tishi is also known to King Nian, so the first step is to deliberately expose Luo Yun's traces, and then move Luo Yun's position, and try to go northwest. I will let Zhang Qingshan preside over this matter. The first step is to harass and limit King Nian's investigation scope to the northwest of Nanzhao, delaying for about 1 to 3 years. After this, Tishi has either successfully broken through the spiritual light or failed. If he succeeds, the next thing will be Tishi's responsibility to lead King Nian all the way to the northwest and finally reach the grassland country. According to our 200 years of trade relationship with Xianlang country, Tishi can get assistance from Xianlang country and completely throw King Nian into the grassland country. If possible, use the grassland country's hand to kill King Nian. If the prairie country does not follow our strategy, then we will go northwest and enter West Continent. The situation in West Continent is more complicated than that in South Continent, and the situation is more dangerous. If possible, this is the first step for us, Night Owl, to reach West Continent. Master, I'm not worried about harassing King Nian. After all, South Continent is our territory, but I still lack the means to compete with King Nian, and I hope for your support. For you, the most terrifying thing about Mengshengsu is that the space is confined, which makes the teleportation talisman in your hand useless. So I will give you a treasure. This orb is called the Flame Explosion Orb, a 5th grade disposable magic weapon. If one day you can't escape, and he uses magic to confine space, you can use this orb. Once it explodes, it will be enough to cause him to suffer a backlash of magic power, and I don't know how badly he will be injured. I'll give you 2 more talismans. This one is the Swift Wind Talisman, which is used to enhance your body movement and escape. This one is called the Fortune Star Talisman. This talisman is very special. After using it, it will make your luck so good that you can pick up artifacts when you go out. It is possible that even a 9th level cultivator can kill you and escape. But I don't want you to use this talisman, because good fortune and misfortune are interdependent. The good luck you get is not out of thin air, but overdraws your future luck. How good luck you have now, how bad luck you will have in the future. I hope you will be cautious. Lin Xiao gave Zhang Qingshan the Fortune Star Talisman and the Flame Explosion Pearl. Lin Xiao only used this Fortune Star Talisman in Xianluo City that year, and never used the rest. The reason why it is not used is that the cultivation level is high, and the low level Fortune Star Talisman is no longer useful, because the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to increase and lose luck. Secondly, this Fortune Star Talisman may not be a good thing, but just borrowed your future luck. If bad luck breaks out at a critical moment, it will be a fatal thing. The Fortune Talisman. Master, there is such a magical treasure? How come I have never heard of it? There are so many things you haven't heard of. Stop talking nonsense. It's best not to use this thing if you can. Something bad will really happen. Understand? I definitely won't use it. I'm just helping Tishi to ward off disaster. I've never thought of dying for him. Since the strategy has been decided, let's execute it. I'll be in Beiyu City for the next 2 years. If the strategy fails, I will take the risk to kill King Nian. You, Lin Xiao, must make arrangements in Zhangzhou to back up the situation, and then eliminate the hidden dangers to ensure that we are not attacked by Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao said lightly. Killing King Nian is the last resort, and they will not act easily unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, King Nian's status is extremely high. Once he dies in Nanzhao, I'm afraid that Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect will thoroughly investigate the matter. Therefore, Lin Xiao still hoped that this strategy could be completed, so that Tishi could have a chance to atone for his sins. Tishi had been back for more than a year, and his cultivation had long been able to break through the spiritual light. He had completed the polishing and precipitation decades ago. After returning, the first thing Lin Xiao did was to send him to retreat, gave him the Lingming pill, and told him that he could either break through the spiritual light to repay the sect's debt, or die and give an explanation to his superiors and subordinates. In order to rescue Tishi, the sect spent a huge amount of money and lost many Night Owl's men. These were Tishi's debts, and he had to pay them back in person. Even if Lin Xiao was protective of his son, he could not help him with this. 5,000 miles outside Beiyu City, there is a sacred mountain with low spiritual veins, basically at the 3rd or 4th level. This area used to be the interest area of the Bei family. Later, the Bei family declined, and could not keep these interests, so they were snatched away by the Night Owl and arranged some loyal and reliable peripheral members. Now, more than 100 years have passed, and this sacred mountain has been completely taken over. Those peripheral members of the Night Owl who migrated here have also completely established themselves here, strengthened their power, and become an important part of the Tiansheng Sect's channel, to replace the Bei family. After Luo Yun was rescued from Zhuangyang City, she was arranged here. More than 30 members of the Luo family were rescued with her, but most of them were not in front of Luo Yun, but were secretly arranged, and this was used to control Luo Yun. For Luo Yun, the Night Owl had basically no good impression. In the eyes of the Night Owl, Taishi was considered an outstanding young man. Whether it was his qualifications, cultivation, or management ability, he was first class among the Night Owls. What did Luo Yun have? It was nothing more than a little better looking. However, the most useless thing in the world of cultivating immortals is appearance, because there are too many good-looking female cultivators, and there are many people who are more beautiful than Luo Yun. If Taishi had not been detained by the Tiansheng Sect for decades, he would have broken through the spiritual light long ago, and it would be too easy for a spiritual light cultivator to find a few beautiful female cultivators. I have made it clear to you, Luo Yun. Now it's your turn to choose whether you agree or not. Sir, if I agree, can it really reduce Ruxin's sins? Don't worry about anything else. You just need to answer me, agree or not. Zhang Qingxuan said to Luo Yun with a cold face. He also looked down on Luo Yun. If it weren't for Taishi, Luo Yun would have been dealt with by him long ago, and he wouldn't have even spent so much effort to rescue her. Promise. I agree, sir, Luo Yun said hurriedly. Although she was just a vase, she was not a fool. She knew that Tyruxin's fellow apprentices had no good feelings towards her. If it weren't for her, Tyruxin wouldn't have suffered so much. Now that the Luo family is also in the hands of others, Luo Yun has no bargaining power at all. Whatever they say is what it is. Since you have agreed, then come with me. Do whatever I ask you to do. Just be a good vase. Don't be smart. I tell you, if this plan fails, not only will you die, but the Luo family will not leave anyone alive. Even Tyruxin will be severely punished, and his lifelong achievements will stop here. Zhang Qingxuan sacrificed a flying boat and jumped on it after he finished speaking. If the plan failed, Lin Xiao had to kill King Nian, then Taishi would still be affected. Even if Lin Xiao protected him, he would not give him any support, because this was too unfair to others. Luo Yun immediately followed, and he didn't even have time to pack up. The flying boat went all the way east, and arrived at the territory of Zhuanshanmen a few days later. Under the guidance of Yu Xiao, Luo Yun appeared in Tiansheng City. Tiansheng City is the largest city under the jurisdiction of Tiansheng Sect, and it can also be said to be the largest city in Qi State. It is more prosperous than Beiyu City, but its geographical location is slightly worse. Luo Yun, who looked like a casual cultivator, frequently appeared in Tiansheng City, and even deliberately appeared in front of the staff of King Nian Blackwater platform. He was soon exposed, and the news reached King Nian. Commander, we have confirmed that this person is definitely Luo Yun. We are not wrong. A Blackwater platform cultivator activated a photo-retaining talisman, which showed Luo Yun's appearance. King Nian's eyes sparkled, and his mind felt suddenly enlightened. Sure enough, my choice was not wrong. Taishi is in Nansao, in Qi. Since Luo Yun is here, Taishi and the people behind him must be here. Send the order to keep an eye on Luo Yun, and see who she is with, and start an investigation. Commander, this is Qi. We don't have enough troops. It doesn't matter. I will write to Zhuanshanmen. Then the people from Zhuanshanmen will help you. King Nian shook his head. This was not a problem. Zhuanshanmen would not refuse him. The power of the entire Zhuanshanmen could be borrowed. Under the surveillance of Hishite, Luo Yun stayed in Tiansheng City for a few days. Luo Yun seemed to be living a miserable life. Her Daogang cultivation did not bring her any benefits. She could only work for some businesses, and she was doing some low-end jobs with very low income. A few days later, Luo Yun followed a caravan and left Tiansheng City. King Nian led people out of the city and intercepted them halfway, wanting to arrest Luo Yun. However, after stopping the caravan, he found that Luo Yun disappeared without a trace. This familiar method instantly excited King Nan. It was exactly the same as what the forces behind An landed in Zhuanayang City. This made King Nan like a shark that smelled blood. He immediately sent more people to begin a full investigation. Chapter 445, Atonement. There were not many people from Heshite who came to Nanzhao, but King Nian could use the power of Zhuanshanmen. As the largest sect in Qi State, Zhuanshanmen was also ranked among the top in the entire Nanzhao, with great influence. Once Zhuanshanmen intervened, Lin Xiao was extremely uncomfortable. For this reason, Zhang Qingxuan took Luo Yun to constantly transfer. Basically, he would not stay in any place for more than 3 days, but he could not appear for a long time. This made Zhang Qingxuan extremely dangerous, as if dancing on the edge of a knife. Half a year later, Zhang Qingxuan appeared in Qingshu country. Qingshu country was a country bordering Nanzhao and the Prairie country. Going further north, it was the Xianlang country closest to Nanzhao. Crossing the Prairie country, you entered Zizhao. Lin Xiao's power here was already extremely weak. Apart from a few spies, who came out to inquire about general news, there was no one else. But Beicheng merchants had a large base here. Over the years, the trade between Tiansheng Sect and Xianlang country has never been cut off, and the exchanges between the two sides are very deep. Tiansheng Sect has to transport tens of millions of kilograms of tea to Xianlang country every year, and Xianlang country will also transport a large amount of meat and fur to Tiansheng Sect. The Tiansheng Sect alone cannot consume these resources, so they have to wrestle them and do re-export trade. Today, the Tiansheng Sect is very powerful, so the Tiansheng Sect's power in Qingshu country is getting stronger and stronger. At this time, Zhang Qingxuan had just woken up in the Beicheng Trading Company in Qingshu country. In the past 6 months, he was in a state of high mental tension every moment, and he had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles, which made him extremely tired. So as soon as someone came to pick him up, he slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Elder Zhang, there is news from the sect. The people of Beicheng Trading Company immediately found Zhang Qingxuan. As soon as he woke up, Beicheng Trading Company often combined with Night Owl when they were outside, sharing news channels. So many times, there would be Night Owl's people in Beicheng Trading Company. What's the situation at the sect? Is the Blackwater platform still keeping an eye on them? I don't know about the sect either. The letter didn't say. This is a letter from the sect to you. It has been deciphered, but I'm the only one who has read it. Got it. Let me take a look. Zhang Qingxuan nodded and took the letter. It contained a message from Yinanayu. Yinanayu told him that Tishi had broken through the spiritual light and would come out in half a month. Considering the time it took to send the letter, he would probably have come out by now. This time, in order to atone for his sins, Tishi would take over Zhang Qingxuan's tasks and take Luo Yun with him to deal with King Nian, completely eliminating King Nian's attention from Nanzhao. Zhang Qingxuan only needed to take Luo Yun to the capital of Xianlang country. Zhuanshan Sect's influence in that place was almost gone, and it was even inferior to Tiansheng Sect. When Tishi arrived, Zhang Qingxuan could withdraw. In addition, he needed to hand over the things Lin Xiao gave to Zhang Qingxuan to Tishi. I have read the sect's letter. Now according to the sect's rules, I need to mobilize some resources. This is the list I made. No problem, Elder Zhang, but I need you to sign your name and seal it, so that I can report to the Kinglian Hall when they come to check. I hope Elder Zhang will understand. Okay. Soon, the person in charge of the business prepared the materials that Zhang Qingxuan needed. Zhang Qingxuan also signed his own name and used the seal representing his identity as Night Owl to prove that these materials were used for official business and not for his personal consumption. Zhang Qingxuan left Qingshu Kingdom at night and took the extremely tired Luo Yun with him. Compared with Zhang Qingxuan, Luo Yun looked much more haggard. Whether it was her cultivation, physical strength or willpower, she was much worse than Zhang Qingxuan. Half a year of escape made her feel extremely tired both physically and mentally. However, Zhang Qingxuan did not show any sympathy for women. He just let it go. He still looked down on Luo Yun. He had female cultivators under him, but none of them were so spoiled. Some strong female cultivators were even braver and more hardworking than men. Even Zhang Qingxuan admired them. Being used to being with strong people, Zhang Qingxuan thought that women were no different from men, so Luo Yun's behavior seemed particularly inconsistent with Zhang Qingxuan. In Lin Xiao's cave in Tiansheng Sect of Wuguo, all the high-level officials of Tiansheng Sect were present. They prepared a banquet to celebrate Tishi. In his current situation, he certainly could not hold a promotion ceremony. The people at the table were basically Tishi's acquaintances, so Tishi seemed a little uneasy. Even if no one blamed him, he seemed extremely embarrassed. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Lin Xiao asked people to disperse soon, leaving Tishi and Yunanyu to talk alone. Lin Xiao had to explain some things. Master, you broke through the spiritual light in one go. Very good, Ruxin. I know you have some grudges in your heart, but there is no need to be so. We all make mistakes. It is a great virtue to admit our mistakes and correct them. This time is your chance to atone for your sins. I know, Master. Don't worry, I will never let you down this time. You can delay King Nian as long as I want, not a single day less. You don't have to worry about King Nian. Both the Tiansheng Sect and the Tiansheng Sect have very little influence in the Xianlang country. On the contrary, we have been cooperating with the Xianlang country for 200 years, and it has always been very pleasant. We have a foundation there. All you have to do is not be caught by King Nian, and do not expose our Tiansheng Sect. If King Nian sends masters to enter the Xianlang country in a large number, we will continue to go north to Zizhou and open up a base there. Do you understand? I understand. Boss Yi told me. It's good that you understand, Ruxin. This time is your chance to wash away the shame. I hope you perform well. I don't blame you, and the sect doesn't blame you either, understand? Yes, Master Yunanyu, please say a few words too. I don't have much to say. I've said everything I need to say. Okay, Ruxin, go down and have a rest. I'll take you away tomorrow morning. Lin Xiao nodded, and then Tishi bowed and left, leaving only Yunanyu alone. Master, you didn't say it either. It's embarrassing, Lin Xiao replied. Just now, his words to Tishi were somewhat inconsistent and incoherent, because he didn't know how to say some things. In the end, Lin Xiao also admitted his weakness. Master, you are embarrassed. What should we do? Although my position is higher than Tishi's, we are at the same level. Now Tishi listens to you the most in the sect. I know. If it was something else, I would definitely agree, but this matter of feelings, hey. Lin Xiao looked embarrassed, because Yunanyu wanted Lin Xiao to use his status as the master to make Tishi and Luo Yun break up their relationship. How could Lin Xiao do such a thing? Lin Xiao is also a sentimental person. He knows that there is no logic in love. If they are attracted to each other, they are attracted to each other. The more you try to stop them, the more they want to be together. If it could be so easy to stop them, there wouldn't be so many love stories in the world. Master, if I could be the bad guy in this matter, I would have done it long ago. Tishi is also a talent in our sect. You can't let a woman easily destroy your general. You have also seen Zhang Qingxuan's letter. What kind of person is Luo Yun? She has come to this point and has no ability to endure hardship. How can she be worthy of Tishi? Well, Yunanyu, love is a matter of feeling, not conditions. Really, Master? You didn't say that before. Did I say anything before? Of course, you said before that they should be well matched. Then Luo Yun can never be well matched with Tishi, right? Putting aside her experience as a mistress, her personality, ability, aptitude, and understanding, which one can compare to Tishi? Yunanyu, don't bother me. Tishi himself didn't say anything, so let's not worry about it, okay? Master, how can I not worry about it? This time the strategic deception plan against King Nian is so important. If Tishi can't handle this matter well, once it fails, it's not just a matter of his death, but our entire sect will be buried with him. I can't let our entire sect be threatened because of this flaw. I don't care. I can't say it anyway. You can do it if you can. Okay, then I'll say it directly. If Tishi fails this time, I will clean up the mess myself. Luo Yun, the Luo family, and Tishi, none of them will survive. Yunanyu said coldly. when it came to the life and death of the Tiansheng Sect, he became extremely extreme again, which was very different from his usual temper. The next morning, Lin Xiao personally sent Tishi away. He took up his post alone. After leaving the sect, he drove a flying boat and flew all the way. It took 2 months to arrive at the capital of Xianlang. At this time, Zhang Qingshan had brought Luo Yun to Xianlang for more than a month. King Nian had led the people of Hexitai to come, but was rejected by Xianlang. Xianlang was rectified by the big country of Nansao. Although it had to go to Nansao for trade to survive, many forces in the country still hated some people, especially Zuanshanmen, which was the main force in rectifying Xianlang back then, and was the main target of their hatred. King Nian did not understand the secrets in it, so he was naturally obstructed. King Nian did not dare to force his way in and bring trouble to Tiansheng Sect, so he had to let the people from Hexitai sneak in. However, Hexitai had too few people and was no match for Xiao in Xianlang country. The two sides fought again in Xianlang country, and Hexitai failed again. They are currently in a stalemate. King Nian has sent a message back to Tiansheng Sect, saying that he will send elite troops to come. This time he is determined to capture Luo Yun and Tishi. However, Tishi arrived one step faster than Hexitai. After entering the city, Tishi met Zhang Qingshan. Everything is correct, thank you, senior brother Zhang. No, you are the senior brother. I joined Xiao 9 years later than you. Okay, junior brother Zhang. Senior brother Ta, pass on a message from Boss Yi. The strategic deception plan against King Nian is related to the survival of the sect. I hope you will remember that Luo Yun can die, you can die, but the traces of the sect cannot be leaked. Therefore, Beicheng Trading Company will not give you any help. The aura of the trading company is too strong. In 3 months at most, the elite of Hexitai will arrive. I hope you understand your situation. If this plan fails, Boss Yi will personally clean up the mess. You, Luo Yun, and the Luo family will all be wiped out. I see. This is Boss Yi's character. You should also tell him that, if the plan fails this time, he doesn't have to do anything. Tishi will have no face to live. Tishi nodded. He had nothing to say about Jinanyu's malice. If he was wrong, he was wrong. He just had to make up for it. Even if he lost his life, it was nothing. As for the meaning of these words, he naturally heard it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, Marching into the Wilderness. After executing the strategic deception plan, the danger of the Tiansheng Sect was lifted, but the Tiansheng Sect offended a great enemy, and this great enemy will definitely retaliate in the future. With the current development of the Tiansheng Sect, it is certain that it will enter Zhangzhou in the future, and as long as it goes to Zhangzhou, the Tiansheng Sect is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed, which puts great pressure on Lin Xiao. The only way to relieve this pressure is to develop strength. As long as the Tiansheng Sect reaches a certain strength, it can achieve a balance of power with the Tiansheng Sect, and they may not dare to take action directly. In recent years, many minerals have been discovered in the Wu Kingdom, which has caused the Tiansheng Sect's financial resources to soar. Nanzuan has calculated that, if the Zijin mine and the wilderness and other minerals are fully mined, after deducting various expenses, there can be tens of millions of profits. However, this is theoretically. In fact, the minerals in various places in the wilderness are very difficult to mine. There are still many monsters there, and the environment has not been transformed, and is not suitable for mortals to live. If immortal cultivators are used as miners to mine, then the cost will soar, and the profit will decrease. Therefore, Nanzuan's wilderness plan began to accelerate. Most of the income from the Zijin mine was invested in the wilderness. Not only did he call on independent cultivators and small forces to go to the wilderness, but the various sects of the Tiansheng Sect also began to plan to go to the wilderness. The first step to go to the wilderness is to hunt monsters and eliminate the first threat to mortals. For this reason, the Tiansheng Sect and the Danliang Sect and other sects frequently sent troops Every year, there are at least 20,000 cultivators active in the wilderness. These 20,000 people used Qiao Mountain as a base to hunt monsters in all directions. At this time, it was not the model of a dozen teams, but thousands of people were dispatched at a time to directly encircle the sacred mountain and completely eliminate the monsters on the mountain by dragging a net. After 2 or 3 years of action, the safety range of Qiao Mountain has expanded to 400 or 500 kilometers. With a safe range, the Wu Kingdom began to relocate mortals. The wild area is like a tropical rainforest. It is very hot and humid. Various mosquitoes, poisonous insects, and miasma breed. These hazards cannot harm the cultivators, but they are a great threat to mortals. The first batch of 5,000 immigrants from Nangxian died in less than a year. Among these casualties, less than 1% died from the mouths of monsters and wild beasts, and 90% died from various diseases. Although the cultivators have various elixirs, these elixirs are not enough for the cultivators. How can they be provided to mortals? Even if this batch of mortals is enough, what will happen to hundreds of thousands and millions of mortals in the future? So Lin Xiao quickly made another decision, which is to make the migrated mortals prisoners. The territory of Wugo has expanded greatly, and the population under its rule has also grown rapidly in the absence of war for hundreds of years. Now the population has exceeded 70 million. There are many crimes among such a large population, such as murder, theft, robbery, etc. The crimes that exist in the mortal world are also found in Wugo. Therefore, Lin Xiao immediately abolished the death penalty for mortals in Wu State. All death row prisoners did not need to be beheaded, but were sent to the wilderness to do hard labor. Lin Xiao only gave 3 pardons to these death row prisoners a year, and most of them had to work until death. However, the heavy criminals under the death penalty were more lenient, with hundreds of pardons each year. As for minor criminals, they only needed to serve a few to several years of hard labor to be exempted from punishment. Master, this batch of prisoners are new prisoners. 300 death row prisoners, 800 heavy criminals, and the rest of the more than 1,000 are minor criminals. In Qiao Mountain, Jia Mengren took out a list for Lin Xiao to check. At the foot of the mountain, a caravan was unloading goods, and these criminals came with the caravan. How many mortals are there in the Qiao area now? Except for those brought by various families, the number of prisoners who have been relocated has exceeded 500,000. All the prisoners in the entire Wu Kingdom have been concentrated here. A total of more than 1,500 villages and towns have been set up, covering an area of 300 miles in radius, and hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile land have been opened up. In the next 10 years, there will be no external expansion, but environmental transformation. Do you have a transformation plan? Yes, the sect has already taken out a template. The first step is to cut down and burn the mountains. A huge number of them will be cut down, and low trees and the like will be burned with fire, and the fields will be leveled to grow food. The second step is to build water conservancy facilities, control rivers, and prevent floods. The third step is to fill in some swamps and lakes. These swamps and lakes are breeding grounds for mosquitoes. Only by filling them all can we reduce diseases. The fourth step is to build roads. Connect all the more than 1,000 villages and towns with roads, and strengthen the connection between villages and towns, so that resources can be coordinated and the Wu Kingdom does not need to spend money. Other measures are very complicated, such as establishing a management system for mortals, especially the medical department, which is extremely important. The Wu Kingdom has mobilized 600 mortal doctors and 3,000 apprentices to come here. The burden of reducing population losses is on them. Among the migrated population, those who are not prisoners must be compensated. Not many of the 500,000 people can survive this time. Of course, this is understood. Only about half of the 500,000 prisoners can survive, but they only need to do well in these 10 years, and the mortals who migrate in the future will have a higher survival rate. According to the calculations of the sect, as long as 70% of the people survive within 10 years, it will be cost effective enough. Got it. Let's go and take a walk in the various sacred mountains. Lin Xiao nodded. As a superior, his mind became more and more indifferent. The life and death of these 500,000 people was insignificant in front of the strategy of opening up the wilderness. Master, from this perspective, although the safety range of mortals is only 300 miles, but we cultivators have more than that. Now our range of activities has expanded to more than 2000 miles with Kiao Tao Mountain as the center. It can be said that the entire wild buffer zone directly under the Wu Kingdom is within our range of activities. According to statistics, there are a total of 35 sacred mountains of various levels within these thousands of miles. Now we have taken 30 of them, 18 of which have been completely stabilized and have production. The remaining 12 only need to repel a few counterattacks from monsters. It will also take 10 years. In just another 10 years, we will be able to completely occupy the wild buffer zone and push the buffer zone to the south for thousands of miles. By then, the situation will be similar to that of Tiansheng 5 or 600 years ago. Lin Xiao didn't know what Tiansheng looked like 5 or 600 years ago, but when he was there, Tiansheng was still full of monsters, and many sacred mountains in the territory were occupied by monsters. The mortals under his rule did not dare to go out of the mortal villages and towns 100 miles away, otherwise their lives would be in danger. However, in just 200 or 300 years, Tiansheng has become Wu State. Within the Wu State, mortals do not have to worry about being attacked by monsters, no matter where they go. Even wild beasts can only tremble in the mountains and forests. That is to say, in the past 10 years, there is actually no output in the wilderness, and we still need continuous support from Wu State, right? Almost. The level of the spiritual veins is too low, and there is not much output at all. Now the only way to make up for the income is to hunt monsters. The 20,000 troops of Wu State gathered in the wilderness buffer zone, and the consumption is very large, so there are only a little over 10,000 troops who are actually defending. The rest have poured into the depths of the wilderness, hunting monsters everywhere, and collecting spiritual medicines indoors to make up for the income. Even so, the entire Wu State has to spend tens of millions of black crystals a year. It's worth it. There are 35 spiritual mountains in the buffer zone alone. As long as we spend some time and effort, this will be a source of wealth in the future. Yes, the leaders of each sect have good vision and are investing. Our Tiansheng Sect now occupies 8 sacred mountains. We alone own 30% of the shares in Kiao Tao Mountain. In time, we will still be able to account for the majority of the profits here. This is the sacred mountain of our Tiansheng Sect, right? Is it planted with spiritual rice? Lin Xiao said, pointing to a spiritual field where a dozen cultivators and a group of mortals were working. Yes, it's spiritual rice. Spiritual rice is a bulk commodity. It takes up too much space to dispatch it from Wu State, and it is of low value. But our Tiansheng Sect has always needed to purchase some of the spiritual rice from outside, and the spiritual veins here are not high, so we can't grow higher level spiritual medicines, so spiritual rice is the most suitable. Very good, Meng Ran, you've done a good job, do it well, and after the foundation here is laid, I'll return to the sect to prepare for a breakthrough. Yes, Master, I'm actually not in a hurry. I'm still several decades away from a breakthrough. We are making such a big move. Is there any reaction from the purple-eyed Demon King? Not much reaction. Originally, the Demon King closest to the buffer zone was the Tiger King. The Tiger King was killed in the last beast tide, and the Tiger clan also suffered heavy losses. Now they can't control this area. The newly promoted 5th rank Demon King is the Red Crystal Leopard. The red crystal leopard is extremely powerful individually, especially its pair of red crystals, which can hurt people's souls and are hard to defend against. However, their number is extremely small, with a total of less than 300, and they can't rule this large area at all, causing great chaos, which also makes it convenient for us. The purple-eyed Demon King doesn't seem to care about the lives of ordinary demon beasts. As long as the red crystal leopard is not dead, he will not go crazy. That's why we didn't mobilize experts to hunt the red crystal leopard. However, there is a sacred mountain called Purple Thunder Peak about 10,000 miles away from Kiao Tao Mountain. The demise of the Chen Kingdom was due to the killing of the Thunder Beast on Purple Thunder Peak. It is the territory of the direct descendants of the Purple-eyed Demon King. It is worth noting that it should not be touched lightly. Then let's ignore it for now. The training conditions of thunder beasts are harsh, and ordinary sacred mountains are not suitable for them. They will not come out easily and should not cause great harm to us. The demon beasts on Purple Thunder Peak really don't like to come out. Our losses in the years of opening up the wilderness are not that great. According to incomplete statistics, our Wu Kingdom has only lost about 3,000 people in the wilderness in these years, not as many as those who died in a big battle with the beast tide, and far less than the replenishment. It seems that the wilderness has been on the right track, so I don't have to worry about it. I have to go out in a while. You stay in charge. If there is anything, send a message back to the sect, and someone will be in charge there. Lin Xiao nodded. Nanzuan and Jia Mengren did a great job. It seemed that he didn't have to worry about the things in the wilderness anymore. He had to solve other problems. Chapter 447, Shangsu again. There are more and more disciples in the sect, more and more outstanding talents, and more people who can stand on their own. This allows Lin Xiao to not worry about the affairs of the sect, which is the rear area, and he can go out freely. Now Lin Xiao dare not act rashly, that is because the system points are insufficient. In the Battle of Dan City, Lin Xiao consumed nearly 1 million points, which were his accumulation over the years. Without enough points, Lin Xiao's sense of security is extremely low. Lin Xiao flew all the way west and stayed over Kangou for a while. After Wu Muiyang's death, Kangou was torn apart. The successor of Xiankang faction was unable to maintain the situation of the entire Kangou, so Kangou seemed a little chaotic in recent years. If it weren't for Wu Guo watching here, Tiansheng would have annexed it long ago. Now that there is no external pressure, they are fighting happily. However, this is also what Lin Xiao wants to see. The united Kangou is not what he wants. Fight, fight, fight for decades or hundreds of years. When these people are dead, the newborns will hate the chaotic Kangou and yearn for Wu Guo. Lin Xiao did not stop to observe and soon went to Tiansheng Gate to meet Emu. The exchanges between the two countries were becoming more and more frequent, and the Zenling grass that was about to mature in Tiansheng Gate was also urgently needed by Lin Xiao, so Lin Xiao had to pay attention. The last time Emu was refining Lingming pills in Zilou Kingdom, he borrowed 3 Lingming pills from Zilou Kingdom and trained 2 of his confidants into Lingguang monks. This greatly increased the strength of Emu's line, not only suppressing Qianluo Kingdom, but even within the sect, Emu's words were the final word. Since then, Emu began to speed up the pace of opening up the wilderness. Although it was not as good as Wu Kingdom, it was much larger than before. After all, Zilou Kingdom annexed Yu Kingdom and was digesting Yu Kingdom's territory. When Luo Mingjin integrated the power of Yu Kingdom, he would enter the wilderness again, and the force would be much greater. Master Lin, I heard about your sect's friend Beidao Yao's story. Please accept my condolences. Emu said, after seeing Lin Xiao. In the Battle of Dan City, Ren Hangfeng and Beizahua died in the battle. Lin Xiao held a grand funeral for Beizahua. The news had already spread to the countries in the southwest. At that time, Emu also sent people to express condolences. Ren Hangfeng's funeral was much more low-key. After all, he was a senior member of the Night Owl, and his identity should not be exposed. If he was discovered by someone with ulterior motives, it would be very disadvantageous to the places where he had been in charge. Birth, aging, sickness and death are just the cycle of nature. Daoist friend you don't have to do this. I don't know why sect leader Lin came to Qianluo country this time. True spirit grass, there are more and more Daogang 12th level cultivators in my sect, and they need Lingming pills to break through, so this time I came to make sure that the true spirit grass is safe. Lin Xiao replied. Tiansheng Sect exchanged a lot of Zuanhuang gemstones and Lingying jade marrow with Qianluo country and Zilou country, so there are more Daogang cultivators who have broken through in recent years, and Jia Mengren's batch of Daogang cultivators have basically reached the 12th level of Daogang, so Lin Xiao has to plan for them. There will be no problem with the true spirit grass. My confidant is in charge of the spirit medicine garden, so sect leader Lin can rest assured. That's good. Please notify me in advance when the specific maturity time is up. Lin Xiao nodded. The last time he made pills for Zilou country, it was almost free. The purpose was to have long-term cooperation, so Lin Xiao was really afraid that he would stand him up. After confirming that there was no problem with the true spirit grass, Lin Xiao felt relieved. He talked about the savage plan and exchanged some opinions. He didn't say anything else. After staying at Tiansheng Gate for 3 days, Lin Xiao left. Lin Xiao didn't go to Wuguo. Someone had been replaced there, and Zhuoguo had a close relationship with Wuguo, so there wouldn't be any major problems. Lin Xiao headed north and soon arrived at Beiyu City. Beiyu City was still the most important trade channel for Tiansheng Sect, so Tiansheng Sect invested huge resources and manpower here. The owner of Beicheng Tower had long been replaced by Beizixi. Beizixi had also stabilized the 5th grade lower grade alchemy technique over the years, and had a great reputation in Beiyu City. Master Zixi, I heard that you are in a bad mood recently, and have quarreled with others many times. I'm sorry, Master, I know I was wrong, and I won't do it again. It's my fault about Zeta, and I should apologize to you. Master, there is no need to be like this. If a cultivator can't even understand the separation of life and death, what kind of immortality can he cultivate? It can only be said that Zeta has a bad fate. Beizixi replied. Although she was extremely sad, she was not a person who made trouble for no reason. The 6 sons of the Bei family defected to the Tiansheng Sect, and now there are only 3 left. Moreover, Bei Xiao failed to break through the spiritual light, and it is still unknown whether he can break through the spiritual light again. If not, he will only have a lifespan of more than 100 years. After more than 100 years, only she and Bei Zichen will be left. I hope you can think it through. In addition, you can consider your personal problems when you have time. Leave a descendant. For old people like us, it is also a thought. Lin Xiao sighed. There are tens of thousands of disciples in the Tiansheng Sect, and a lot of them are married and have children, but the proportion of high-level cultivators getting married is extremely low. The greater the potential, the greater the probability of being single. Beizixi, Beizichen, Li Muxu, Yunanayu, Zhang Qingxuan and other spiritual cultivators around Lin Xiao are all single. Even Jia Mengren, Yuan Royan and other Daogang cultivators are still single. Although there is no problem of older single women in the world of immortal cultivation, having descendants is also a little concern. Just like this time, when Beizihua died in battle, Lin Xiao could not compensate Beizihua at all. He has neither descendants nor disciples. Even because of Nan Zuan's plan, Beizihua has become much more distant from the Bei family. Why don't you consider it, Master? Ahem, just pretend I didn't say that just now. Lin Xiao was choked to death. This sentence was really invincible. Lin Xiao couldn't take it. Master, what are you doing here this time? Consolidate your safety in Beiyu City. It's been so many years. The threat I made to kill Shengsu is about to pass. We need to renew it. Lin Xiao replied. The power of Tiansheng Sect in Beiyu City is already very strong. Many Lingguan monks have appeared. So now in the entire Lingjian sect, except for Lingjian sect itself, there is no force that can threaten Tiansheng Sect. And it's been a long time since Lin Xiao killed Shengsu monk. Lin Xiao must shock Lingjian sect again to ensure the interests of Tiansheng Sect here. The next morning, Lin Xiao came to the gate of Lingjian sect again and knocked on the gate. This time, Lin Xiao was not a bad guest. The disciples of Lingjian sect respectfully welcomed Lin Xiao in, who asked Lin Xiao to have a puppet with a very mysterious aura beside him. Qimei and Sun Hongfei changed their expressions when they saw the puppet beside Lin Xiao, because the aura of this puppet was more powerful than Th's. Master Lin, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect that your power is so strong. You should be breaking through the Shengsu soon. Yes. Fellow Daoist Qi, I came here this time to ask fellow Daoist Qi, does Lingjianmen have any treasures that can break through the Shengsu, and you and I can exchange 1 or 2? There are treasures, but Master Lin is willing to trade this puppet? Fellow Daoist Qi, you are joking. This is where Lin lives. How can I trade it? Master Lin, if you are willing to reveal the source of this thing, my Lingjianman is also willing to give you an opportunity, and you will definitely not lose out. Qimei said in a low voice. At this time, he was extremely excited. This is a puppet of the Shengsu level. For all the countries in Nanzhao, it is an extremely precious treasure, even more precious than the Shengsu cultivators. The lifespan of a Shengsu cultivator is 2000 years. Generally speaking, it takes at least 500 years to break through Shengsu. In other words, a Shengsu cultivator can only stay in the sect for no more than 1500 years. If the successor is not trained well, the sect will be in a very bad situation once there is no Shengsu cultivator in the sect. The interests they occupy can be easily divided up. Just look at the Wei kingdom. But this puppet, generally speaking, will not break down easily after 5000 or 6000 years. As long as this thing is in the sect, only 3 or 2 Lingguan cultivators will be needed to control it to maintain most of the sect's interests. Therefore, it is extremely appropriate to keep this thing as a family heirloom. The 6th level puppet is already a very precious treasure. It is almost impossible to see it on the market. If you see it, it will cause a frenzy of scramble. No one will complain that there are too many puppets in their family, so the purchase channels have become a big secret. Fellow Daoist Key, I'm sorry. I've already promised someone that I can't tell you where this item came from. That's a pity. Haha, maybe Lin won't need this item after he breaks through the Shengsu level. Fellow Daoist Key, maybe we can trade then. That's great. If Sect Leader Lin really doesn't need this item, you can come to Tiansheng Sect and name your price. Kimei just thought it was a joke and didn't take it to heart. Lin Xiao didn't continue talking about this topic, but talked about breaking through the Shengsu level. Although Kimei saw Lin Xiao put away the puppet, she didn't mean to rob him. Lin Xiao was just a Lingguan cultivator, but he could even get a Shengsu level puppet. God knows what kind of power is behind him, so he naturally has to be treated with caution. So Kimei patiently answered many of Lin Xiao's questions. Except for the questions involving the core secrets of Tiansheng Sect, she explained them without reservation, which benefited Lin Xiao a lot. Lin Xiao is actually not far from breaking through the Shengsu realm. Previously, Lin Xiao used points to improve his cultivation, which caused his foundation to be unstable, so this time, the polishing and precipitation will take much longer than expected, at least 30 years. But for a Lingguan cultivator, 30 years is nothing, and 100 years is just a blink of an eye. It is normal to make more preparations at this time. Even ordinary cultivators have to prepare for this. After reaching the 12th level of Lingguan, Lin Xiao stayed in Lingjianmen for less than a day. He left after using the 6th level puppet to intimidate Lingjianmen. Lin Xiao can guarantee that this is the last time he will use the tiger skin to bully Lingjianmen. Next time, he will not bluff like this. Lingjianmen is not even an enemy in Lin Xiao's eyes. In Nansao, Lin Xiao's next goal to surpass is Zuanshanmen, and then Shiniaozan. After that, Nansao will have no rivals. Chapter 448, Shengsu and Jinshan. Half a month later, Lin Xiao came to Zuanyu City. Li Muxu had already returned. Baeksuju was almost supported by her alone, so it was not advisable for her to leave for too long. Muxu, this is the information about breaking through Shengsu. Keep it and take a look at it when you have time. Master, it's still early for me to break through. There's no need to be so anxious now. It's almost there. It won't be long before you can break through. It's a good time to take a look at it now. Lin Xiao replied. It hasn't been 100 years since Li Muxu broke through Lingguan. Now she has to start preparing for Shengsu. This is what Lin Xiao envied Li Muxu for. She was born with a good physique. How come Shengsu and Jinshan are two different levels of information? Master, are you sure? No, that's right. I just found out recently. In ancient times, Jinshan was in front and Shengsu was in the back. It was only about 1,000,000 years ago that it was changed back. 1,000,000 years. Was it also done by that king emperor? That's not the case. This kind of thing is the result of long-term practice by thousands of cultivators, not just one person. Forget it, let me explain it to you. Lin Xiao didn't know what to say for a moment, so he started from the beginning, according to the information he collected. In ancient times, the destiny of heaven was not in the human race, but in the beasts, monsters, and alien races. At that time, the human race was either their food or slaves. At that time, the human race did not know how to practice. There were only some powerful humans like the giants, but no matter how strong they were not as strong as the monsters and beasts, which was why the human race had a miserable status. However, the human race has an extremely powerful advantage, that is learning. By learning and imitating the way of high-level demons, to comprehend the way of heaven, the human race slowly explored a set of cultivation methods that belong to the human race, and gradually accumulated strength for this. However, this road is extremely tortuous and long, and requires some external force to catalyze, and this external force is the Book of Heaven. It is said that in ancient times, every thousands of years, there would be books from outer space, which would descend on this world in various ways. There were unknown words on them, or even no words, but they contained the rhyme of Taoism, which could allow people to comprehend the secrets, and create a series of ancient and modern martial arts. It is these two sources that allowed the human race to explore a path of cultivation according to the exercises, that is, the cultivation mode from the 1st to the 9th realm. However, this mode was very unfamiliar to the cultivators at that time, and they did not understand it at all. After they reached the spiritual light period, the next stage first cultivated the golden body instead of the soul, and they suffered a lot for this. The body and the soul are interdependent, but the golden body is the process of cultivating the body to the extreme. At that time, the cultivators first cultivated the golden body, and then refined the soul. They found a problem, that is, the body was too strong, which restricted the breakthrough of the soul. It was extremely difficult for the soul to break the restriction of the golden body. Only a few extremely talented or extremely lucky cultivators could do it. In addition, the strength of the soul is also related to the lifespan. If the soul is too weak, the lifespan will be much shorter. Later, some people tried to cultivate the soul first, and then the golden body, and found that the difficulty was greatly reduced, so they ranked the spirit before the golden body. I see. Then, Master, are there any geniuses who cultivate both the golden body and the divine soul at the same time? Your disciple is very ambitious. However, there are really such people, but Master still has to tell you that it is best not to do so. Why? Because it is too difficult. Yes, it is too difficult. It is extremely difficult to grow the divine soul, and strengthening the body is easy at first and then difficult. Not to mention the resources consumed in the process. Just talk about the progress of cultivation. You need to completely ensure that the two are in a state of balance. If the body is too strong, it will affect the divine soul, and if the divine soul is too strong, it will in turn affect the divine soul. This mode leads to an extremely slow cultivation speed, and don't forget that the lifespan of a cultivator at the Shengsu stage is only 2000 years. How many people have enough time to break through? Therefore, many talented disciples in history have suffered because of this, and this also makes the elders of each sect warn their disciples not to do this to their own deaths. Then has there been any success? Of course there are. If there are people who can do this, they are all the geniuses of that era. After breaking through, they directly enter the 8th realm, and it is the strongest 8th realm. Their lifespan is also much longer than that of ordinary 8th realm. In short, there are many benefits. How about, do you want to try it? Can I try it? No, because once this process starts, you can't stop. You can only rush forward, unless you stop practicing. In this way, your lifelong cultivation will end, and your path will end here. But I want to try again. Why? Lin Xiao put away his smile, because with his understanding of Li Muxu, he found that she was not joking, which made Lin Xiao feel incomprehensible. She is the King Mu holy body, and the Shengsu period is easy for her. Even if it is difficult to break through the golden body, she still has the master. What is there to be afraid of? Because I'm a little tired of my current life. Although we are spiritual cultivators, time is very urgent for us, as if someone is driving us to the next level. So we have to spend a long time practicing. We have to make pills, to earn Zuan crystals to exchange for resources, and we have to save money, to buy equipment and this and that. In short, our lives are so busy. We are obviously immortal cultivators, but we don't have the wanton happiness of immortal cultivators, and we are not even as leisurely as mortals. Master, I have been practicing for more than 300 years. In these 300 years, I have never rested. I'm either refining pills or meditating, or doing something else. So I hope to use the shortest time to improve the fastest cultivation speed. If I do it, then I will have a remaining lifespan of 8,000 or even 10,000 years in the 8th realm. Then I can rest, and I can also go to the 5 continents immortal cultivation realm. Besides, Master, didn't you say that my physique will encounter a bottleneck before the 7th realm? If I do this, does it mean that the bottleneck will no longer exist? That's theoretically possible, but Mugsu, you're going to take this risk, just for the sake of leisure. Is it worth it? It's worth it. Why not? Isn't it Master's ideal to travel around the world and see the scenery of the whole world? Then we'll have time to go together. I don't know how to persuade you, but I still hope you don't do this, because it's too difficult to go through the 6th and 7th realms in 1600 years. Lin Xiao shook his head. Li Mugsu was also very difficult to persuade once she made up her mind. Lin Xiao didn't know how to persuade her to give up this idea. Too many genius disciples spent more than 1,000 years and couldn't even complete the 6th realm, let alone the 7th realm at the same time. This difficulty is more difficult than the sum of the two. Here, 1 + 1 is definitely greater than 2, and even greater than 3. I have confidence. My physique, skills, comprehension, and resources are not comparable to ordinary geniuses. What's more, I still have Master. I don't believe that my Master will watch me fail. Mugsu, you are doing this to force me to do the same thing. Why, Master, you can't do this. Why not? Just because I don't have a Dao body? No, Master, that's not what I mean, but it's Master who doesn't need to do this, and you are the leader of a sect. If something happens to you, what will happen to the sect and the Wu Kingdom? But if Master doesn't explore the way for you in advance and accumulate experience, how can I feel at ease? Lin Xiao shook his head. There are many geniuses who have done this in history, but very few have succeeded. Moreover, the few who succeeded have claimed afterwards that this road is too hard and do not recommend future generations to do it. Therefore, no experience has been passed down, and the system has not reached this level. This means that, if Li Mugsu wants to do this, she is completely crossing the river by feeling the stones. This is too risky. If one more person does this, they can communicate with each other and verify some of their own ideas, which will be much easier. Master, let's just leave it at that. Anyway, we can either do it together or follow the routine together. Let's talk about Baeksuju. How are my magic tools and formations selling? Lin Xiao didn't mean to impress Li Mugsu, nor did he want to see a sentimental scene, so he quickly changed the subject. Li Mugsu adjusted her mood and answered Lin Xiao's question. The 5th level formations, magic tools, and talismans that Lin Xiao refined were all consigned to Baeksuju. This channel has become the bulk of Lin Xiao's personal income, at least it is much more reliable than the sect. Tiansheng Sect has been paying off Lin Xiao's personal debts for hundreds of years, but the total debt is more than before. Now the merit points owed are almost hundreds of millions, of which Ling Mingdan is the bulk, and the few 5th level puppet beasts left behind are also valuable. If Master is short of Xuanjing, he can go to the account office to withdraw it. There should be a working fund in Baeksuju now. Why not wait a little longer, use it to exchange for various spiritual materials first, and I will refine a batch of things to exchange for some Xuanjing flowers. Lin Xiao replied. Now is the time for Lin Xiao to accumulate points. Only when there are more points can the system real person mode fight for a long time, otherwise it will not be good to encounter a strong enemy. Li Mugsu did not say anything, but just ordered his men to exchange for spiritual materials. Now Baeksuju has cooperated with many large businesses in Xuanyu City. Without Li Mugsu's appearance, some precious spiritual materials can be traded. Lin Xiao stopped at Baeksuju. His cultivation has reached the extreme of spiritual light now, and he no longer needs to practice. In addition to absorbing purple air every day, he uses it to refine various things or study martial arts. He is very simple all day long. His presence in Xuanyu City is extremely low. The outside world only knows that there are masters in Baeksuju, and the pills, talismans, instruments, and formations are all at the 5th level. The power behind them must be extraordinary, because there are indeed not many businesses in Xuanyu City that can do this. 10 years passed like this. During these 10 years, Wugo was safe and sound, so the number of mortals increased further, and the number of Tiansheng Sect disciples also continued to increase. With the development of the two branches, the total number of Tiansheng Sect disciples exceeded 80,000, and Lin Xiao's points balance also increased from more than 200,000 to 500,000. With this point as a basis, Lin Xiao could leave Zuanyu City and fight for Zhongzhou. However, before going there, one thing Lin Xiao had to do was to bring Tishi back. Chapter 449, 10 Years of Humiliation. In Qianlang country, a huge seagull flew across the sky. This seagull is a flying monster unique to the grassland country. It is powerful, ferocious, and extremely fast. It is the top creature in the food chain of the grassland country. Except for human monks, it is difficult to find an opponent. Therefore, this seagull is also a belief object of some grassland countries. It is extremely precious. However, at this time, there is a person lying on the back of this seagull. This person is the Iron Lion who has been wandering in the grassland country for 10 years. 10 years ago, he took over the task from Zhang Qingsun, and was responsible for restraining King Nian, and preventing him from investigating the Tiansheng Sect. When he showed up, King Nian suddenly became a little crazy and almost took action in the capital of Qianlang country. Qianlang country was originally strong. After cooperating with the Tiansheng Sect, it used some resources such as tea and spiritual wine to exploit the rest of the grassland countries, making its financial resources soar, making Qianlang country the most powerful one among the grassland countries. At that time, all three Shengsu monks of Qianlang kingdom took action to stop the furious King Nian. Although they did not dare to kill King Nian, because of the relationship with Tiansheng Sect, they severely injured all the Tiansheng Sect monks below King Nian as a warning. King Nian held his breath and almost vomited blood in anger. For a place like Qianlang Kingdom, Tiansheng Sect could not send out a large army to conquer it, because even if Qianlang Kingdom was conquered, it could not make up for the loss of Tiansheng Sect's army. It would be a complete loss. If King Nian privately sought revenge from the seniors, that would be fine, but once Qianlang Kingdom reacted violently, then they would have to consider massacring the city, and massacring the city was also a taboo in the world of immortal cultivation. After all, there were many monks who came out of a city of immortal cultivation, and no one could guarantee how many talented disciples came out of here. If the grass was not cut, and the roots were not removed, who knows who would come to retaliate hundreds or thousands of years later. So King Nian could only watch Iron Lion roaming around in the capital of Qianlang country, but the good times didn't last long. Not long after, the elite troops of Tiansheng Sect arrived. Tiansheng Sect was not Tiansheng Sect, and it was so far away from Qianlang country, so King Nian used the pressure of Tiansheng Sect to force Qianlang country to hand over Iron Lion. Qianlang country had a hard time. The resources delivered by Tiansheng Sect every year made them earn a lot of money, and it had long been an important part of their financial resources. If they lost this financial source, I'm afraid their life would be very difficult. But if they didn't hand it over, the threat of Tiansheng Sect was in front of them. Qianlang country hated the people of Tiansheng Sect, but the people of Tiansheng Sect also despised Qianlang country. Once the two sides broke out in conflict, there would be no turning back. In the end, Tishi took the initiative to ask for evacuation. He had never thought of staying in Qianlang for his whole life. However, after everyone in Qianlang knew about the Sea Blue Eagle, Tishi borrowed one from Qianlang. Qianlang was also very helpful. It only asked for 100,000 Zuanjing to lend Tishi a 5th grade top grade Sea Blue Eagle. This 5th grade top grade Sea Blue Eagle is faster than the average Shengsu cultivator, and it is extremely powerful in the air, much stronger than the average flying monster. In addition, the grassland country is endless and flat grassland, so it is difficult for King Nian to ambush. More importantly, Qianlang, out of hatred for Zuanshenman, actually ordered all the cultivators in Qianlang to secretly help Tishi, so that he can often have a place to rest and replenish supplies. He only needs to write a note and go to the capital of Qianlang to report the account. On the contrary, many people directly refused to sell things to King Nian and his group. It was precisely because of these conditions that Tishi had been keeping King Nian on suspense for 10 years, but he had not caught him. Catching Tishi had completely become King Nian's inner demon, because these 10 years were extremely humiliating for King Nian. Return to the capital. The headmaster is here. Tishi, who was resisting the strong wind on the back of the sea blue eagle, suddenly felt something unusual in his storage bag. He took out the Lingyiang Jade book and saw 6 words written on it. Tishi almost burst into tears. It had been 10 years, and the headmaster finally remembered him. Although he had not been caught in these 10 years, his life was very hard. After all, a large group of people wanted to catch him. He had to be on his toes every day and dared not relax for a moment. Without saying a word, Tishi turned around and flew towards the country of Xianlang. After hundreds of miles, a breath followed him from afar. 3 days later, Tishi put away the sea blue eagle and entered the capital of Xianlang. Under the cover of the monks of Xianlang, he went to the mountain gate of the beast-taming sect, the overlord sect of Xianlang. Master. When Tishi saw Lin Xiao, he rushed to him directly, hugged Lin Xiao's thighs, and prepared to cry. Get up, don't embarrass yourself. Master Lin, it's okay. Brother Tai has had a hard time these years. Seeing the elders coming, maybe he needs to vent his emotions. Otherwise, we will leave first. Brother Tito, it's not necessary. Let's continue talking. Lin Xiao secretly kicked Tishi and told him to stop embarrassing himself. Tishi then got up awkwardly and sat aside without saying a word. Master Lin, there is actually nothing to discuss. We still mean the same thing. You can take as many spiritual teas as you want for the ones that have entered the grade, but for those that do not enter the grade, 30 million kilograms a year is already our limit. In recent years, our caravans have spread all over the grassland countries, but there are only so many mortal monks in our grassland countries, and we really cannot consume them. Tito said to Lin Xiao. This time, Lin Xiao came to expand the transaction amount with Xianlang country. In recent years, more and more mortals have planted white mist tea in Wu country, and there is a lot of backlog of goods every year. There is already a surplus of supply, so Lin Xiao still wants to plan some sales channels. Lin Xiao knows that the potential of Xianlang country is not yet at its bottom. In the grassland countries, only low-level monks and mortal nobles can enjoy the white mist tea that does not enter the grade. Ordinary mortals with the largest population cannot afford it, but they are unwilling to lower the price so that mortals can take it, and Lin Xiao has no choice. Okay, then we will follow the previous agreement. We will increase the graded white mist tea year by year in the future. Now we have a certain output of the 4th grade white mist tea. We can export a small amount to you then. Lin Xiao nodded. He would not force it if they could not cooperate. Over the years, the spiritual veins of Beiwu Mountain have been improving, and the spiritual fields have also been expanding. Therefore, the graded white mist tea has increased a lot. Even the 4th grade white mist tea has 50 acres, which can produce more than 1,000 kilograms every year. Very little is used for self-use, and most of it is traded. Thank you very much. We will not disturb Master Lin. After Master Lin has dealt with the matter, we will get drunk together. Thank you, Brother Ticho, for your understanding. After the two of them saluted, Ticho led his people away and gave the place to Lin Xiao and Tishi. You're such a disgrace. I really want to kick you to death. Ahem. Master, I haven't seen you for a long time. Decades, Tishi muttered. He didn't actually see Lin Xiao before he returned to Tiansheng Sect, and all the communication was relayed by others, so it was really a long time since they last saw each other. How is King Nian doing? How should I know? He should be outside the city now, but he doesn't dare to come in. If it weren't for the Tiansheng Sect behind him 10 years ago, he would have been beaten to death by the Shengsu cultivator of the Beastmaster sect. Tell me, if I kill King Nian now, what will be the consequences? Master, it's better not to do that. I've been in the Tiansheng Sect for decades, and I'm very familiar with the internal affairs of the Tiansheng Sect. There are many factions within the Tiansheng Sect, and King Nian's faction has a very high status and is very strong. The Hishite is an extremely important department within the Tiansheng Sect, a bit like the Kinglian Hall of our Tiansheng Sect. Therefore, King Nian holds most of the power of the Hishite and is also an important figure in his faction. Once he is killed in the Xianlang country, the Xiangsuan sect will certainly conduct a strict investigation, and may even send out a cultivator of the 7th Golden Body Realm. I see. Then just spare his life and defeat him. Come with me. Lin Xiao nodded, and then walked out of the Beastmaster sect with Tishi. They soon appeared outside the capital, and King Nian also appeared. Master King Nian, long time no see. Iron Lion, surrender. I'll spare your life, haha. You dare to be so presumptuous in front of my leader. Do you really think this is your Xiangsuan sect? So you are the leader of Iron Lion. Dare you show your true face? If you beat me, you can naturally see my true face. Lin Xiao called out the system real person mode, and this time the system real person mode also changed its breath and appearance, different from the previous one. It felt like a female cultivator. It's not a living person, it's a Shengsu level puppet. King Nian's spiritual sense swept and screamed immediately, but the system real person mode had already started fighting with him. I'll give you a chance to take revenge. Shoot him. Lin Xiao threw the Chixio bow to Iron Lion, and Iron Lion had no time to sacrifice and refine it, so he immediately input the mysterious energy, used up all the mysterious energy to pull the Chixio bow into a circle, and then shot it out. Boom, the spiritual light exploded on King Nian, but for King Nian, this level of attack was nothing. You don't have enough Zuan Qi, Master. That's all you can do. Go back and practice hard. I know. I will take revenge myself. Lin Xiao nodded and said nothing. King Nian was almost unable to hold on. It wasn't that long since he broke through the Shengsu realm. It was less than 300 years ago. He was only at the 4th level of Shengsu. How could he be a puppet opponent equivalent to the 12th level of Shengsu? He was beaten back step by step. Master, the Shengsu cultivator from Xianlang country has appeared. I know. Let's end the battle as soon as possible. Lin Xiao replied. Then Lin Xiao rushed out. The first move was to use the trump card of the 5-element divine light. A Zuan light appeared and hit King Nian's magic weapon, directly melting his magic weapon. Then the system's real person mode shattered his defensive magic weapon, and he was beaten to spit blood and flew out. King Nian spit out a mouthful of blood in midair and immediately activated a teleportation talisman, disappearing in front of Lin Xiao and others. Lin Xiao did not continue to chase him and let him run. I'm leaving first. You take care of the rest, then go back to the sect to practice in seclusion. Remember not to show up casually. Yes, Master. Lin Xiao left, and Tishi walked towards the cultivators of Xianlang country with a smile. After this incident, he would definitely be marginalized in Yixio for a while. It was a good opportunity for him to go back to the sect to practice in seclusion, improve his cultivation, and catch up with the cultivation of Yunanyu and others. Chapter 450 Return to Zhongzhou. The defeat of King Nian meant that the Blackwater platform's operations in Nansao and Xianlang country had completely failed. The Iron Lion, who had been chased by him for more than 10 years, was actually capable of killing him, but he did not do it because of the threat from the Xiangsuan sect. This result made King Nian feel hopeless. He also knew that if he continued to chase, the Iron Lion would have to kill him unless he could mobilize a large group of people from the Xiangsuan sect or higher level monks. But this was impossible. The Xiangsuan sect had its own rules of conduct. The pursuit of the Thorn God was only to give an explanation to the major sects in Zhongzhou and clear Liang when they owe suspicion. It was impossible to go on an expedition to Xianlang country for his own benefit, and he could not mobilize high-level monks, so he could only run back to the Xiangsuan sect in disgrace. When Lin Xiao arrived at Shenzhen City, he had already received the news from Yu Xiao, and King Nian had already returned to Zhongzhou, which meant that the Tiansheng Sect was completely safe in the short term, without any risk. Zhang Qingxuan and Arking are both in Shenzhen City. They have been preparing for several years to let Yu Xiao return to Zhongzhou. The battle in the secret realm of Dan City, coupled with the previous hunt for the assassin god, destroyed Yu Xiao's layout in Zhongzhou. Except for a few secret agents, all of them withdrew. Zhongzhou is a place that cannot be ignored for the development of Nansao sects, so they must relay out Zhongzhou, and their future challenges will be even more severe. The defeat of Hishite in Nansao was nothing. After all, we have been planning in Nansao for many years, and Xianlang country is on good terms with us, so we must not be proud of this victory. This time when we return to Zhongzhou, we must consider the situation of being an enemy of He Shite. According to our investigation of King Nian, this man is not a weak-willed person. On the contrary, he can be said to be an extremely good intelligence leader. The influence of Tiansheng Sect radiates a wide range, and we will inevitably have to deal with them in the future. So how to avoid being recognized by He Shite is a very critical point. This is indeed a key point we must pay attention to. So what I mean is to rotate personnel, transfer some personnel whose identities have been exposed to Nanzhao, and transfer the elite troops from Beiyu City, Zuanyu City, Luoxinghe, Wei State, Tiansheng State, etc. in Nanzhao Key State to Zhongzhou. Only in this way can we be safe. It is safe to do so, but the cost is also huge. The spies in these places have been deployed for decades. How long will it take for the people transferred from Zhongzhou to adapt to these things? How long will it take to take over their tasks? And how long will it take them to go to Zhongzhou? These are all problems. So today's meeting is to weigh the key among them. How should we change to minimize the losses? Master, what do you think? I have never directly intervened in Night Owl, and this time is the same. You continue and I'll just watch. Lin Xiao shook his head. Although Night Owl was founded by him, Lin Xiao was not as professional as most of them, so Lin Xiao would not do micromanagement. Okay, let's continue the meeting. The layout of Zhongzhou is actually very critical, whether it is stable or urgent. If it is stable, then we can replace it slowly, even if it costs some money. If it is urgent, we have to take risks and continue to let those people go back, and we can take over things immediately. Boss Yi, I don't think this is a matter of urgency, but we have to consider safety. Now the people we have gathered are all monks who have cooperated with us for many years. They are trustworthy after many inspections. There are only so many of them. If the danger is too great, and they are all consumed, then we will have to rely on our Tiansheng Sect with 1,000 or 2,000 people. How can we support the great cause of Night Owl? I think we can compromise. Zhongzhou is so big, and Blackwater Station will not always fight with us. We only need to replace the people within the influence of Blackwater Station, and there is no need to replace the rest. We have suffered heavy losses in Zhongzhou. In recent years, the funds of our Night Owl have not been abundant. If we rotate them all, the consumption will be too great. We can't support it at all. The Southern Chief should not give us funds anymore. The sect is also short of funds now. There are more and more high-level cultivators in the sect. One Daogang can replace the consumption of more than 10 Zifu and hundreds of Ningmei cultivators. Even if the Southern Chief suppresses the consumption of high-level cultivators, it is useless. It seems that we can only adopt a compromise. Then let's discuss who to send to Zuanyang City. The person in charge of Zuanyang City is very important. He must play a role in supervising Tiansheng Sect and He Shite, and he must not be exposed. Then Linanayu and his people began to discuss the specific arrangements. Lin Xiao did not ask a question, but just watched silently. The meeting lasted for several days, and then orders were issued one after another. The Night Owls hiding in Shengan City received funds and gathered their men and began to move towards their destination. Master, we Night Owls are having a hard time right now. Ren Hongfeng died in the battle, Li Huo is in hiding, Bai Mian who is idle, and Tishi is waiting for punishment. Only Zhang Qingsun, Arking and I are left to hold on. I have to coordinate the planning of the sect, and Zhang Qingsun has to go to Beiyu City to be in charge of the Night Owl troops of Xianxi, Qianluo, Ziluo, Wei, and Qi. Arking's management scope in Zhongzhou is even larger. We are too tired. Are you crying poor again? I'm not crying poor, but it's a job requirement. Master, the enemies we are facing are getting stronger and stronger. The intelligence directors of the major sects in Zhongzhou basically started at the Shengsu level. We have to be careful when fighting them. A large number of people will die if we are not careful. We need more masters to take charge so that we can protect more disciples. In the past 300 years, not to mention those peripheral control personnel, no less than 500 disciples of our Tiansheng Sect have perished, including several Daogang monks. The casualties in the periphery are more than 10 times that of our core personnel. How many people in your Yixio are at the 12th level of Daogang now? 7. They can all go into seclusion and break through within 20 years. 3. I'll give you 3 Lingming pills in 50 years. It'll be hard to get them again within these 50 years. You know, there are already more than 10 people above the 10th level of Daogang in the sect. I'm not that powerful. I can't produce dozens of Lingming pills in a few decades. 3 is 3. No one has much of this strategic material. The true spirit grass in Xianyang Mountain hasn't matured so quickly, right? How can it be so fast? It's only been planted for 100 years. It will take at least several hundred years to get rid of the restriction of Lingming pills. Lin Xiao shook his head. Xianyang Mountain did plant a lot of true spirit grass, but it took too long to mature. The 5th level spiritual plant husband had not been cultivated yet, otherwise the time could be shortened. It would take a long time for Tiansheng Sect to get rid of the restriction of Lingming pills. Now Lin Xiao could only pin his hopes on Zilou Kingdom and Qianlou Kingdom. Maybe he could get some from Wei Kingdom. Master, what if we, Yi Xiao, can get some real spiritual herbs ourselves? If you have the ability, then give them to Li Muxu to refine. For 1 furnace of Lingming pills, I will give you at least 3. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Then it's settled. We must get some. We have to be self-reliant. Now Nanzuan is going too far. We can't rely on him anymore. Don't say that about Nanzuan. He has done a good job. In terms of ability, he is better than the previous chief elders. Lin Xiao shook his head. The upward trend of resources and wealth is beneficial in the short term. It can allow higher level cultivators to obtain more resources and improve their strength and cultivation faster. However, it is not friendly to the low level cultivators. Their population base is already large, and fewer resources will only make the competition more and more fierce, which will breed many problems, including corruption. Therefore, Nanzuan expanded the financial resources and made the cake bigger while suppressing this trend. It is a correct choice to ensure that the low-level cultivators with the largest number of people can obtain certain resources. Lin Xiao also supports it. I will return to the sect tomorrow. Master, do you have any letters for me to carry? No, I have nothing to do for the time being. Okay then. I will leave tomorrow too. You keep an eye on the night owl, and don't let anything happen again. Lin Xiao nodded. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao took the teleportation array to leave Shengan City and headed north to Dangsha City. Dangsha Sect still has a very important meaning to Lin Xiao, especially for the pills taken in the Shengsu period. Lin Xiao could not rely on the system to solve the problem because it was too expensive. In addition to Li Muxu's consumption, Lin Xiao had to make some preparations in advance. It was a pity that Lan Lingayu still hadn't come out of retreat, and her previous uncle was also transferred to Dangsha City, so Lin Xiao still didn't achieve his goal. After staying for half a year, he had to leave. However, on the way, Lin Xiao heard the news of Hanbo. Since Hanbo broke through the Shengsu, he began to challenge various masters to hone himself and prepare for the inheritance of the Seven Swordsmen. Hanbo is a core disciple of the Seven Swordsmen. He has a very high level of swordsmanship. For decades, he has challenged various masters, won more and lost less, and his reputation has spread far and wide. He is very famous in Zhongzhou. There are even forces that opened a handicap around Hanbo, allowing people to bet on whether Hanbo will win or lose in the next challenge. It is precisely because of this that Lin Xiao can get this news. In Lin Xiao's impression, Hanbo is a very pure person. To put it bluntly, he is simple. He does not hold power in the Seven Swords sect, but is dedicated to improving his cultivation and swordsmanship. So seeing Hanbo being played with like this, Lin Xiao felt a little uncomfortable. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xiao went to find Hanbo. When Lin Xiao found Hanbo, he had just finished fighting with a Shengsu cultivator in a city of immortal cultivation. The Shengsu cultivator was the ruler of this city, so he set up a fighting ring in the city. Hanbo won, a miserable victory. His robes were torn into strips of cloth, and his body was covered in blood, but standing on the ring, his body was like a sharp sword. Wherever he looked, no one dared to look at him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.